And we're live. Hello and welcome to the final night of the 5th annual HEX conference. I'm your host, Maddie Allen. We've got a great show for you tonight. We're going to be hearing from many passionate speakers in the HEX ecosystem and really excited for you to be here. Go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button and share this out because we've got a great program for you today. And I also want to thank the sponsors of this year's 5th annual HEX conference, Fiat.io, TexitCoin.org, and Actuator.finance. Really appreciate all of you guys. And without any further ado, we're going to get into our first panel right now.
Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post-chain, post-sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCA in the post-chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post-chain, post-sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post-chain, post-sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCA in the post-chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post-chain, post-sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post-chain, post-sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCA in the post-chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post-chain, post-sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain.
What's up, Nuclear Herbs?
Hi, Maddie. How are you? It's really good to be
How are
here.
you?
That's great to be here. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us. Nothing that we say here on the HEX conference is financial or legal advice or therapy advice. Do you have anything to add to that?
Nope, just you covered it. Thank you. Nothing I say is legal advice ever. So
perfect. Yeah, and at the same time, like you've been somebody who's provided great commentary on like the legal happenings within the crypto world and particularly within the HEX ecosystem. And so I'm glad you and I will get to do a little interview here and like have a discussion about what's going on the different legal fronts here.
that sounds good. Yeah, I just try to give people a little bit of a peek behind the curtain. So, just so that people kind of know what's going on, know what to expect. And I'd like to thank everybody who's followed me over the last year. It's been one really remarkable reception I've gotten from the community. And I love you guys. I really do. It's been a lot of fun.
You're very loved by the community. So yeah, thank you for being here. And, they say that cryptocurrency is everything that people don't understand about money combined with everything people don't understand about computers. And, I think at the same time, people really don't typically understand the legal system, especially if they don't live in the United States, which we know about like over half of my channel last time I looked was outside of the United States. But hopefully we'll be able to shed some light tonight on some of what's going on. And so I wanted to like briefly discuss, first of all, what's going on in South Carolina.
Okay. For those of you who may not know, I covered it just very, very briefly in the early part of last year. There's a guy in South Carolina. He ran a hot dog cart out of a Lowe's parking lot, of all things. Bought some HEX and got bent out of shape that it, number go down, and then sued Richard in South Carolina for reasons that I really don't understand. The judge allowed him to serve Richard by like email, telegram, and I think the Twitter posting or some nonsense. It was like 4 different ways or whatever. So they were proceeding. The plaintiff was proceeding as if like Richard had actually had notice of the lawsuit and had been served, like you and I would be served in a real lawsuit in America. Okay to say this, Maddie, that you what happened? You got involved. um,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, as a like a free speech advocate and broadcaster, and somebody who loves Hex, like, yeah, I'm affected when somebody brings like what could turn into a class action lawsuit against a smart contract that can't defend itself, and a founder who, like, my opinion, like, doesn't seem to have been served well and everything. So yeah,
yeah,
like I was happy to step up to the plate.
yeah. Maddie was instrumental in getting essentially putting up a roadblock or some serious speed bumps in so that the plaintiff in that case couldn't just plow right through the case. He had to go through a number of other hurdles, and now there's a named interested party representing essentially Hex's interests down there. So yeah, thanks Maddie for making all that happen. Otherwise this case would probably have been over by now, and there would probably be a default judgment entered against Richard, and that just creates a whole set of problems for an appeal. But if you ever decide to do it, but
Yeah, I mean, people will remember this is the same case that, in my opinion, unfairly imprisoned Trevon in jail for a night
oh, that's
because
right, yeah,
because of like some like some BS stuff that happened. So yeah, like I believe that was one of a whole list of things that was brought up by lawyers in South Carolina as like not being reasonable, and being like out of order in terms of what had been they had kicked it up to the state Supreme Court, which is a little bit unusual, but yeah, like the part, I guess, where the part where I thought it was really cool what happened was that it turned out that there was a Mexican, a well-known Mexican, named Ben Dubard, who lives in South Carolina in the same town as like all this had happened. And yeah, so it
that
was
was lucky, yeah.
yeah, it's really helpful, and I think it goes to show that there are lots of Mexicans in lots of places that are willing to stand up, even if it means they might be scrutinized unfairly or something. And so yeah, I definitely want to give a shout out to Ben for stepping up, and
Stepping up, yeah, for
and
sure, yeah.
and he has put himself in the place of being the intervener who
Yes.
can speak on behalf of Mexicans who say, we don't want a class action lawsuit like being created against Richard Hart and Hex. And so basically what I can tell you in terms of the update is that, well, the other thing I'm thankful for is that there was a whale that basically came in and contributed the funds that were needed in order to pay for this, like, whatever legal things were needed, whether it's an amicus brief or whether it's like, an intervener or whatever it is, in order to stop this like hot dog situation from blowing up in our faces.
There you go, yeah.
And I say ours as like, this decentralized community of people that doesn't work for Richard Hart, doesn't, like doesn't have to be involved. But I can tell you that basically half of the retainer has been used. And so the other half is still being put to work now that the case has kind of like been reactivated. And the donation address that I used before is the same donation address that can be like replenished if necessary. And that's something, it could happen now or it could happen down the road. But basically, that donation address is still secure and active. And in the past, I had been very clear in saying that, I would only ask whales to donate to that, not anybody else. So it's not being asked of somebody who only has $10 in Hex or something like that. And so I'm going to drop the link in the live stream now, so that if a whale wanted to take action, they could now. There's already enough in the retainer to like keep going with the case. But the goals are basically to finish making Ben the intervener, to defeat the class certification that could happen, and to make it clear in South Carolina that Hex is not a security.
Yeah, in a class action, essentially, like you have a named plaintiff. Like in this case, it's the hot dog guy who's purporting to act on behalf of all similarly situated people, and that's when you move for a class certification, and like um, you purport to represent everybody that's all the Hex owners, or whatever. And Ben stepped up and said, he does not represent all Hex owners. In fact, and so he's being there. He's there showing up and making the counter argument which needed to be made, so that the plaintiff just didn't steamroll over everything. And
Right.
there's been a lot of procedural type motions going on. There hasn't been anything of substance yet, but all of those motions take time and effort and money. So, I think this is probably going to go on. I don't see, just based on where it is right now, it's not going to be anytime soon. That I don't even think they're going to get a class certified anytime soon. But
So there's something that just, I think, got on the court calendar for like later this month, towards like the end of this month. So that's that's why I'm bringing it up. That's why it's relevant. Is like, the hot dog case is back on, and yeah. So I've got the donation address here on the screen, and yeah, like it starts with 0xFCFDF9. In the middle is 147744, and at the end is C9BF5E. None of that money goes to me. It's it's a good deal there. So
cool.
So yeah, that wraps up like the good news coming out of South Carolina, that people are stepping up to the plate and taking care of business. So even though we don't have to, and yeah.
That's the community sees problems and fixes it, which is nice. So that had the potential to turn into a problem, and it's the potential is much less now. As long as there's somebody there representing the other side of what most of us really do think, not we didn't get ripped off. We don't want to sue Richard.
Right. Great. So for the next part of our legal recap, we can bring up Zenith, who has also been a helpful voice in the community. Welcome.
Gentlemen, good to see you.
Always, Zenith.
For sure. I mean, 2024 was a pretty wild year for legal stuff. And I mean, to get it out of the way, I think the elephant in the room right now is, were we hoping for a decision on the Richard Hart case? Yes, absolutely. However, at the same time, Mr. Herbs and I were talking about this earlier, which is that legal moves very slow, and we happen to be the technology that moves very fast. And that makes this whole thing rather painful, to be honest.
You're talking about the SEC case.
Sorry, SEC case. Yes, excuse me. Sorry. Forgive me. The hot dog case fell out of my mind because I was too focused on, the federal agency trying to go after the founder. But
yeah, I was really hoping that by now we'd see a decision. I don't really like to speculate on things because I'm who knows what's actually happening in that judge's courtroom. I mean, she could have been in trial for 2 months and you just haven't had a chance to get around the stuff. There may be other cases that have priority or whatever, injunctions that need to be decided right now, because they're time sensitive. But, we're still in the window when we should expect something. The only thing I would say, and don't take this as legal advice or financial advice or anything like that, because that's just, please God, don't.
of course.
If I wanted to deny a motion in total, like if I completely wanted to say your motion has no merit, I could do that in a couple of pages and get it off my desk. take a look at the I forget, it was Binance. That was a motion to dismiss that was partially granted, partially denied, and that took 89 pages to write in that one particular case because you had to go through every single issue. I'm kind of more expecting a long, thorough decision on this, which is, in the end, that's really what we want. Is we want something that's well thought out and will hold up, legally. And I got every sense when we were in the courtroom. I mean, we were all there, right? Zenith, you were there, right? Yeah,
I was
we were
there.
all there. I got every sense that this judge was thorough, well prepared, and was really asking a lot of the right questions. I think Maddie and I went on Spaces right afterwards and kind of recapped as much as we could remember at the time, which I thought was awesome. But yeah, I have every expectation that we're gonna see a solidly reasoned legal decision.
Makes sense to me. I mean, if we want to get into it real quick to recap what we're looking at here, which is that the Richard Hart case dropped in July 31st, 2023. We had the actual motion to dismiss in April. The SEC responded in July, but I don't believe it actually got released until later in October. And then at that point, we got yeah, thank you. And then we had Richard Hart's legal team do a response to the SEC response, and that was all leading up to the oral argument that happened in New York on October 31st. And since then, we were hoping for something within 60 days, but we're looking like it might be closer to 90 days at this point. Like you mentioned, the court could be backed up. And my personal take on government work is that November and December are dead months anyways, because you have Thanksgiving and you have those weird 2 to 3 weeks where people try to cram as much as they can, but then ultimately get stonewalled by people on vacation. And then we have the holidays and New Year's. And now we're coming back in January, so people are starting to work again.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, the New York courts have considerably higher caseloads than a lot of other districts in this country. Her caseload is in probably hundreds higher than a lot of other district judges in I don't know, Arkansas, Arizona, whatever. So just because New York, there's a lot of filings in New York, and I know I read something not too long ago where she was quoted in an article about the basically the status of the Eastern District of New York's budget and staffing and whatever. She talked about how they were understaffed and already, and so this is probably, understaffed with a whole bunch of extra work really doesn't make for good, quick, speedy decisions. I guess probably the best way I could put that.
No, that makes complete sense.
What's the rush? I would rather get like a thought out decision.
I agree with you 100%. Yeah. I want to see this thing bulletproof, whichever way it comes down.
Now, it'll be interesting, like if we see and just like catch people up to speed. If you're not, if you're new here, basically, this is a civil lawsuit against Richard Hart and Hex. And Pulse Chain and PulseX that is basically, it's over jurisdiction at this point. And so there aren't any issues that are related to like whether Hex is a security or meets the Howey test, like unless it's related to jurisdiction.
That'll come out.
Nuanced,
yeah, there's not any facts involved in this case right now. This is just a procedural motion. Did the SEC allege enough facts in its complaint that if they were able to prove them all, they would have a shot at winning. And from the very beginning when this complaint was filed, it wasn't very well drafted to begin with. I think they, for the large part, phoned it in. There was a lot of things that they could have written out much more detail or done better or buttoned up. And, so Richard's attorneys saw the same thing and said, this is ripe for a motion to dismiss on these issues, especially jurisdiction where, Richard has to do something to specifically target Americans if the SEC is going to go after him for, and the simply streaming on YouTube or talking to people over the internet, that's pretty well established that that's not going to be directly targeting people. So it's not directly targeting U.S. citizens. If you just do that from your seat, wherever you happen to be in the world, you're not directly targeting individual investors in the United States. So I thought Richard's team made that pretty clear, and I think that's a pretty significant hurdle that the SEC would have to still get over.
Yeah, I mean, so it was 1 year ago today that we found out that Richard had a dream team of lawyers. We didn't know that. So there was all this time. There were months and months in between when the SEC's poorly formulated complaint got brought out until the fourth day of the HEX conference last year, January 9th, 2024, when we found out, oh, wow, here's this, I don't know how many pages it was, 2 or 3 page like document laying out the case and saying that there was this dream team. We discovered that they were the same lawyers that represent Elon Musk when he beat the corrupt SEC in a case. And so, there's how many lawyers involved?
I think there's 11 actually signed into the case from 4 different
Right.
firms. Shout out to Michael Liftick and to David Kirk, who did one hell of a job arguing
MVPs,
arguing the motion to dismiss. I'm not entirely sure it could have gone any better for them. They were very well prepared and did one hell of a job. But now we just wait. We wait and see.
Yeah, Zenith's recreation based on the court transcript, his live reenactment was cited by Richard Hart in the Christmas stream, or the Christmas pre-recorded video we just got. So congrats, Zenith, on that.
Much appreciated. Didn't get a specific name drop, but it feels good, and it's a bit odd to know that Richard Hart has watched something that I made, so I think it's pretty cool. But at the same time, yeah, folks, shout out to Wild SJ and my good friend Will Stevenson of the DGen Roundtable. We got a hold of the transcript because, oh shit, I forgot who it was, but they actually purchased the transcript and just put it out on Twitter and said,
Pulse Chain Foundation did it.
Pulse Chain Foundation, yes. Shout out to those guys. So yeah, we went through it and reenacted, and I was lucky enough to take part of the Richard Hart legal team. And after seeing it in person as well, it was fun to do, and being there in person was fun to watch as well. I think Richard Hart's legal team is worth every penny, and they look like it too, and they sound like it for sure. There are people that look like
100%. Yeah.
Those guys showed up to play in the big leagues, and they do a phenomenal job.
I agree, and I would also recommend the AI reenactment.
That was done well too. I think Gerardo did that one.
Yeah,
that was nice. That was good too.
That to me was like the absolute closest kind of like representation of what it was to be there. But they're both like required watching, I would say, like for sure.
Well, it's a lot better than reading the documents if you want to go through that yourself. I've read all of the documents in this case personally, and I can tell you that watching a nice YouTube video on 2x speed is a lot easier and less painful.
Yes.
Well, most motions to dismiss arguments are painful. Like they're just, I don't even want to sit through them when I'm doing them. This was actually interesting, and I said it to people who were there at the time. I'm like, you saw something that you just don't typically see. You got treated to a very high level legal argument by these guys. And this is just not something that happens on a daily basis. Most motions to dismiss are argued to an empty room, not to a packed room in an overflow courtroom, which I personally had never seen before. So and everybody got to see high level litigation, which is nice. So
it was interesting. And I think personally it was a phenomenal once in a lifetime event, because I think the three of us understand some of these proceedings, which is that a courtroom is not what you see in Law and Order, where it's very fancy and nice and formal. It's usually a office looking thing with a low ceiling and very fluorescent lights. But for this one, it was It actually was, as seen on TV. You show up to the beautiful big SEC building in Brooklyn, and you go up to the 10th floor, and you step outside. And there's a giant American flag waving over the Brooklyn Bridge. And
That's
then
your
you
federal
go.
tax dollars at work, man.
There you go, prime real estate, baby.
Yep.
And you walk into, it's like beautiful marble floors, and you walk into the courtroom, just beautiful maple wood and big room, nice stuff. It's like, wow, this is actually like, this is the real deal. And to have everybody show up for this one, like, if there, we've said it a million times at this point, but if there was one hearing to show up to in person, it was that one.
Yeah, agreed, 100%.
Beats the hell out of traffic court.
Yeah, I think for those who weren't there, the basis, or like basically how the argument was organized, like the best argument by Richard Hart's team, it came down to the chronology that the SEC had set up. The SEC's timeline was wrong, and that's how they organized, it seemed, a lot of their arguments. And that's something that the judge seemed to follow along with. And like, there was a big poster board, that explained, here are the 3 speaking events that the SEC is like, complaining about, that Richard made one statement at each of them, or something like that. And
to get a little deeper on it and tie it into something you guys were talking about earlier, which is that the key part of the jurisdiction argument here is that Richard Hart was targeting the United States. Therefore, because he was targeting the United States therefore has jurisdiction over him, even though he was residing in Finland and does operations out of Finland. But so the reason for the timeline is that they were saying, he specifically did these things. And it's like, no, you're alleging that there was an offering of Hex, Pulse J, and Pulse X. And because he was advertising at those times, that means that he was targeting those things. But
he wasn't advertising, though.
Exactly.
He didn't pay to be at those conferences.
Correct.
And
he didn't pay to be at the conferences. He was asked to be there to receive a Lifetime Achievement Award. And all of those instances do not align with the actual offering dates. Anytime he appeared for one of those things, the offerings for the things were not available or they were over. And they even out of all of the time on screen as well for all those things, they only found like one sentence that out of context without the second half of it even talks about Pulse Chain, which is like a chat room about like a lot of people think that Pulse Chain is going to do very well. Oh.
Yeah, to kind of break it down just a little bit further for people who weren't there, the SEC was alleging that comments that Richard made in the March of 2022 Hex conference somehow influenced investors to purchase Hex during what they're referring to as the offering period, what everybody knows is the adoption amplifier period, which ended in 2020. So we joke about the SEC, the SEC arguing that Richard has a time machine or whatever. But it was pretty clear that, if you do the math and you see the timeline that was presented to the judge on that big giant poster board that they had, that, nothing that Richard said in March 2022 could obviously have an effect on investors who were interested in Hex in 2020. So that's why I've said it before, like I'm struggling to find a legal basis, for that particular claim to continue on, because I don't know how you get there. There's no, no matter how you add those numbers up, that you can't make them work. There's a little bit of a squishy area with respect to the Pulse Chain and Pulse X sacrifices, because there is an argument that they were somehow, even though Richard made it very clear on the website, the sacrifice is over, don't send any more money. It was pretty clear to say, they had start dates, they had end dates. He put it up on the website, don't send anything there. People continue to send stuff. And I think it was a declaration that the SEC got from somebody that said, there was, an unofficial extension. And there was some pushback on that by Richard's team that, that it really wasn't an unofficial extension at all. And my God, if you put in Pulse on, during that 1 month period between March 2022 and April 2022, I don't know what your rate was, but I mean, you're probably, like, it was, what do you get, dollar for dollar, Paul? So I mean, you have to wait for a 10,000x
Well,
to get even.
I mean,
So
I think there's a strong argument to even like back it up further from that and to say when somebody sends, quote unquote, when somebody signs a transaction, which is what you do when you're quote unquote sending crypto, there's transaction finality that occurs, and you're you know broadcasting to the blockchain that you don't own this anymore, and uh, like it's not yours, not your keys, not your coins. And so, from like a very fundamental perspective of just understanding how the blockchain works, it's like, dropping something into the core Dropbox and like you can't get it back out again. It's like it's over,
yeah,
it's done, it's final.
you can put anything in there and you can do it at any time, just like
And
an
and
Ethereum address.
and so when you sign a transaction to quote unquote send to somebody, that means that you have no expectations because you've just proven it with your private key. Like so at a very fundamental basis, I would I would argue that when you're sending coins to an address, quote unquote, right, which you don't actually send them, but basically you're signing this transaction. You're signing something that says that you have no expectations.
For sure. The three of us are all very steeped in the crypto sphere as well. But for folks that are not, this might sound like a foreign concept, which is like you had an offering and people were still kept sending things to you. Therefore, it's like you had the offering open. It's like that's not how blockchain works. And the fact that the judge was actually very receptive, in my opinion, to this argument and understanding what's going on here, I think that was very good news and a good look to show that Judge Carroll in this case actually is very familiar with how this ecosystem and this technology works. So the idea that just because it's on blockchain doesn't mean it was sent at the correct time, the reception of that argument was very good in my opinion, and it gives me hope for the rest of the case.
Yeah, she was very technologically sound in her thinking and in her questioning. It shows that she, you never know what you're going to get. I mean, she's 70 something years old. Not a lot of 70 something year old people are blockchain savvy, but she was obviously well informed and knew how to ask the right questions, and then you can tell from the questions that she asked that she she was driving towards some of the elements in that claim, in the SEC's claims, and the SEC really wasn't giving her a lot of the answers that I think she was looking for, which is a good thing for Richard, obviously. So I was happy with it.
And so I guess if we consider the timeline for Hex and the arguments that were presented, it was my impression that Hex has the greatest likelihood of being dismissed on the basis of jurisdiction, whereas PulseChain and PulseX, maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't. What was your guys' read on that?
I think that's a very fair read. So for the folks at home, this one case includes all three things. It includes Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX. And as the hearing went on, the discussion about the Hex portion actually dropped off significantly, if not altogether, and then it was squarely focused more on PulseChain and PulseX. That was kind of an indication that it appears that there was definitely, or the SEC anyways, and the judge thought there was more meat on the bones for the PulseChain and PulseX argument, and that the Hex stuff was like clearly like well in the past and not an issue here. So that was the interpretation that I got out of it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. The arguments were a little bit separated. I mean, she took the jurisdiction argument first, and then she moved on to the alleged fraud arguments, and that only applied to PulseChain and PulseX and the sacrifice period and things like that. So Hex really wasn't involved in that, because I don't think Hex is named in the 10b5 complaint. I think it's only in the 5A and C, if I remember right. I'm not entirely sure, but the judge has to analyze all three. She has to analyze the elements for a 5A claim, a 5C claim, the 10B5 claim, a 17A claim, 17C claim, and with respect to all of the individual defendants there, or the individual, not defendants, but the individual projects, Hex, Pulse X. So when you multiply those out, it becomes a whole lot of elements that you got to write down and keep track of and decide each one individually, because there could be a somewhat, not an infinite amount of ways this could be decided, but there's a lot more than just saying just flipping a switch and saying yes or no. This case can move forward. So
Definitely. And at the end of the day, when we do finally get the decision on this, it's not going to look like a coin toss theoretically, which is that there's heads or tails and that's it. You can grant, you can deny, or you can do what we talked about earlier, which is it could be partially granted even. So it doesn't have to be all one encompassing thing at this point in time. It's possible that certain things could be denied and certain things could be granted, and it moves to the next stage in that regard as well.
Yeah, you have to look at a good way to look at a motion to dismiss is, somebody files a complaint and, they hand you a tree, and what you do in a motion to dismiss is you try to lop branches off that tree so that you only have to move forward with and argue whatever's left in that complaint. Because if I'm defending 20 different allegations and I can knock that down to 10, I've just done a hell of a big service to my client. There's not going to be any findings like, if she denies the dismissal on the fraud issue, it doesn't mean she finds fraud. It just means that the SEC can move forward and try to prove it. The SEC has a long way to go. And I think when we have new administration, new SEC leadership, I think they're going to have to take a long look at whether or not this is, cases like this one, and specifically this one, meet with the goal of the SEC, and because we know that regulation by enforcement is essentially dead after this election and with this new administration. So is it worth continuing on with the old regulation by enforcement type scenario where everything's Howie and you're screwed if the SEC thinks you're issuing securities? I don't think that's going to be a viable way to analyze these cases moving forward after January 20th. So, we may see a whole bunch of things stayed. I think you'll see a number of them dismissed. As much as I dislike Coinbase, I think that one will get dismissed because I think that one's pretty egregious overall. I would like to see, when it comes right down to it, the reason why the SEC sued Richard Hart is because they were like, hey, this guy's issuing securities, because all the claims are in connection with securities. The fraud that they're arguing is in connection with the issuance of the security. So if you're not going to analyze it, if you're not going to start with the premise that everything is a security, then you have to go from the other direction and say, is this really what we want to, is this the goal of the SEC, is to try to enforce it in this manner? And so I think, we may see, it may take some time because, good Lord, the link I sent you, Zenith, I'll put that link up where, who is it, Morrison Cohen or whatever is tracking.
Morrison Cohen, yep. They have the cryptocurrency litigation and regulation tracker.
This
is 269 pages of everything going on. That's
it's
quite lengthy.
And it's just a short version. It's a kind of a synopsis of what, who versus who and when it got filed and what the claims are. And just like a brief one paragraph of where it's at or what happened to it. So I think I'll post that too, just so people can take a look at it and see where it is. Richard's case is in there, obviously, because it's, one of the ones pending in front of the SEC. But I guess, I'm kind of excited to see what the new administration is going to do. And I think it would make far more sense if we have a crypto czar, the crypto czar comes out and says, this is the policy that our administration wants to adopt with respect to digital assets. And then you can either send that over to Congress and enact legislation, or you can say, hey, SEC, this does not fit with the administration's goals for digital assets, or and I guess we'll see where that goes from there. But
That's true. The new administration, we have a few key players to look out for. Obviously, we have David Sachs, who you're talking about as crypto czar. I've been trying to figure out what the official authority on it is. It seems like it's more of a nebulous position, and it's kind of just an advisory role. But at the same time,
I think it's just going to be an advisory role, I believe. But
there you go. So no actual authority, but has the ability to propose legislation, or at least ideas that could be put into the legislation.
Well, he's going to tell the president what executive orders to issue on day one.
Correct, exactly. The other half of this coin, though, is the SEC, that's going to be, oh gosh, I'm forgetting the name right as I'm trying to say it.
Paul Atkins.
Paul Atkins, thank you. Paul Atkins is actually an interesting character in my personal opinion, because he has served in the SEC for multiple stints, actually, in the late 90s, and then also, I want to say 2002 to 2008, somewhere around there.
It was right around there, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have a fun little tinfoil hat idea, which is like, oh, he was around for the invention of the gold ETFs. Is it a shock he's back for the invention of the Bitcoin ETFs? It's like, that's not neither here nor there. But the main point is that since his time last at the SEC, he's been out doing a lot of stuff with a lot of private crypto groups, and has actually been rather outspoken on it. You can go find multiple podcasts where he talks about crypto and the role in its world and relations to US dollars and stuff. And shoot, even part of that was keep your government out of my crypto. I'm pretty sure that was one of the name of the podcast. But the point being is that he's a person with small L libertarian ideals, although I think he's technically part of the Libertarian Party. I'm going to have to double check that one. But the point is that this is a person who appears to be very pro crypto and has kind of been putting his money where his mouth is, so to speak. And he's stepping into a role to come fix the mess that Gary Gensler has effectively left. And it's not just crypto people that Gary pissed off. If you go and you watch all the C-SPAN videos about every time Gary got in front of Congress, everyone was pissed off at Gary, and they all wanted their pound of flesh. And they even threatened us subpoena the guy, or was it threat? Oh, I can't remember. It was either subpoena, or I think they even threatened trying to hold him in contempt because they requested documents, and it was like 210 days later, and they're like, where's the stuff you owe us?
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there. I'm worried we're going to have Gary Gensler PTSD for a few years, which should not be the case, but hopefully under...
Well, if you look at the new makeup of the SEC, I mean, we have Hester, who's, a very smart person and very, pro crypto, pro innovation, if you will, anti-regulation by enforcement. Same with Mark Ueda. We have Paul Atkins now. And then, Carolyn Crenshaw didn't get reconfirmed by the Senate before they left town. And
very happy about that.
There's 5 commissioners, and the last one is resigning, I think, on right before Trump takes office. So essentially, Trump's going to have, his commissioner, 2 pro crypto, or at least pro innovation, anti-regulation by enforcement commissioners already, and he will get to appoint 2 more. Now, you can't have 5 Republicans on the committee, but you can. They can be independents, they can be Democrats that are pro crypto. There are plenty of pro crypto Democrats out there. Whatever it is going to be a hell of a lot better than what we've had in the last couple of years. So I look forward to a completely new, hopefully get back to the roots of investor protection, SEC.
Definitely.
Let me give you something a little bit juicy here if you're on Team RH. So I just heard last night Charles Hoskinson was doing a space with some of his people, like speaking to his own community, not speaking about Hex, but they are planning to go to a bunch of inauguration events to try to influence crypto policy. So if you're Team RH, or you're a lawyer that works for RH, or somebody like out there who's just listening, David Morales is none of those things except somebody who's out there listening, and he's asking the right question. Who's going to be in Trump's ear? Who's going to be in Sachs's ear, Atkins' ear on the 20th at the inauguration side events that all of the other crypto top 10 people are going to? Like, who's going to be going there to, to try to influence policy? And I'm not saying that I agree that that's how this should go, that that you should have to like play politics. But I mean,
Well, that's the world we live in, right? Yeah, Zenith and I were
Yeah.
talking about this a little bit earlier. Just to very quickly, we need to, when we reach out to people that that are running for office, or we happen to find ourselves in fundraisers. I mean, I don't know how many people in our community have already been to different fundraisers and or talked to people. We need to be able to quickly and effectively, describe what we are hoping for and set some expectations if we help them in their campaign or whatever, so that our
yeah. So
interest.
what's your elevator pitch in that regard?
I haven't come up with it yet, but I would say that by the time the next cycle, the election cycle rolls around, I will absolutely have one. I'll put it out there if everybody wants to help me refine it, because I think it's useful both on whether or not your representative is going to be a Republican or Democrat or independent. We can all, but we have to, as a community, like ask for what we want.
Yeah, because this is like going to be like a very American centric type of administration on crypto. And so, it's already paradoxical that they're saying maybe we'll give tax breaks to cryptos that are founded and created in America, when creating and founding a crypto in America has been illegal according to the SEC up until this point.
Yeah,
So,
there's going to have to be a way to domesticate those, I think.
yeah.
If you want to bring crypto back into the United States, you can't just say everything that's already been created elsewhere has no opportunity. I think you'll have to just find a way to domesticate it, put out a process for it.
I'll try to spitball together what we were talking about earlier as the elevator pitch. If you find yourself at a very opportune moment to speak to some of these people. First off, I think just advocating for good DeFi principles is number one. It doesn't have to be a team sport. You don't have to advocate for a certain coin, but if you can advocate for the true tenets of DeFi, of self-custody, privacy, and the ability to transact how you want, where you want, when you want, that's really about it. If you can protect those, all the projects should be able to adhere to those relatively well and set aside the whole team jersey aspect of it all. Second, in regards to bringing back crypto to the United States, regulatory clarity is going to be needed for that. Like you were talking about, Maddie, if it appears that it's illegal to start crypto in the U.S., don't start crypto in the U.S. unless you really want to go to jail, in which case there's more expedient ways to do that, but this is not legal advice. Regulatory clarity, whether it's the CFTC that's going to govern crypto, whether it's the SEC that's going to govern crypto, or it could be even a third different body that gets popped up, or it gets shuffled into another organization. The point is, just clarity is needed and consistency, because like we talked about, the big issue with Gary Gensler's leadership, it was regulation through enforcement as opposed to clarity. If you keep just whack-a-moling everything, no one's going to know what to do. They're just going to keep ducking and covering. And then finally, when it comes to tax code, I think this is an area that could really attract a lot of investors and keep money in the United States, as opposed to watching it flee outside to better tax jurisdictions like we've been seeing with all the stuff in Dubai and Portugal. I mean, Puerto Rico is technically U.S. territory, but at the same time, it's like, it's not a state, it's not mainland U.S., and there is a difference, but it is still nice if you like that sort of thing. Shout out to all the island people down there. But when it comes to the tax law, there's very simple ways to kind of do the one-to-one comparisons with people in real life. I wish we could just waive away capital gains. Unlikely that's going to happen. So next best thing is maybe we can redo the accounting for it. So instead of having to track every single transaction that you do and do the math and be like, I swapped this coin here for this one and it gained this much against the US dollar here. It's like, what if you just do total in, total out, which is when you go into stables or you go into cash, that is your exit, and you just do the math from your start to your finish, as opposed to everything along the way. Or theoretically, if you want to do another real world example that people already know, the good old 1031 exchange from real estate. The idea is that if you keep money or value in the same asset class or vehicle of investment, then, well, you could probably get some tax breaks on it. So theoretically, if you're just swapping crypto for non-stable coin crypto for other non-stable coin crypto, if you don't have to be taxed on that and just call it a 1031 exchange, makes sense. And it's easy to convey to non-crypto people because they already understand it.
So I'll give you my elevator pitch that I would give to a politician at a cocktail party, where I would run into them for hopefully 5 seconds, right? I would say Hex is a better Bitcoin. Richard Hart is Steve Jobs. And we need him to come back because you want Steve Jobs to come back and do what he did at Apple. You want Richard Hart to come back and do that for America.
I like it. I like it.
That makes sense.
Short, sweet, to the point.
Let's hear from Nuclear Herbs in our last 8 minutes here, like what you've found out about the Finland situation.
Yeah, this has been a rabbit hole I wasn't expecting to be down. My God, yeah. So like
Some
to
real
tee it up,
journalism is what you did.
yeah, to tee it up, there's a whole bunch of articles that came out since September about Richard's, Finland wanting, hundreds of millions of euros in taxes from him. There was an alleged assault that occurred back in 2021. So, I started seeing articles as things went on, and then we had the red notice at the end of December or whatever it was. So, I am naturally curious, and I wanted to find out like where this all came from. So the same, like I started I'm used to basically walking into a courthouse and grabbing documents and leaving, and then I can read everything that goes on, and I'm happy. Right. This is our system, for better or for worse. I'm used to it and I like it. I like that portion of our system. It's very transparent and very open. I've been in, emailing back and forth between the Helsinki court clerk, who has now decided to just completely ignore me. But I don't know if it's a language barrier thing or not. But there were questions about like, what was I going to do with this personal information? I'm like, I don't want personal information. I want public information. Just give me the public information. In fact, you can redact the names. I don't give a shit. Like, just give me the the meat that says, we think that, person X, owes this because, of this reason. I'm like, okay, I can handle that. Just, whatever. And it's been so difficult to try to get any court documents out of Finland. It's insane. So I went to the detective that's being quoted in every one of these articles, and asked him directly. And he told me straight out, and I posted it the other day, that there are no public documents with respect to either one of these cases. And I'm like, how does this even exist? So basically what we have now is we have one detective being interviewed, telling people what's going on, and everybody is writing an article. And then the second journalist, cites the first article as truth. The third, journalist cites the second article as truth. And so now we have, but if you distill it all down, it's literally the word of one guy in Finland who's decided what everybody should know about these cases. And that's been problematic for me. And so I know that people are going out of their way to try to obtain more information, just so that we can find out what the actual facts of this are. Because this is the worst part is everybody just speculating and running around with their head, saying stuff and without knowing what they're actually talking about. And I try to get to the source documents. No journalist that has responded to me so far has actually seen a single document. They've just, either seen somebody else's article or talked to the detective. So very frustrating to me.
I mean, is it that they're saying that because the state or the government is like a party to the case, that like that's why they don't have to have a public document, or what?
Yeah, I don't understand how that works over there in Finland. I mean, but the state is a party to every criminal case in the United States. Right? So, like, again, I can just walk in and get the documents. This has never been a problem for me here. So right. I'm sure there's a way to obtain more information. I just can't express it, because my, even if I took Duolingo from now until, till the end of 2025, I still wouldn't be able to speak enough Finnish. I don't even understand that language. There's dots everywhere, random stuff, like consonants, like all in a row. I don't even understand how that language exists. It's very difficult to, to get my head around.
When it comes to some of the intricacies of this case with Finland, one of the things that I'm looking into here, and I fully understand going into it, is that this is not going to be a one-to-one comparison with United States law and or procedure.
Correct.
Finland is part of the EU, and they're their own sovereign country. They have their own procedures for everything, so it's not going to be a direct one-to-one comparison as much as we would like it to be. So there is going to be some nuance and some trying to figure out how the heck do they do that over there.
And what gives you guys any confidence that you might have about like justice being served or like Richard winning the Finland situation?
Well, the SEC gave Richard a built-in defense to owing a bunch of taxes. I mean, the SEC is like, hey, that ain't your money. That's money that belongs to that sacrifice money belongs to the project. So if it's not his money, like, what's Finland's argument that he owes taxes on it? So the SEC is really helping Richard out on this whole thing in some kind of weird backhanded way that they didn't intend whatsoever.
Yeah, that's definitely an oddity.
Yeah, like, from July last year, or from July of 2023, when Richard's case was filed, the SEC case was filed against Richard, until January, think about everybody in the community, everybody worldwide, not even outside of our community, was like, oh, Richard's running from the SEC. He's running. He's not going to show up. He's going to hide under a tree in Costa Rica, or whatever the case was. And then all that time he was building, a kill team, right? Of legal experts. Really, that's what they are. So to assume that he's not doing exactly the same thing right now is just silly. I mean, he's going to do the same thing he did before. We're going to find out about it at some point when he decides to tell us, or when some of that information goes public. But we're going to find out that he did exactly the same thing. He's got some legal SEAL team over in the EU, making things happen behind the scenes. By the time we knew about, Richard's team against the SEC, they had already been engaged in a whole bunch of conversations, as was obvious by their first letter that they filed with the court, right? There are things that happen behind the scenes all the time that you and I are never going to know about unless somebody tells us. So do I have a lot of confidence that Richard is going to be obtaining, or has obtained, solid legal representation on these issues? Of course. Like, that's his style. Beautiful. That's what he does. So
excellent. Well, I can't thank you guys enough for being on here. We've got our next panel loaded up here. Can you guys tell people where to find more of your content if they have more questions or want to follow along with your commentary?
Mine's easy. The only place you're ever going to find me is on X at Nuclear Herbs. That's it.
Awesome.
Folks, you can find me on Instagram and Twitter at ZenithDI, and I'm also part of the DGen Roundtable, so you can go check out the YouTube channel over there, or a Telegram group. And I'm also launching a new project with some of the boys over there called Walk the Block, Navigating Digital Finance, a new show designed to extend outreach and be interesting enough for all the deep hexkins, but also beginner-oriented as well, so even grandma can watch it and get something out of it.
I don't understand how you people have all this time. I really don't. Like you, Maddie.
No,
I don't get
the bags under the eyes. They're permanent at this point.
But congrats. Good luck with that.
Much appreciated.
Thanks again to you guys for covering this. And I know that the community really appreciates it. And we're lucky to have you guys. So thanks for that. And
thank you, Maddie.
We're going to have like a 30-second music interlude, and then we'll have the next group on screen.
Awesome. Thanks, appreciate it. Thanks for having me on, Maddie.
Yep.
Sacrificing all this bread like I'm Richard Hart. Got paid on big payday and I had a hairy start. Now I'm checking on my pulse just to check my heart. Checking my MetaMask moving. Look at the hex, he is mooning. Looking at why they be choosing. Peter is why they be losing. Pull chains out, now get me a check. He's gas up and it got me a mess. Remember the times he died collect. Hex had me eating, I'm dying in the best. Getting this back like a year ago. Getting this post, I ain't letting go. Swerving the ring like a Lambo. Getting this back like a year ago. Getting this post, I ain't letting go. Swerving the ring like a Lambo.
Sup, y'all?
Hey.
Hey guys.
I'm excited to have this panel together. You're all great speakers and true individuals to the Hex cause. So yeah, really excited to let you guys take it away for the next hour.
Woohoo!
Thanks, Maddie.
Thanks, Maddie.
Thanks.
Appreciate it, Maddie.
Wow. So here we are.
So we meet again.
How's everybody doing out there? We got 200 people watching live on the YouTube, another 600 on Twitter right now. Smash the likes, all that good stuff.
Thank you, DJ. Thank you for that intro. It's fire. Glad
my-
to be here.
my
Glad to be saying what's up with y'all. I think I've been on stream with both y'all guys, but yeah, go for it. You got a whole.
I want to start something off with at the beginning of our little segment. I think it's kind of important, but I feel like I don't hear enough people talking about it, all over X and stuff. And that's about the way we exit. Like in the next year, we're all expecting raging markets, right? And we're all in the next year kind of looking to exit the market back into dollars, more or less. I wish we didn't have to go back to dollars. I wish we could just keep the native coins and just like use those for goods and services, but that's not the world we live in. And we got to get dollars. It sucks, but we got to get it. But the problem is that when we sell, we murder the charts. And so one of the ways that we can exit without murdering the charts is loan protocols. And there's a whole bunch of them. I think in the future, any coin worth its salt is going to have its own dedicated loan protocol. Like, I just think that's going to become the norm in the future. And I just think it's a better way of exiting, because you give your coins like Hex or PulseX as collateral, and you take out a loan, and then you could take out 90% of that loan. You got to keep 10% behind, and then you can use those stable coins, to do whatever. You can trade them into other stable coins and send them back to your bank account. And also I think the great things about using the loan protocol is that because you're not selling your coins, you're taking a loan. If you sell, let's say, a 1000x, you just cucked yourself, and now you can't get the benefit of a 10,000x. But if you use the loan protocol at a 1000x and it goes up to a 10,000x, well, guess what? You can pull out more stable coins with that loan. And so, and the best thing about it is that it doesn't murder the chart. So,
Well, unless a whole bunch of liquidations happen, then the chart can suffer from that. But I mean, you're right. You're totally right about a lot of that. I agree with that.
That's not necessarily a bad thing.
No, it's not.
Liquidations almost act like a stop loss. If you take your loan out,
for sure.
Level,
for sure. But if everybody does that, then the chart's still going to suffer, at some point in time, But it's okay. I don't think that the loan protocols are a bad thing. I mean, they're successful on Ethereum and other chains, and here even for a reason. They do work. Yeah. And I don't think anyone's talking about them right now, just because at the moment we're not in the let's take out a whole bunch of gains zone yet.
No one's really selling right now.
It's just a timing thing. It's a timing thing. I don't think that I appreciate you for being a forward thinker.
Forward thinking, exactly.
I just want to put that out there.
Sentiments.
We got to be good shepherds of the currency.
Yes.
And by just selling back in the dollars, I feel like that just hurts it for everybody. And also another cool thing about the loan protocol is that when you take out a loan, you're actually just making the coins more scarce. So
yeah, it's a lockup form kind of in some regards. Yeah, for sure.
So
Riz,
I look at that out there.
Riz, when to piggyback off of that, when I hosted just a network or a connecting pulse chain event in Austin here, And one of the main topics, the hottest topic that we all sat down, was really talking about exiting and talking about difference between LP providing versus loan protocols. And so it was really nice of just like humans coming together, being like some other people who had done that, positively encouraging and helping build confidence for others who haven't.
Yes, that's helpful. I mean, like, and playing around with this stuff and feeling comfortable with what you're doing when that time comes is also something I think is important too, because there's like you're dealing with a lot of emotions when you're at tops and bottoms, and parsing through those and making competent decisions is super difficult. And just there's just a big red button and a big green button that you just want to hit, one way or another. And there's just more effective ways of dealing with things. The X is known for its insane wicks. So if you know how to put in limit orders, there's and are patient, there's tons of ways to profit on both sides from that. So patience is again key in all that, and being comfortable with what you're doing. So I think hosting an event like that is super awesome. It's like you get like demo of actually doing some of that in your hands and like right in front of you is super. It's like empowering. Oh hey, this is somebody who's willing to explain the differences and why. Is in person. It's pretty kick-ass.
Yes, Whitney, you should share more about these events. Like we've all seen the pictures on X. It's a bunch of women in like a very cozy atmosphere and barefoot and then drinking tea, and then you're getting to crypto. Or like how does this, it seems a very safe for women kind of a thing, but and it's also very important because we need more women in cryptocurrency. Look at all us guys infighting on
these
Twitter.
are all those are all things that I would have never thought of. So yeah.
No, for real. But if there would be more women in crypto, I think it wouldn't be as bad sometimes with the community back and forth.
Yeah,
you guys are more level-headed.
yeah, and there's a lot of like unsubscribing to the drama that I think a lot of women do, but it's been such a fun experience for me over the past year and a half of just onboarding. And if anyone doesn't know what I do, I have a community called Queen of Millions, and it's really around financial empowerment, wealth building, and the vehicle being crypto right now. So it's really a space where like women get to shift their relationship to money and finally feel excited, empowered, which is like a space that like, I don't know how you guys have felt around money in the past, but like for a lot of women who are coming to me, they're like, this feels exciting for the first time ever because like there's exponential wealth. We're aligned to the future. Wow, we can understand how change works. And so anyways, the whole barefoot tea sipping, like I've spoken at a lot of conferences. I've hosted different events like in my living room and other people's living rooms, just bringing a lot of women together to educate them and let them know like, hey, the bull market's a thing. Crypto market cycles are there. Like you can take risks on the spectrum and diversify. And that whole relationship has really transformed a lot of things within different women's worlds. And I'm just over the moon that I get to lead this.
Nice.
It's awesome. I'm super all about unsubscribing from the drama. That's a kick-ass term. I'm gonna file that one away.
I think all you guys have thick enough skin for plenty of the drama now.
Oh, for sure. Some part of me, and some part of me feeds on it, but no, there's. But I also think that unsubscribing from it is a good mess. I mean, like it's a great message for anybody who's trying to take this as like a level-headed, financial investment, and not just like some schoolyard shit slinging kind of place, which it becomes that pretty fast with all sorts of shit. So I appreciate you taking that approach. It's probably the right way to do it.
Yeah, but we need these in-person situations for meetups. For it's one, onboarding new people is one, but also the people who are already in Hex and in Postchain, to retain those, keep them excited. That's why still I'm always supporting events like this year with the online conference, also the in-person ones. I DJ'd in the past at many of these. That's like my thing. I'm the community DJ because I had a bit of a professional club DJ career back in the 90s. Like today I have a regular day job and I'm doing something completely different, but I still got the skills from those years, and I'm bringing that as an asset
Yeah,
to the community. And I've
I mean, you've
DJed
been
the event in London and Las Vegas, and just last year in Budapest. That was
awesome.
that wasn't even a conference; it was just a community get together, and a meetup of Hexicans in Eastern Europe mostly, but also a bunch of people from the UK came over. And I feel it's just very important, because when you meet somebody face to face instead of all this Twitter fingers talk online, it just adds a certain energy, a certain vibe to it all. So I think it's just very important. So I really appreciate what you do with the ladies, and also Big K with the events that you're running, right? In Puerto Rico.
Yeah, well, we just did our first one recently, and it was pretty
Yeah.
successful. Like, I mean, for what you were talking about, as far as community reinforcement as well as some outreach. I mean, I was speaking with y'all backstage. We had several folks that came out from the traditional crypto communities and had lots of great things to say about our event, and we're super impressed. And it was mind changing. They were like, I would have never interacted with these Hexicans before, and they're glad that they came out and enjoyed themselves, and that was, and that was hopefully the first of several. I think that they were talking about moving the blockchain week that they did in November up this year to like March time, February or March or something like that. And if they do, then we'll hopefully do another event and ideally have some people come out and have some more time, because I put that all together pretty quick. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun to have those kinds of events. We did something for Nashville for the Bitcoin conference this year. We had a booth out there, and it was a nice community hangout spot, as well as we got lots of interactions from all sorts of other community members. Your Max Kaisers and Eric Walls stopped by to have some things to say, which is also like tons of fun and all of it all too. And I think that
Max
that's
Kaiser
important.
came to the booth.
He stopped by the booth. He wouldn't take a picture with my cardboard cutout Richard that I had. He was like, they'll murder me. They can't. They'll put me up against the wall. I was like,
Oh
dude,
my
That's
god.
a good impression.
It's okay.
Yeah,
We'll just use some AI and crop them into it.
Yeah,
I've done community meetups as well.
Tell us
Yeah.
more.
Cryptomatic.
I thought you're just working on your car.
Nope. No, so I've done a couple here in Southern California,
Yes.
but basically mine were just real easy. I invited people to a brewery. I said, hey, I'm having a Hex meetup at this brewery. Show up or don't. And typically I've gotten like about 24 people to show up, almost like 20 people each time.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's
it's
sweet.
great. So we just, we all chill out at the brewery. Everyone buys their own beer, and we just sit around and talk. And we, just ask each other, "Hey, man, when do you think it's going to go up?" I don't know, man. When do you think it's going to go up?
I love this competition for who's hosting more in-person
Yes.
events.
Oh, yeah, no, it's great. It's impressive. I mean, this is an awesome panel of people doing cool stuff like that. And I mean, I champion all that. It's fun for me. I really like it, but it does take some, I appreciate Maddie doing, it takes a lot of planning to put this together. Whenever you're planning a bunch of people being in places for whatever reason, it's, logistics are tough. So yeah, but it is super, fulfilling to be a part of. I've really enjoyed, as somebody who's done this for a long time. Like I used to do music festivals and events all over the place, and I used to do artist relations and hospitality and stuff. And as much as I love doing all that stuff, I've really enjoyed that version of event planning in the Hex community a lot. Like it's really fun to be a part of any kind of community building situation. So I appreciate what y'all are doing a ton.
Once we get the first 1 million people onboarded into Pulse Chain, it's all over from there. It's just going to be a snowball effect. We're just going to get more and more every single year.
What number are we at?
I don't know. People say like 100,000, a couple 100,000.
Yeah, it should be
I'd
like
be
between 100 and
surprised.
200.
I'd be surprised if we have over 50,000 people, like actual.
I mean, I'd say
members.
I'd say that's probably. I mean, there's a stark distinction between like somebody that bought and is holding and somebody who's like, I'd say maybe 100,000 people that bought and are holding some coin, but like active users that have sent or received a transaction on Pulse in the past, like, I don't know, month or so. I'd say you're probably right, close to 50,000, some odd like that, which is still pretty small overall. I mean, it's
Oh,
really not
it's
that big.
incredibly
It's really not
small.
that big. Yeah.
I mean, there's so many people out there, you know, 350 million Americans alone. This
Yeah, I
is
mean,
a
there's
global
people,
phenomenon.
there's 100 million people plus that are on Coinbase or Crypto.com apps, whatever. And so like, there's plenty of places for people to find us, and we're in some of the top. We have great metrics for chain usage. So like, it's right on the cusp, man. It feels very close, very close. Um, So it's nice. It's cool. Like, what did Richard say in the movie? I believe the primary vehicle in which whether you're gonna get rich or not in speculation is how many people know about this now versus how many people will know about it in the future. It's like basically it, So uh, I think that a lot of people have, like, most. I mean, that was what I figured out when I was doing the events just recently here in Puerto Rico, is that like we talked to all the different promoters of the 3 different conferences that were going on, and these are people promoting blockchain events and like a very little like even awareness of pulse chain, period. And they're throwing the event, so there's in general it's a lot about, like, none of them were like, oh, screw you guys, they're all very accommodating, they're super super happy to take our cash, and I think that they're mostly like interested and wanted to know more. So I think that we do have a lot of inroads that we can make as far as outreach goes, and before people just immediately think that everybody just hates us. I don't think that's exactly the case.
So I found for no coiners, obviously no coiners don't have context.
Mm-hmm.
So, and like, this is where for the women, for me, it's been super easy. And honestly, there's a huge, like, I'm like, have a lot of spiritual views. And also I find the spiritual women who are spiritually tuned in, they feel a very strong pull to pulse chain. Like, I'll break down my whole like value add of why I love our space and all. And then I'll even push back being like, hey, don't be too irresponsibly invested in this stuff. And they're like, no, but I want in. And so there is something about like even the frequency of what has been created. And I think this is really going back to like the foundations of values and intentions that Pulse Chain and Hex has been created with. A lot that Richard has infused in, but it's also rippled out far beyond the community, into the community, and beyond everything as well. So there very much is this draw that a lot of the women in my world feel very excited about Pulse Chain. Yes, of course, we have our own price initiations that they have to go through, but at the same time, they're like, we want to come and we want to learn and we want to understand more about this space. And also, like, let's try to understand some of this drama. Let's even understand how, like, Richard is a disruptor and why all the decentralization and such like that. So for anyone who does feel like Hex or Pulse Chain is a little far reach, I even think if you can break certain things down in terms of what Pulse Chain is fundamentally, and also the value add that we have of being such a disruptor to the space, a lot of people from the outside, especially who are like fed up with the systems, they're like, wait, I get to be early. Like, this gets to be early to the system, kind of like what Bitcoin would have been back a decade ago. Oh, sign me up for some of these things.
1,000%. I love that. And I think that like that what you said, was really ripples from some of the early stuff. Somebody even said it on the conference a couple of days ago, that one of the I remember very clearly when somebody said to Richard, "Hey, thanks for making crypto fun again," and like it really, and he was like, "Man, that was not my intention at all," but cool, and I felt that because I've been in crypto for a long time, and it felt like a grind at that point in time. It wasn't even that long. It was from 2016 to 2019 at that point, 2020, when somebody said that, and I felt like it was a grind at that point up until Hex came along. And now it's been 5 years since then, and I still am here enjoying myself, and don't feel like it's a grind at all yet. I'm enjoying, like, glad to be a part of the community. So like, yeah, whatever it is that's made it super fun. I'm glad other people can feel that, and it's cool that ladies are getting that.
What was the shift for you where it didn't feel like a grind?
I mean, Hex. I mean, obviously, like the 2020, 2021 appreciate, like, it was a weird feeling in general, just because the whole world was having its issues, whereas we were not. Like, I'm locked in my garage, live streaming to a few people about Hex. Well, with the price charts going to insane, it's just madness. So, like, that was all fun. Even some of the, like the the resistance that we got from other communities, like fighting against that, like insulating ourselves as a community, was also, I mean, I would have loved to just been accepted with open arms, but that also was fun, and had a element of that, like what you talked about, feeling like you're early to something that's important in crypto. So all that, like, the struggles and the things that seemed difficult also was, like I said, pretty self-insulating and really fun in the end of it all. I really enjoyed it. I mean, and I enjoy being, like, part of it was also, I think, becoming a live streamer too. I think that was like a big shift for me personally, is that, like, we made a bunch, and when Hex went up a whole bunch, I mean, before that I was enjoying myself just as like a community builder, talking with y'all, doing our thing, so that's probably the biggest shift for
It
me.
was during the pandemic times, right? Which was like a curse for the world, but a blessing for us, because we had this free time and could really, like, stream and bond together as a community. So
that's the reason why I did. I would have probably still been doing festival things, and, like, like, all that disappeared as soon as that happened. So, like, I wasn't going to be a social person wherever I usually was, so I had to, like, make it for myself, find it. And I saw like, Hexologist and Dollar Cost, a few other, like, cats enjoying themselves on stream, and I was like, nah, turn on this camera, get this rolling.
And live, if anyone hasn't live streamed before, it's a little nerve wracking at first, but once you, like, kind of get into it, it's actually kind of fun. And if anyone out there, wants to live stream, but they're like, I don't know if I should, and you want to live stream, especially about Hex and the RH coins, do it. Start, get your voice out there. Everyone has a voice. There's a lot of people that don't like me and think I'm kind of retarded, but I get a lot of messages saying, "Hey, Briz, I really love seeing you on stream, and that was great what you said." And so don't like worry about it. Just start doing it. It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a call to action. We need more streamers, or it doesn't even have to be necessarily about crypto, and it's still working. It's reaching other audiences, like whatever you're into. If you're into wood carpenting, or if you find a way to stream about that but have the Hex logo somewhere there in the background, kind of like my DJ shows on Twitch. It's all music, it's just a mix show, but it's all logoed out with the community
That's
symbolism. Awesome. So and I have these repeated chat messages automatic in the chat, and when you listen to like an hour of DJ set, and every 10 minutes you get to read something in the chat about Hex and Pulse Chain, like, eventually you're curious and you're gonna click on it. So you don't have to be this crypto professional. Like, we need even more so branch out into other niche communities, and if there is a hobby there or something that you're into, find a way to stream about it. Or on TikTok, even TikTok is still low-hanging fruit. I think we have like Super Hex and El Hexidente. I think they are riding the flag on the TikTok side of things, but that's just 2 or 3 guys. So we need more.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I got a question for you guys. Nuclear Herbs was just on before us.
Yes.
So I got a question, and that question is basically, do you want to see the RH case get dismissed, or do you want to see it to go forward and him to fight and win?
Ooh, good question.
I mean, do you want which side of me do you want talking?
Over with sooner, or do you want him to maybe drag it on but just decimate the legal system?
Well, again, it depends. I gotta put on two different hats for that one. Like I got like this one hat that's like a bag holder. And as a bag holder, I'm like, yo, let's get this shit done so we can like be a part of this bull run real quick. That'd be real tight. So that's my one side, super bag holdy. He's He's pretty selfish. But the other side of me, that's like some in previous lives that believed in all the tenets of freedom and decentralization and having some sort of quality of privacy to our existence. That side of me wants to see like actual justice be served properly, and for there to be some like clearing of like this is some him to fight it, him to win, him to like actually like there to be something there to fight to win and like and come out ahead. And if it takes longer, then that's what needed to happen, and for that to actually matter in the end, for there to be a reason why, for not everybody to just use somebody's private database basically that they call a cryptocurrency, and actually appreciate and need decentralized systems. So like all that takes for that all that to be reality, for the need for it to be there, for Richard to fight it, all that sounds like some pain. It sounds like there's going to be some struggles for Hexicans. It sounds like there'd be some struggles for people in general markets or general other crypto communities. Like there would have to be, and I as like the lovey hippie guy that I am, don't want to see pain for anybody. I want us all to like win together, like tomorrow, or yesterday even if possible. But like so we can't do that, so like if that's what's in the cards, so be it. But for the bag holder, I mean, really like this case to get dismissed.
All right. So left click, right click, dismiss or keep fighting.
Dismiss. I just think that the case was. I mean, we all know it's a crypto witch hunt within the SEC, and so I think part of the whole shifting of powers and out with whatever his face is, Gary Gensler. It's showing like there wasn't really a case that was worth to be fighting. So it's like, what is there really to fight? Sure, there's always things that we can be right with, but at the end of the day, I'm like, let's just get the show on the road and let's just dismiss this and keep on rolling. We have adoption to be made here.
Yeah, I totally hear that.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm with the two hats that BK just said. It's like in my company, we have a saying, never take it to court. So you want to be out there as quick as possible. And if possible, not even in it, try to settle some way before it even goes there. That's like, and I'm kind of like that too. Let's just get on with it because we've got work to do here. At the same time, I totally understand the argument of let's fight this all the way, even take it 2 or 3 years, because if we get a proper settlement, then they cannot come back and do the shilling effect again in 2 years' time, which could happen if it's a quick dismissal. Then, next year it's something else. And if we fight it for once all the way, also set a precedent for the whole crypto space, possibly with the launch of Pulse Chain and whatever's being discussed there. That would be some glory for Richard. That he's after the glory, right? So I can see both sides.
I think Hex Monkey in the chat kind of summed up how I'd want it to go. He says, I want a dismissal, then RH countersues the bastards. So I think that would be the best of both worlds. Just quick dismissal, and then he just goes back after them. He's like, I don't think so. You're stuck in here with me.
Yeah, that would be good. I'll take that. The dismissal would be fantastic. I mean, yeah, we can sit in court forever for all sorts of dumb reasons, and then the only thing that gets rich is a bunch of lawyers, So
Right.
that sucks.
That too.
So, I mean, for everybody but Quinn Emanuel, but get that, they're gonna make plenty. So the sooner the better. Next, what's next on your list, Chris? You got anything else for us? I got another question.
Chris, we need your cheat sheet.
It feels like we're sitting around like a family table, and like Briz is like the dad, being like, "Come on, fill us in. How's your day been?"
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that we could talk about is I made a tweet not too long ago. Actually, I made two different tweets I want to talk about. Um, the first one is that I made it on January 6th, and it's a video from Hex Edit, and it's a video about Richard Hart. And I encourage everyone to go to my Twitter. It's at Versology, and just go
Shameless
check
plug.
out that video on January 6th. It has the music of I can't even remember what the name of the song is. Radiohead, Creep from Radiohead, with the choir behind it. Did any of you guys get to see that video? It got a lot of likes.
But, oh man, nice. Yes.
You guys didn't get to see it? Oh man,
Yes.
it's so good. I encourage everyone to go check it out. It's a really great video. It's all about Richard, and
I
so,
mean, I also would like to show a funny meme if we're here doing that. There's been Hex Famous on Twitter just put out a Motown Richard classic. It's pretty fantastic tune. If it's I will bet all my dollars that it's AI. But golly, is AI great? It's pretty incredible. It's an instant Motown classic.
Nice.
So by all means, go take a look at that. It's another. It got me through the day today.
nice.
Two and a half minutes of greatness. So anyway,
Another thing I tweeted about was ways I make passive income on the Pulse chain. And I thought that was kind of interesting because, I mean, that's what I think we really need to get out there to, like, the newbies and the people that are just looking for something to get them out of the dollar. And the ways that I like to make passive income on.
you can stay in the dollar too. I make a lot of I like the passive income methods of just holding on to stable. There's good stable, yield too.
I want to call it good yield, but
I
What
mean,
about
it's not.
staking Hex?
Staking Hex is great.
First one I
Staking
got
Hex is the
is
best.
staking Hex.
No, this is the Hex conference.
Yeah, I stake
I
Hex.
say there's plenty of yield stuff out there, but that is what we were talking about. Is I think that it's actually surprising that to showcase Hex's staking components greatness. If you look at the three biggest loan protocols that are on Pulse Chain right now, Loan, Earn, and Flex, the Hex based one actually has the lowest amount of traffic and volume, like total value locked up. Probably because so many people are staking their Hex, whereas you don't have that option with Pulse Chain.
It's true, huh?
Mm-hmm. I mean, although there is new liquid staking derivatives that you can get into for Pulse Chain. That's interesting, but that's not what we're here. I get it. Thank you, DJ, for keeping us honest. It's not what we're here for. We talk
I just
about a lot of
looked
things.
up how much
Well, Flex is Hex
locked
based,
up
at
on
least.
Yeah,
Flex.
Flex is hex based, which is like I said. I mean, by the numbers, it makes sense that it would be the least used, considering that it's still pretty valid to stake your hex.
There's over 521 million Hex locked up on Flex.
That's a lot. That's a
Not
lot.
too bad,
That's a lot, yeah.
$500 million. Another way I like to earn passive income on Pulse Chain is Vouch just launched.
Mm-hmm.
That was what I was just about to say.
from
Liquid staking.
Jexa.
Mhm.
And dude, I've been using it for a couple weeks now, and it's fantastic. It's single-sided staking your PLS.
It's
And lately I've been getting between 7 and 8% APR, and there's literally no downside.
It's smart contract risk, but you're
Other
basically
than smart
just.
contract risk, yeah.
But other than that, no, it's neat. I mean, it's all. I mean, it's necessary. It's necessary.
Yeah.
One of the coolest, neatest things going on like that has been going on Ethereum for a minute now has been like this is just accounting tricks really, but it's the staking derivatives that they have where you can have like a part of your Ethereum that's for that has like you're getting the yield from the stake, and part of it that represents the stake. Like that's a kind of neat thing. And so like having these kind of options starting to port over to Pulse Chain is good because I think that those are necessary and
Yeah. I'm a day
useful.
one hexagon, and I'm more into this than like almost anybody. But quite frankly, I don't want to run my own validators. And it's just kind of like, I don't know, it's just like it just seems like a lot of extra work. I'd
There
rather
you go. See, that's what
I'd
I'm
rather
saying,
just
man.
do the hex approach where you just push a couple buttons and it makes, more of
I mean,
itself.
I
So
mean,
that's why
Hex.
I really like Vouch.
It's also you
The,
need to
the,
have like a reliable internet connection, like really
Yeah.
reliable. Otherwise, you get slashed and lose coins, and like I know how often it cuts out at my house, so that's like a real concern. Where I really appreciate a protocol like that, where you don't run the hardware yourself. Basically, you rent it
Another
in, and you can do it all online.
another thing I wanted to mention are the PulseX farms, where you can add a liquidity pair and you stake it into the farms, and you can earn some passive income generating ink, and then you can use that ink to get more of the coins that you wish to get. And if you use the ink to buy back the coins that you're used to farm, eventually there won't be any um, uh, a permanent loss if you buy back all the coins with the ink. Right? There you go.
Carefully. Yeah, you got to make sure to do that and do that regularly and ideally at the right time, right timing.
The only issue is that
there's a
like
couple asterisks on that there,
yeah, the
But
only
no,
issue
that's
with
that is
that is like a
that just
50% APR farm is still going to take 2 years to get back all of 100% of your coins, right? So it's just going to take a little while, but after that time period, hey, it's a free farm in my opinion.
yeah.
And then the last thing I'll say about earning passive income is I like to use Time, the internet money wallet. They have the Time dividend, and just by holding that, it earns you fees in PLS. And so I've been using that, and I think that's really great too. So, but those are some of the ways I like to earn passive income on the Pulse chain, and I know there's like 100 other things too, but I'm not going to mention them.
What are you
Um,
all most excited about? I mean, this is a blend of Hex and Pulse Chain, but are there any like innovations or any protocols that you guys are most excited about on Pulse Chain?
I just like the stablecoin protocols, the loan protocols.
Mhm.
Those are my. I'm just most excited about those. I really hope they keep working out. Like I'd just be afraid to take out like $20 million in one of these loan protocols, and then all of a sudden the stable coin goes to like a penny or something.
yeah, you got to be. I mean, that's the thing is that like all that there's a lot of caveats and all of that too, because
Yeah,
like if you're a high net worth individual, then you're trying to do any of that, then like there's going to be you can only do so much as how much there is liquidity if you're trying to change out into something else too, so like there's going to be some slopage involved, and there's but they are cool, they're neat and really really interesting pieces of it all. If I'm picking something that I'm like excited that is here that like of something new, it's I just fucking lost the name of it. It's the new it's the reporter thing, it's the oracle
Signal.
Sigmund, there you go. Signum, there you go. Yeah, neat. We needed that. We need an oracle. It needs to be
What's it
there.
called? Schmegma.
Schmegma, no. I think whatever you said, the signal. I
Signal.
sent a tab some here. Yeah, Signum. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so that's cool. I mean, I like new tools and toys out. I saw that Morales added us to their dev features.
Yeah, that
Uh,
is interesting.
that's pretty cool. Um,
Does that mean we're going to get new chart websites or something?
I know. I think that they're like it's more like developer training stuff that geared with Pulse Chain. So like, no,
Okay.
we're gonna get more Jeet devs that don't know what they're doing to launch crazy dumb coins in our stuff. No,
more
I'm just
tokens.
kidding. I mean, hopefully it brings some developers some awareness and like a whole like toolbox to be able to use what's already built there in a quick and easy way. So that's cool.
Can you remind me what, and anyone else who doesn't know, what is Morales?
Morales is Ivan on Tech's like his like dev
API.
API and they're like research like they kind of like his they what do they call them like
It's like a
incubator
think
for all that
tank.
kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's like a
Yeah, so
developer's
they have
platform.
so they have APIs and stuff, but then they also do teach developer stuff as well in it as well. So there's so if they're featuring Pulse for tutorials and stuff, that's pretty cool.
Sweet.
That is
like
cool.
that.
Builders build. Come on, come
Mhm.
over here.
Yeah.
Build it,
Yeah.
and the investors.
But no, I mean, like it's all like again, it's invest responsibly and all that stuff. I don't think like I mean we're here talking about Hex for a reason because I will say that at the end of the day, if I had to put all of this fun, like I love to fuck around with some silly stuff, pardon my French, but I like to dabble in all the shit coineries that are out there, and I don't recommend that for most people, and I like I'd say be careful. I think like I've done the best investing I've done has been in things that I'm pretty concretely like believed in and believed in for a long time and stuck with it. And Hex being, the main one, so like I think that like all this stuff is fun to know about. And if you are like a developer, then like that's cool to know that there's a lot of awesome tools out there. But I'm also like, you want to, we're already in a super risky, area of investing. And I think that like none of these other things that we're talking about are going to do super well if the core assets of, in this chain don't do well, so like, I think that you're, in a much safer place investing in Hex and core assets. But it's awesome to see all the tools. All this other stuff needs to be there, and it's impressive to see how much of it's been built in a year and a half's time.
But that's the thing, right? It's too early to tell in a way, because I'm around here since the first days, and I can really say Hex is the only thing that has really performed for me and has done something for me. Everything else, every other coin, every other project that launched around us has not done well. So maybe once, because we're being held back up with Pulse Chain by these legal kerfuffles, so maybe once all of that is out of the way and in the clear, and then like I want to see a 9-inch have a great chart, and I want to see liquid loans being used as heavy as it could, and we have not seen any of this yet. So that's why it's difficult to really recommend some of these things, and really Hex is the only one with a proven
yeah. And even from what we had
that's-
talked about just on that, just what was on our last panel, I mean, I think that like as far as legal like things go, the Hex stuff was not the SEC's main concern. If anything is going to get thrown out when we finally get some sort of ruling, then the part of it that's going to get thrown out has anything to do with Hex. That's my like guess on everything. It seems like that stuff is not an issue. So like if you want to know probably the safest of all the tickers is going to be it's
and the irony is we have 5 years now. This is the 5th Hex conference, 5 years of proven track record and uptime, and they still call us a scam. Like, how much longer do you want us to call us a scam?
Actually, DJ Cryptomatic, I was on X the other day, and I just posted something on the wrong person's account on his post, and he just responded with shitcoiner.
I
was like, he didn't call me a scammer?
Oh, we're evolving now. That's a promotion.
The walls are breaking down, guys.
I think we all know that like Hex is superior in so many ways. And one other thing that I have liked seeing just on the innovation side within Pulse Chain and like comparing it to other networks as well is like if we want to see even how like Solana did and how base networks being adopted and all, it's not that there is necessarily the core asset is the thing that gets the adoption, but instead it's getting the eyeballs in through either meme coins or now like there's a lot with AI agents and with AIs. And it's like, where can we get that adoption for then people to be like, oh, this is the network where things are being built, where high quality humans, connections, community. And then there's also this amazing core product, Hex, behind the scenes as well. So we really have it all. And also we could have the innovation, the builders, all the more tiers get like built out. But I think that's also what comes with like the maturity level. And that's where like I've been like hoping and praying in the sense where I'm like, oh, like, would there ever be any AIs built on Pulse Chain? Like, when will that moment be? Like, when will we be taking on some of those hotter narratives, like even DeSci? That's where I feel like if people could be like, oh, like all the DeSci projects, they're living on Pulse Chain. And I would love to see some of those tipping points happen.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know what to think about AI on Pulse Chain.
I think that there would be a whole lot of nuances along that, but at the same time, I mean, I would love to put some hot innovation, hot narratives onto our chain so that it would just bring the traffic and the eyeballs over and the trust being built there for then people to be like to relax and drop that like the scam, the whatever narrative you want to say with calling us. Instead, it's just neutrally charged, just Pulse Chain and Hex is there. And ultimately, I think that's where we would have to go to get a deeper level of adoption. Because things are just a little too emotionally charged right now.
Yeah.
That's true. And I would love to see that. That's obviously the narratives. And, you know, the more transactions on the network, the better overall. So I'd love to see AI, any sort of, you know, decentralized AI protocol out there working on Pulse. So builders out there, do stuff.
Sorry.
Please.
Are you going that deep into these conversations with at the women meetups? Like, are they like entry level or are they crypto people?
Oh, so
and then
there are no coiners, but women come to me and I have like a crypto 101 program and then a community. We meet weekly. I'm teaching like different levels. We're bringing guest speakers. So we're going really deep within different narratives.
So it's not just a one event. It's like a community build situation, basically.
And it's really around financial literacy, crypto wealth building. So crypto's the dangle, come on in. And then it's like, how do we even, because for a lot of women too, they want to diversify, not only for like themselves, for like, so they can be in the game and not already feel like this risky asset is there. And I'm like, hey, come on into this side of the crypto world. And also, if you want to grab some more things in your bag to help distribute it and keep you in the game and keep you sane, please do. And these are some of the other things that can also help balance that risk for you to feel like you're playing the game safely.
Right.
Yeah.
It sounds very cool.
He's awesome.
Right. Which leaves EHEX PHEX as the final debate topic. It's also been demanded that we speak about it in the chat here.
I don't want to talk about EXPX.
I don't want to talk with Briz about EX or PX.
I like Hex a lot wherever it may live.
Yes.
I like Hex.
Yeah. I don't want to get. I'm not trying to get into the debate. I mean, you know, I think that there'll be a ratio that'll fluctuate with time.
Yeah.
The one thing I'll say is I heard Bill Gates talking about the EXPX debate, and I really liked his reasoning and thought process. So I encourage everyone to go listen to Shill Gates. He did a big old rant on it, and I kind of agree with him. I'll just leave it at that.
I didn't like it because he doesn't have the full history and the full story. He has snippets, and he's fair enough. He's trying to learn. He's really putting in a lot of effort to understand all the nuances.
And he's putting in more effort than a lot of people would.
Yes.
So, like, you know, his
Yeah.
snippet level dissection is what majority of people are going to feel, you know, I think.
Yeah.
You know, so I get why, you know, and that's who you're trying to, at the end of the day, that's who we're trying to get through to is majority of people. So,
for him, it's like he looks at it as a migration. We've migrated away from Ethereum now to everybody and everything on Pulse Chain. And then he compares it with when another chain moves from, I don't know, Polygon over to Binance chain, they disable the contract, the old one on the old chain, and then everybody's focused on the new. And then if you would have done that, there wouldn't be this debate. But that's not how it happens.
No, and I agree. And some of
It
the
was a
wackiest
copy.
things,
It was an
some of the
airdrop. So
craziest parts
it's
about
different.
about what we're doing here is the fact that like you can't tell hexagons no. You can't tell them like to stop. Hey, stop doing that. Yeah. Don't you use that ethex.com front end? Don't you do that? Like you can't tell them to do that. Yeah, they're allowed to. You can do it all you want, and that is neat. I see my boy Fast Abdul down here saying that he loves Hex on ETH-W the most. So
yeah, ETH-W. I got a bunch of those too.
It's
There's
really
a few.
cheap over there.
It's really cheap. Yeah,
It's really cheap. T-shares for days over
You
there.
know, if someone told me not to buy eHex, that's probably the first thing I would go buy. To tell you the
Well,
truth,
that's the thing is that now you're telling me that you're a Hexican, because like Hexicans don't like to be told
naturally
what to
abrasive.
do, and like and are gonna find some issues with that, and some are gonna put their money where their mouth is. I mean, $1 billion of it sacrificed for this chain that we're talking about right now. The difference between. So like obviously people are willing to put their money where their mouth is, and they will in all sorts of silly ways. I mean, you see a bunch of unusable coins or forked copies of things that are doing all sorts of crazy things from the chart. All sorts of crazy things. So what do you want? I mean, you can't tell people no, and that's cool. That's neat. And at the end of it all, at some point in time, it's going to make more. There'll be like the things that are have value and make sense will naturally bubble to the surface. But in the meantime, it's really interesting and fun to see what people cook up. I mean, because shit like Pump Up Fun isn't like the future of crypto. It's really not. But it's fun. Sorry, Bruce. You said something more fun.
No. You were saying that people had sacrificed over $1 billion. Excuse me, into the sacrifices, and people ask me like, "Hey, Bruce, why are you such a maxi? Why shouldn't you shill all these brand new coins and stuff?" And in my mind, I see so many people, so much money sacrificed for PulseX and PLS. I feel like we should kind of almost if we can concentrate on those, we can actually lift up the most boats in the water. That's just kind of how I feel about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree. I like that.
I mean, everybody that's a Richard Hart supporter is supporting Hex on Pulse Chain. That's the one we should tell new people about, and that's the one we all should be behind. At the same time, I'm saying the original eHex was the firstborn, Richard's, first big project that also did the 10,000x, and we didn't do a migration. It was a copy. It was an airdrop. All I'm saying is it doesn't need to buy. I'm not promoting it. I'm not shilling it. It's all Hex on Pulse Chain, but it doesn't need to die. And this argument that we are diluting the purchasing power between the two, that to me is bollocks, looking at all the crazy shit coins and altcoins that we are having on the Pulse Chain now, and that people are buying and trading and investing in. If you want to talk about diluting purchasing power, those coins are the problem. It's not the two hexes.
You gotta have a mindset of abundance, man.
Yeah,
and you could buy everything. You could buy all of everything.
The only thing that speaks for eHex though is that's very easy accessible. It's the whales. There are whales. The whales on Pulse Chain. We know all those guys who are the whales on Pulse. We probably know the top 100 whales by name that are on Pulse Chain, but we don't know the Ethereum whales that are out there in the ocean. And there might be the day that one of these discovers Hex all of a sudden and pumps the price. You can just never know. Oh, here comes
Possibly.
Maddie and shuts me down.
But the liquidity is still on Pulse
Hey,
Chain.
that was a
so if
great
you wanna
point.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
You want to get the best
He's on
deal,
Pulse Chain.
they're going to come and get it on Pulse Chain. You still got to. Anyway, hey, what's up, Maddie? How do you do?
You guys did great. Yeah,
Awesome.
Did our segment go all right?
it did. It did. Yeah, so I want to thank you all for speaking again this year at the conference. And yeah, really enjoyed your panel and really appreciate everything you guys do for the community.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks
Appreciate
for having
it.
us.
Glad to be here.
Up next, we'll have RG3. But first, there will be a 45-second musical interlude. Thanks, guys.
Bye. See you next year.
We're the Hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican. Now, we're the Hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican. So I'm like, bet, how can I invest? He said if you got MetaMask, brother, you set. Now don't forget to write your seed words down. Not your keys, not your crypto, bet. So I step. Richard is a vet, retired at 23, traveling in jets. He writes self-help books, especially his new book.
Hey there, Captain RG3.
Ahoy, what's happening, Maddie?
How's it going?
I'm good, man. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm really excited that you're talking at the conference again this year. You are one of the most influential Hexicans there are. You're an excellent speaker. You've done so much for the space. And so I'm really excited to hand it over to you for 20 minutes here.
Thanks a lot, Maddie. I appreciate everything you do, putting on the conference and all the contributions that you've made throughout the years. I know it's a thankless job, my man. And but you know what? We just keep doing it because we have our reasons for doing it. And that's what it's all about. And it's to give back to the community. So thanks for doing what you do, man.
Thanks.
All right. So what are we talking about? So I just got out of a meeting like 5 minutes ago. Is there even, can I look at comments and stuff? Oh yeah, there we go. Look at that. Hey, I got the comments out. How's everybody doing? Thanks, guys. I appreciate you. Tam, Sandy Beach, all of you guys here. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for coming. Thanks for supporting Maddie and the conference. This is one of the big values in our ecosystem is having a free online conference where we can all come together, share our experience, our knowledge, our wisdom, things to do, things not to do, things that we've all been involved in, not involved in. I mean, it's just nice to have this format where we can all in 2D talk to one another. One of the things, thankless and even dodging tomatoes at times. Yes, dodging lots of tomatoes. A few of them hit me in the eye, but it's not that big a deal. I've had tomatoes thrown at me before and by better people, so it doesn't hurt too bad. But what I'd like to talk about is, first of all, how thankful I am that we have online conferences and how we get to come together and for free, do these things. One of the things that I do, one of the big things that I do is I show up in person. I show up at your doorsteps. I show up in your local libraries, meeting halls, bars, homes, you name it, anywhere that I can get in front of Hexicans and speak to them in person. That's my thing. That's what I want to do. And there's a reason for it. When I first started, and I got to keep an eye on the time here. When I first started Discourse Syndicate with Hexologist, Dollar Cost Crypto, and Crypto Coffee, we built Discourse Syndicate and made Discourse Syndicate and the show to bring the community together and showcase who you were. There were a couple of streamers that were doing their streams, but there was a whole Telegram room of just the smartest people in crypto. been around the space for a very long time. I've been involved with it heavily since 2014, traveling the world. I've been all over the world even before Hex came out, speaking to people about crypto and different projects and whatnot. But I never seen a smarter, more well-rounded, put together group of crypto enthusiasts than that was in the Hex.com Telegram rooms. And I thought these people need to be showcased. People need to see this more versus because Telegram was kind of like a small chat room space where just the people in the know, were in there. So I created this YouTube channel where I said, hey, on Friday nights, effing hangout, man. Friday night hangout. Anybody can come. Anybody who wants to debate us, anybody that wants to speak positively about it. Richard has come onto our show a few times. We just wanted to showcase all the Hexicans that were out there. And in doing so, we helped to build the community, and we helped launch a bunch of streamers from Discourse Syndicate's Effin' Hangout. So we aren't the most popular show. We aren't the best show. We don't have the best chart analysis or information or any of that stuff, or entertainment for that matter. But we did it first, and we did what we could to showcase people and show people that it was okay to be who you were and just go out and create content. Because that's what really matters. And I want to get this message out to everybody that's there. Oh my gosh, Crypty Girl's in the chat. Hey, Crypty Girl. I want to get this message out to everybody. And look, there's people that like me. There's people that can do without me. There's people that hate me. It's the way it is in this space, especially. And you're going to know it because they're going to tell you. They're going to let you know they don't like you. Or if they do like you. But that doesn't matter. What matters is the people that get something from your message, the people that resonate with you, the people that communicate with you, that confide in you, that get value from you, that learn from you. And everybody out there has value. Every human being on the planet has value, despite what people on Twitter may say. And I believe in that. And I frustrate my team because I give, everybody their time. I give everybody reasonable doubt. I get everybody go out and hang themselves. I've been criticized for bringing projects on and been accused of shilling them or explaining projects to people that I've been involved in and been accused of shilling them. When in all actuality, I don't. I just give everybody the space to speak. I give everybody the space to have discourse. Real rational discourse. And that's what it was for everybody to come together, talk, but you have value, and everybody out there resonates with somebody that they resonate with. That's just the way it is. If you don't vibe with somebody, you don't vibe with somebody. Like, I love watching Crypto Coffee. Like, Coffee, my nephew, is the greatest the greatest explainer of the Hex crypto ecosystem, in my opinion. I just love the way he does things. And other people not so much. But I resonate with him. And so if you resonate with me, or you resonate with Coffee, or you resonate with anybody else out there, great. But remember, you resonate with somebody else, and you should be out there creating content. You should be out there onboarding people, whatever it is. I'm getting ready to branch out into, different realms. I'm working with people, with hairdressers. I'm working with, the cigar world. I'm working with the coffee world. I'm trying to break out of the crypto space so that people could hear who we are and see if they resonate with us in different genres of people. So you get up and turn on the camera, get yourself a YouTube channel, and just start talking to people. And you never know who you may help. Now, on the other hand, my passion is bringing people together personally, physically bringing people together, because what I do know is that, see, crypto isn't marketed traditionally. It's very hard to market traditionally. The BlackRocks and the Grayscales and those guys, they're doing it. The crypto.coms, they're doing it. But a lot of our marketing that we've done in the DeFi space has all been word of mouth, has all been a story being told, has all been us one helping one, onboarding, those kinds of things, direct mail. But in-person meetups to me are what builds a solid relationship, builds a solid community tied together with these relationships. Because it's so easy to misinterpret, it's so easy to blast or damage people or try and hurt their reputation online. It's so easy to do all that without justification, without rationality, without using discernment. And in person, it's not so easy to do that. The hardest thing to get rid of is a human body. That's the hardest thing to get rid of. And when you're in front of somebody and you're talking to them, it's very hard for them to get rid of you, or for you to get rid of them. But what happens is you guys really relate with one another. You see eye to eye. You get to know that person without judging them and then being able to blow them off because you're 2D online. In person, it's different. And what I've seen with these events is that these in-person events have created businesses, have created cryptos that were built on Pulse Chain, have created relationships that have, people have gotten married, had kids, all this kind of stuff through these personal meetups. So there's a lot of value in the meetups. And I'm going to keep doing them until we fill up stadiums. That's, one of the things that one of my goals is that we're filling up stadiums of people that want to come together and talk crypto. And, that's what it's about. It's getting in front of people. It's building relationships, and all of the businesses that I have in the crypto space, which is many, they've all been in-person meetups where everything has come together, where everybody has built trust with one another, and everybody has seen the value in one another. Then nothing better than a hug, a high five, and a handshake. That's what I always say, and that's what we do. And we're going to be doing that real soon here, March 6th through the 9th in Vegas, where we'll have our annual Hex event in person in Vegas. Going to be a golf tournament, big prizes at the golf tournament. We're going to have a lot of the projects that are being built on Pulse Chain will be there. They'll have booths. You'll be able to talk to them. You'll be able to sit down and see the people that you see online will be in front of you actually to talk with. And I think that's important to building trust. We've seen so many failures in this space. The good thing about Pulse Chain is that it's easy to build on, and anybody can build on it. The bad thing about Pulse Chain is it's easy to build on, anybody can build on it. So you never know what you're going to get. So I'd like to let everybody know out there that, even though the Pulse Chain Tour and this Pulse 369 event in Vegas will be showcasing, projects that are being built on Pulse Chain, you all need to understand what this space is handing you. Like, you're on the cutting edge of the cutting edge of cutting edge DeFi. You are a small subset of a small subset of a small subset of crypto, meaning that all of these things haven't been proven yet. All of these things haven't been proofed yet. All of these things are still trying to prove themselves to you. So this is just another way for you to have access to those things that are being built, and to build trust. Actually sitting down with the developer or the founder and asking them questions about what they're doing and how they're doing it and why they're doing it. Important stuff, especially if you're planning on being somebody who's getting involved in these things early on in their developments. Because I want everybody to understand that, not only is tech hard and tech difficult to get right, and you can have problems with that, get problems with tokenomics, problems with all kinds of things. But then there's liquidity issues where the founders and the developers may not be the ones who are providing the liquidity. And you've just got whales that are buying in early and they're handling the liquidity and removing it. And you cannot blame and call people scammers for doing what they're doing in this space. And liquidity going in and coming out doesn't necessarily mean that somebody is scamming. It just means that you got yourself in a situation where you should have done a little more research, or you should have, been a little more cautious if you got wrecked from stuff like that. So just realize that these things, there's a lot of different nuances that can hurt your investments if you're investing in these things. Now, a way bigger upside, because these things do tend to go up fast. But remember, there's a bigger risk too. So risk reward on these new projects is something that you need to self mitigate and take accountability for, and realize that there are a lot of different extenuating circumstances that can get you wrecked. But again, the in-person meetups, another way for you to get a better feel for the product developers and the people that are out there doing stuff on Pulse Chain. So that's, I guess, what have I been on there? I guess still got a few more minutes. That's my thing. That's what I do. I go to in person. I meet with folks. I represent, myself, my brand, and the community that stands behind that. We always provide, a quality event for people to show up to. We're always there to help. Our VIP events are not, to try and run around like some big shot, hey, come have a steak dinner with RG3. It's not like that. It's, the best of the best coming together at an event, having dinner, having a meetup, and talking to those people around that have questions. And, and usually at the VIP events, you get, the people like Coffee and Axis and all these Crispy Man and all these people that show up at our VIP events, and you can talk to them and ask them questions and, talk crypto, talk hex, talk staking, talk liquidity providing, talk, validating, whatever it is that you want. You get access to those people. And that's one thing that, it's funny. People say, hey, you shouldn't be spending your money on these events. And I agree. There's some egregious events out there where they'll charge you $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 to go to an event. That's not what we got here. That is not our biggest price tag is under the $2,000, and that's like the whole VIP thing, whatever. And so you get value with that. I know that Kaylin puts it together where you're going to get a great dinner. You're going to get to meet with good people, and you're going to have a good time. We're going to have fun. We do. We have fun every time we have one of these events. And, being part of that and participating in it is not making anybody rich. I promise you that. It's just paying the bill so that you can have a place to sit down and eat and share with one another. So hope to see you guys all out there. Vegas is going to be a lot of fun. If you've never been to one of our events, we do put on activities and dances and we have a DJ and mixers and whatnot. So a lot of fun, a lot of value. And then there's going to be some great speakers. If you go to pulsechaintour.com, you will see the list of speakers that are going to be there. And it's going to be a blast. It's going to be a good time. People are going to learn a lot from it. And who knows, make some babies, some marriages, some business partnerships. Who knows? So before I roll out of here, anybody in the chat room have any have anything in the chat room? Somebody said, oh, look, Pulse Chain. There it is. There's our link. So yeah, hex banger is the hardest thing to get rid of a human body. It is. It really is. It's the hardest thing to get rid of. But when you get in front of people, that's when the magic happens. And yeah, I guess that's it, Maddie. You got anything you want to chat about before? Am I out of time yet?
Well, yeah, you've filled up the time and you've done a great job as always doing the in-person events. It makes a big difference. And I explained this to Hexologist last week on his Twitter Spaces. That's what I see is that that there's two sides of the price equation. You've got getting the word out to new people, but you've also got retaining the current whales and sharks and dolphins. And what I've seen at these in-person events is that that's where all the retention happens. And there are whales and sharks that I know that they wouldn't still be around if it wasn't for the events that you guys have been putting on. So
great point, Maddie. The retention is also a big deal because, because of those relationships that we've built, it makes people want to hang on a little more. Like instead of it just being an asset, a crypto thing, and it's down. Well, wait a minute. I'm going to lose my buddy RG or my buddy Maddie, or, if I'm not still involved in this. And I like these guys and I like being around this, and so a lot of people have those relationships at these events, and so it's for retention also. So great point.
Yeah. So thanks for, thanks for doing so many events over the years, and especially the one coming up. I would recommend that everybody go to pulsechaintour.com and, go ahead and get a ticket for the conference that they're putting on in person in Las Vegas, March 6th through 9th. I'll be there. I know a lot of other people will be as well. And so I would encourage everybody to take advantage of this rare opportunity.
Right on. Thanks, Matt. I appreciate you, man.
Yep. Thanks for being on, and we'll catch you later.
Take care. See you, Hexkins.
Let's talk about the highest appreciating asset class today. It's crypto, not stocks and bonds. Boy, this ain't for play. My word plays to educate the children around my way, so they can get out the hood. No, I don't want to stay. Education's critical in my life, pivotal. Could have been in jail or dead. Yeah, it's just that simple. But back to investing. Here, take some notes. Never go all in like jumping off a boat. Dollar cost averaging. Google that term so you can keep your shirt on, so you don't get burned. Now there's a risk to all investments. This you should know. You can take yearly profits and get ready to blow.
Hey there, guys.
Hey there, Maddie. How you doing?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing great. Nice conference. Enjoying all the speakers so far.
Thank you. And thank you so much for sponsoring today's event. I'm really excited for you guys to take it away here and do a 20-minute presentation about Actuator. And again, I want to thank you guys for your support. I'll be dropping links to your guys's, to all your different pages. They're in the YouTube description below, but I'll also drop them into the live stream as you guys are speaking.
That's great. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right. Well, good evening, everybody. It's great to be here. I'm C3 Works, and my co-founder of the project with me, RJ, is not here tonight. He's unable to make it, but I do have with us Supa Mecha who is a colleague of ours from many years here in different types of projects. And I'll just ask him to introduce himself here briefly before we step in and go through some of the Actuator protocol.
Yeah, so this is actually my streaming premiere. So I feel like I should introduce the motivation for my name. This is the real Supa Mecha. It's a comic book character that my kid made. So my history with C3 was, we started about 4 years ago. I was a freelance software developer, worked in various crypto related projects, not related to Actuators, just like portfolio management, predictive modeling, and stuff like that. I started in Hex in 2021. Been following the RH ecosystem very closely ever since. I guess that means I'm part of some people think that means I'm part of a cult. I guess, whatever that means. But as far as Actuator goes, like about a year ago when they were developing Actuator, they sort of just informally bounced ideas off me. And I started consulting about 3 months ago, I think. And so I'm sort of like an outsider. I know a lot about the project, but so yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Well, great. We're glad to have you here. And I think what we'll do to step through the Actuator protocol and some of its summary points is I'm going to share my screen so that I can talk from the actual documents in the DApp itself. And let me see if I can make that work properly for us. and I'll highlight some points. So you should be seeing the main page of Actuator.finance. Are we seeing that, Boxy?
Yes.
All right, great. So if you were to go to Actuator.finance, you'll find we've got a very full set of documentation and the place from which you can launch the app. But let me just describe a bit of an overview of the protocol from here, and then we'll step into some of the things you can see by looking at the DApp itself. So what's the purpose of this? Well, you can sort of see it right here on the front of the page. It's to be able to activate the full value of your hex stakes. Now we're talking in this case about tokenized stakes, HSIs. This doesn't apply to native stakes, but it does apply to anything that's a pre-existing HSI. Maybe you bought some at the auctions, maybe you made some along the way, but anything that's a tokenized HSI will work. And you have the ability to get liquidity, market efficient liquidity out of your hex stakes for, life happens types of moments, or risk management within your portfolio, or a myriad of other reasons, as long as it's part of the intrinsic value that your stake has earned. So that's a big thing. So start with that as an overview, is the ability to draw liquidity out of your HSIs, your specific and personal HSIs. I'd like to say our place in this space, as we see it, would be the focus on the tokenized HSIs. Other projects out there provide some rewards, as you probably know, on the native staking, and that's great. And yet other projects have ways to provide exposure through pooled stakes and things like that. That's great. They're different tools in the box, which is what you'd like to have. And so we think this one has its place for those that want to have the individual control over your HSIs, because it provides you a custom portfolio, and yet you have the ability to access some liquidity where you might need to. So I'm going to shift away from this for a moment. And I think from here, we'll look at a couple of particular things as we go.
So C3, when I'm imagining I'm new to this project. So let's get this out of the way. So how trustless is Actuator? Do you guys have admin keys? Is there software centralization vectors? I guess how comfortable can I feel, at least from a new project standpoint, getting into this?
Yeah, that's a great question and a point. Again, you'll find that on our site there, but we are completely decentralized. We've had 2 different security audits. We've had 1 financial audit. So we have no admin keys. It's just an immutable contract. In fact, it's even more important than that, is while we provide this DApp that you're going to see, there's no requirement to use that DApp, right? There's no dependency on that DApp. Everything it takes to make all aspects function are in the smart contract that's immutably locked in the blockchain. So you have a lot of security in that, and it's just a matter of convenience to use this DApp.
So would you say you've had 100% uptime, perfect, flawless operation since launch?
Well, we have. Yeah, we haven't had any issues at all. The testnet went well, and we've been operating since October. So we're really pleased with that.
And one of the additional points I'd like to make is there's no sacrifice for this project, no pre-sale.
That's right.
There is an ACTR token, but you don't need it to, in this current stage, you don't need to use it to own it at all. We're probably not even going to really talk about it today.
Right. We won't talk much about that, other than that you can know that the Actuator token itself, its purpose is to be the revenue sharing element. There is a 1% minting fee when you'll see how the protocol works, but it's the Actuator token holders who receive that reward. So that's as much as we'll say about that tonight.
So, okay. So I guess that sort of leads me to the next question, is like, so you spent all this time and mental effort, and I assume money to develop this project, didn't ask anything from anyone, and you're not even shilling a coin. So like, I guess to me, I'm skeptic. I'm naturally skeptic. So like, what was your motivation for this project. What keeps you going today? What made you think of it? What were your troubles? Just if you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, the inspiration for this, I was a day one Hexagon. So I've been there on day one, aping in more than I was supposed to, even after Richard warned us all, like many of us did anyway. And then I was in there on day 2 and day 5 and day 35 at the low, and a lot of days along the way. So I've experienced, the good and the bad and the ugly all along. And Randy Hilarski said something in his stream last night that I identified which was, he said he kind of wished we had Actuator out during this last cycle, because we all know that life can get in the way sometimes. And even with the best of intentions, you might have to access your capital, and you'd like to do it non-destructively and reversibly. And I had to face one of those. I had to go through the emergency end staking, which I hated. And I knew it was for a short-term need. It's not as though it couldn't have been done through other ways, but other ways where they're messier or not fast enough. And I didn't have a temporary mechanism because it didn't exist. It had to be a permanent mechanism. And that's when I felt like, well, it seems like we could probably work to develop something that could be reversible and give us some access, and that would actually help. That would help many, I think, be willing to extend longer stakes and larger stakes if there was some mechanism that would elegantly let me get some capital from my earned rewards without being destructive. Mm-hmm. And that was the genesis of it. And then my co-founder and I put this together and began to create it.
So one of the things that I like about Actuator is it, as a software developer, I have a background in music composition. I relate things to how I analyze Beethoven's Fifth Symphony or Seventh Symphony, and like how masterful that. To me, like Bitcoin seems, in its back in the day, it seems like pretty elegant. Hex seems pretty elegant. I feel like Actuator is a pretty elegant solution. There's a lot of nuance to it and things that it can unlock. So I guess just starting with the simplest thing, you sort of already mentioned, what can it do for me today? Like what's the tangible benefit for an average person in the ecosystem?
All right, let me jump into the app and show you some ideas there on the ground. This is only going to be the briefest of intro in the time we've got, but it's enough to hopefully draw your interest and let you want to come work with the protocol a bit yourself. So I'm going to share and start now by going for a moment to the FAQ page. We have a pretty robust FAQ page we're learning from folks. Much is built around this concept of a hex time token. So let me take a second and talk about what a hex time token, or an HTT, is. Right there at the top of the page. Think of it like a claim check on a hex at a given redemption day. A one-for-one claim check that is blockchain protocol enforced, no middlemen. And so for every one of these HTTs you have, let's say it was an HTT 3000, like this is reflecting, which means that it's hex day 3000 is the redemption day, not 3000 days from now. It's the hex day 3000. On that day, if you have an HTT 3000 in your possession, you can redeem that for one hex, and the protocol will exchange that for you. So think of it as a claim check on an actual hex, one for one, and that is financially audited as an invariant. You get it on that day. Now, if we flip over to the app, are we seeing the DApp here?
Yes.
Boxy? Okay. Notice, if you can focus in the center of this, there are 3 active HTTs right now that are fully liquid. And there's an HTT 3000, 5000, and 7000. Again, in the top right, it's all relative to hex days. And we're currently, as you can see, on day 1866 now. So over on the right, it'll tell you about how many years and exactly what redemption date that corresponds to. So staying with the same HTT 3000, we know that if you had, say, 5,000, let's say you had 50,000 HTT 3000s. You went out to the market and bought them. You would buy them for a price, which is at a discount to hex today. In fact, it tells you right here, it's a 31% discount to actual hex. But if you held that until February 18th of 28, 3.1 years from now, you could redeem through the protocol the 50,000 HTT 3000s for 50,000 hex. And you would get this return of 44.93% in native hex terms. None of these returns are in dollars or involved dollars. This is all the native hex earnings you're getting.
And
So
this is a locked rate, guaranteed.
Locked and guaranteed rate, because you're buying a 1-for-1 hex at a known discount. In fact, you can see that on this graph right below here. And I invite you to come and just look it over, because there's a lot of very interesting and good storytelling graphics that will highlight this. But this is the HTT prices, history since launch in October. Hex at the top in hex terms is 1. 1 hex is always 1 hex. Now, each of these other colored graphs here, the highest one is the prices in hex terms, i.e. what is the discount relative to hex for HTT 3000. Notice it's going to be closest to a hex because it's the shortest time before redemption. And then you start stepping down, and there's the HTT 5000 curve, and there's the HTT 7000 curve. So it should be visually apparent that the longer you have to go before redemption day, the bigger discount you buy it at. And then you hold it and you watch the curve progress itself up towards 1, and then you can redeem for it. So that's how that would work. That is a central concept to the Actuator protocol. And I'll just list now for you some important strategies that you can use. Go ahead.
C3, let me pause there. So like one way that I think about this is it's like your own personal credit card to yourself, decentralized. It's like instead of like a HELOC home equity line of credit, it's like a hex equity line of credit to yourself, decentralized, no middleman, guaranteed, a smart contract risk aside.
That's right. So the way you would utilize and get access to these HTTs is you would produce an HSI and you would delegate it to the protocol. So for example, you could go to stakes here, and I've got a wallet that I just went and found an address that happened to have some. So this address has 4 delegated HSIs to the Actuator protocol. And we can see the number of T shares and where they are and what the principal was in those stakes. And we can see that they've already extracted different HTTs out of it, because once you delegate your stake, your HSI, it's eligible to go under the actions and extract some time tokens of your choosing. You can do the 7,000 day, the 5,000, or the 3,000. And they must have received that and done with it what they would like to. They could go and sell the HTTs through Pateus or Pulse Swap for hex. In fact, we've got some good pools of liquidity under pools. You could go look and see them. Here's all the liquid pools that are available out there and all the value lock that's in them. So it's nice liquidity. And we've got some on PulseX and some on the 2FUX curves or on the pools over there. With some great incentives that you can check out. So it's a very liquid situation. And you have the ability to swap your HTTs for hex. So you've got strategies you can use that can involve the simple purchasing of an HTT and holding it to capture these returns in native terms. That's one. A second one could be to create the HSI, extract your HTTs and sell them. And now you'd have you could go and sell them to hex, and you could restake that. So you could recursively stake and have what we call amplified stakes, which increase your returns even higher relative to what you could get to a normal stake.
So if you want to maximize your T shares, it depends on market pricing, but I just ran the numbers today based on my estimates. If you staked 100,000 hex for 5555 and did that recursively, you extract HTTs. This is advanced, but I'm just saying a native stake would get about 7 T-shares. But if you do that, if you extract your principal HTT 7,000 and sell that for hex, and then restake it in another stake, and then extract the HTT 7,000 from that, you can end up with, and do that 6 times. You can, it's sort of complicated, but you can end up with 18 T-shares, just basically just by using the misprice in the market.
This hex yield curve is what we're seeing emerge. The idea of a yield curve is very central to finance. In traditional finance, it's the backbone of things. It's the thing that tells you in a reserve currency what the time value of money is, and it's the thing upon which much of the ecosystem builds. And so what you see here is the emergence of a hex yield curve. Specifically, the orange line is implied from the normal hex staking curve, what the yields would be at the different redemption days that we're using. And the blue curve is the yield that would come from the HTTs right now. And so you'll notice there are some situations like day 3000 where presently you can get more yield by buying the HTT than even staking. And in other situations, it's the reverse. But there are strategies that can be applied across different points in time or arbing between different ways of staking. So there are the simplest of strategies, a buy and hold of an HTT, which is a way of earning native hex. And there are more complex things that we won't cover here today, but I just alert you to, because that will come into play. And that, one of the visions we have, just to kind of add to the point of what's in this, for individuals, is the ability to get access to liquidity and do anywhere from simple to sophisticated strategies. But for the ecosystem over time, we really see 2 important things developing, and I want to encourage that. One is that I believe this will promote longer and larger staking. And I've had a number of folks who have used this protocol now come and outright tell us, either in our Telegram or in other places, that this is unlocking their willingness to throw more capital farther and larger, because they know that they could have some options to adjust if they had to. Because especially, I think we'll attract larger money this way too. I come out of the institutional financial world. When somebody doesn't have options for managing risk in the future, they manage it with asset allocation. They apply less to it. We want to undo and unshackle that. We want to see that you can manage it.
I mean, what I like about this project is it resonates with the growth of the Hex community. Just like I feel like if the Hex user base expands from 200,000 or something like that it is today to 2 million, I feel like there's much more opportunities within this actuator protocol, even today, aside from potential future developments.
Well, that's right. So I think what we'll do here is just wrap this up. This was meant to be just the briefest of intro. I hope for those of you that are new, don't feel overwhelmed. Check out our documents at Actuator.finance. Check us out in Telegram at Actuator.finance, all one word, and X as well. And I think Maddie's got us linked. We'd love to help you learn more and more about what this could do for you and for the whole ecosystem.
Yeah, I can see why people are so excited about your project. And yeah, so I've dropped the links again in the live stream chat for the Telegram and the Twitter. Go ahead and follow them there, join the Telegram. And if you're watching on replay, as many people are, you can check the links in the description of the YouTube channel below. And yeah, I'm really excited that you guys got a chance to speak here. And thank you again for helping to sponsor the conference today.
All right. Thank you, Maddie.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Great job. And
Bye-bye.
Up next, we're going to have a pre-recorded talk by Hansi Crypto. So, yep. Thanks again for being on, guys. Peace.
All right. Take care.
That's a hex flex. Make making money, yeah, we going by the X's. Yeah, hex, all we know about is excess. Turn a Fiat on ramp to an expressway. That's a hex flex, hey, that's a hex flex. Making money, yeah, we going by the X's. Yeah, hex, all we know about is excess. Turn a Fiat on ramp to an expressway. That's a hex flex, hey. Yeah, we up next. Shut up with that scam mess, cause we up in hex. They showed a lot of disrespect, now they can cut the check. They had a lot to say, well now they can't say nothing else. They had some gains, things changed, now it's nothing left. Hey, money went into some means, ended up and left. Hex is up and to the right, they up and to the left. They looking up and down, everything around wreck. Should've dropped 100 when you found Hex.
Since Pulse Chain launched, Hex has had multiple Richard Hart trading pairs that they have been trading against. Now, I thought we would look at all of the different ratios between those pairs, not to trade this now particularly, just to get an idea of how far we've come, which assets have been outperforming the others in the RH ecosystem, and maybe we can learn a lesson going forward from that. Trading is exceptionally dangerous. You need to be very proficient in what you do. It's probably best just to stay away from trading. This is not an endorsement to go out and trade. This is just for information's sake, and maybe we learn something during it. So let's jump right into it. So over here on the screen, this is the PHEX chart. This is the new hex chart that we have on Pulse Chain. This was the forked copy that everybody got. And what I'm going to do is I'm not going to do this too complex. Simply what we are going to be doing is measuring the distance from the bottom to the top. And we're looking at where this asset would be cheap. And all we're doing is measuring from the top 61% down. And we would consider that to be a sale, right? So up to the golden ratio. And every time you see a minus 50% in a store for a sale, we would buy that, right? So over here on Hex, just the USD value for starting out, we can see that Hex is pretty much right within the sale area. This is where savvy investors would be interested to be getting some in this area. And let me just put up the 78.6 level and remove that one. So yeah, we are in the overall scheme of thing, in the macro view, this is where we should be interested in getting Hex. In the shorter term time frame, we can see that we are also well within where the sale happens, right? So you're not buying the top in this, you're getting it inside the reload zone. So that is Hex versus PLS. And what we will start with firstly is Hex versus PLS. Now this is the ratio between Hex versus PLS. Hex has been outperforming, interestingly enough, the L1 since open to where we are currently trading at. Is that 295% outperformance. It went as high as 495%. So if we do that same measurement, because we're interested in buying sales, not only in crypto, but when shopping as well. And what we can see here is that unfortunately the ratio for PLS versus Hex is not on a sale. Now, how we would look at ratios to think of it more simply is if we look at the title over here or the tickers, you are buying the first one. So in this case, it would be Hex. And what we are paying is we are paying PLS to buy Hex. So in this case, we want to be buying Hex for our PLS down here. And just simply viewing it here, it's not close to that area. It possibly gave you a chance once during the interval FUD, but it's not there just yet, and it's no guarantees that you generally get sales, right? Black Friday doesn't come around every now and then, only once a year. So you need to be patient to get your sales. And either way, probably the point of this chart is that we can see here that HEX has outperformed the L1. Generally, that is very, very normal, as the ERC20 tokens, or PRC20 tokens in this case, that run on the L1 tend to outperform the L1. So that is HEX versus PLS. And then there's another ratio on this pair that you can look at, and that is the inverted pair. And we will just look at that. So this is just this chart flipped around. So this will tell us, once again, we're trying to buy PLS this time, and we are spending HEX to get it. So in this case, we can see that we don't even have to pull up the fib tool because we don't really have a bottom, or we can pull it from pretty much as low as we possibly want to. And we can see that we are well within a sale here for this asset. In this case, if we're buying PLS with HEX. So another way of saying that is we're selling HEX to get some PLS here. And this is incredibly cheap here. Just like we saw previously that HEX is not on a sale versus PLS. I don't want to say overvalued because it can go much higher. Either way, this is what I would look for to take this trade. And I don't want to get too much into the weeds. Pretty much is on this ratio, and the conclusion that we can see here is that HEX is cheap versus PLS here. So I could swap some HEX for PLS, and I'm not a financial advisor. This is not financial advice for you to go out and do that. We are simply looking at the chart and seeing that PLS is very cheap versus HEX. Now, once again, this can just roll over and continue to outperform, right? As HEX outperforms the L1. My personal opinion is that these are ratios, and they will fluctuate to expensive and then to sales multiple times throughout the cycle. So that is HEX versus Rapid Pulse, and with that we have finished the PLS ratios. So another interesting pair that we can look at is HEX versus PLSX, and I'll just clean up this chart. And this looks a lot like the WPLS chart, but this is HEX versus PLS. And in this case, we'll just go back to the ticker. We want to buy the first one on the title, and that is HEX. And what are we using? We're using PLSX to buy it. So if we pull up our fib tool and we want to buy HEX with our PLSX, HEX would be cheap versus PLSX, or on a sale, in this box down here. We're slightly above it. It has given the market a few chances to get an entry. And if we do an overall measurement, we can just measure how much HEX has outperformed PLSX. We went as high as a 300% move. Let's actually measure this move back here to see if, okay, it wasn't higher. So this was the most outperformance for HEX versus PLSX, and outperformed it by 300%. And we are currently outperforming PLSX by 150%. So HEX has outperformed PLS and has outperformed PLSX, but is much closer to a sale versus PLSX than versus PLS, which just tells us that HEX has outperformed PLS much more than it has outperformed PLSX. We won't go into the PLS and the PLSX ratio here today, because this is exclusively about HEX today. But pretty much just to give you an idea, PLSX has been outperforming PLS consistently since it bottomed. So that is HEX versus PLSX. We can also look at the inverted pair if we wanted to get rid of our own biases. It's sometimes a good idea to look at charts inverted. And once again here, we can pull up our fib tool. And we can see here, let's just go back to the title. We want to buy PLSX with HEX. And we can see here that it is on a sale, right? We are down from the highs, a staggering 59%, right? It's in your little box. And this is where PLSX is cheap versus HEX. Now, once again, there will be times when HEX will be cheap versus PLX, like in this case, and there will be times where PLSX will be cheap against HEX. And I don't know if I repeated myself, but you guys get to the point, vice versa, right? So, PLSX versus HEX, I personally would have swapped a little bit of my HEX for PLSX here, but either way, that is not financial advice. Trading is very, very dangerous. And it's probably best just to sit on your positions. Those that have been sitting on their positions would generally do better than those that are jumping in and out of positions, right? But this is just for interest's sake to see what their outperformers are. And we're getting a pretty much a clear picture here that HEX has outperformed every single RH asset thus far. So that's PLSX. We've looked at both of these ratio, and then only one remains, and that is the incentive token. Now, the incentive token has shown strength sometimes and a little bit weakness, whereas the last few months it hasn't been doing that much. So in this case, we want to buy HEX with and using the payment of ink. So we'll just pull up our fib tool, and that we can see here that HEX has just left value versus the incentive token. So we don't know if this might roll over again, and let's just measure how much overperformance we have seen on this pair. So HEX has outperformed ink here by 3,000% right at the start. Then the incentive token showed some strength, and HEX bottomed versus it, and then rallied up stronger. And let's measure up the second leg. HEX outperformed ink here with a 6x. Now, at the overall view of things, we are slightly above where value is at, because the incentive token is incredibly cheap here. So it's kind of a little bit late to chase this one as well. And we'll do the shorter term time frame. And we can see here that the incentive swapping the incentive token for HEX here isn't a good idea. Remember, we're buying the first ticker on the title here, and we are using the second one to buy it. So definitely not worth swapping ink for HEX here, just slightly leaving the sale area. And we will do the inverted pair for this chart as well. So in this case, we are selling HEX to buy the incentive token. And we'll just clean up the chart a little bit. And you know what? We'll even go to the weekly scale. So the incentive token did outperform HEX for a short while, and it did an 11x against HEX. But it has been taking punishment, right? It is right here at the floor. And if we do use our sale tool, we can see that we are well within a sale, right? If I wanted to swap my HEX for ink here, the chart shows me that I'm getting it very, very cheap let's just measure it from the lows to where we are at. I'm getting it a 1x or a 2x from the lows. So very, very low, but you do run the risk that HEX continues to outperform the incentive token. But we don't know it's going to happen. All we have is the data here that tells us that HEX has been outperforming the incentive token for quite a while now. If this could be bottoming here and reverse, maybe the incentive token shows some strength. But either way, this is, I don't want you guys to look at these ratios and then go out and swap positions you already have in and out of them into ratios. What this segment shows you is that if you do have dollar cost averaging coming in, it's sometimes just a good idea to look at the ratios and maybe decide to get some of the RH asset that is undervalued or on sale versus all of the others. Excuse me for that. So we've looked at HEX versus PLS here, or HEX versus USD. We'll start with that and just summarize everything. HEX is cheap not only on the macro but also on the micro, on the local area versus USD. This recent pullback has now put us back into value, right? So, I mean, I can't fault anyone if they're dollar cost averaging HEX in these areas, because that is where the sale is on. So, HEX versus Pulse Chain, this is the inverted pair, but HEX is very, very high versus PLS and not on a sale. If we invert the pair, we can see that PLS is at the bottom of the range. This is the lowest it has ever been versus HEX, and is creating some market structure here to go higher. It doesn't mean this is going to make an all-time high, maybe just a little bit of outperformance into the shorter term. This could mean more downside for the overall ecosystem, because the ERC20 tokens, because they're leveraged on the L1, they tend to outperform not only to the downside, but to the upside as well. So that kind of gives us an idea of, if I'm dollar cost averaging, this is simply what I would do. I would buy PLS here and wait for HEX to get a little bit cheaper before buying some HEX. Next is PLSX, and this is the inverted pair, and we'll just go back to the original. And we can see here that HEX is just above sale value for PLSX. If we invert the pair, that means that I need to wait for HEX to get a little bit cheaper before I swap my PLSX into it, right? So PLSX is showing a little bit of strength here. So we're starting to get a clear picture here. Firstly, our outperformer is HEX. Secondly, we have PLSX. Then we have PLS, and then the incentive token. We'll just invert the pair to see if we want to swap some HEX for PLSX here. And this tells us that this is slap bang in value. So I can, in fact, sell some HEX for PLSX here. The last one is, just to summarize, this is INC versus HEX. And INC is very, very cheap versus HEX here. It is on a major sale. It's been on a sale for quite a while. But no one would be interested here to swap some HEX for INC. And I don't want you guys to do that. I want I want to think about dollar cost averaging the cheapest pair, frankly. And some people do have favorites, and some people are maximalists, and I'm 100% fine with that. I'm evenly split among all of them and have 90 to 95% in core positions, right? Those are all your own decisions you have to make. Just to finish off this video, we will just quickly finish the ratios between the two hexes. Now there is a EHEX and a HEX pair, and this is the ratio between the two. And we can see that HEX from Pulse Chain has been outperforming the other original HEX significantly, right? this asset ratio is down currently 80%. And if we were to pull up a deal box, we can see that if you value both of these as the same, we can see that the EX is much, much cheaper here. And if we look at the shorter term time frame here, we can see once again we're very, very close to very, very, very cheap levels for EX. Now, this is not an endorsement to go out and trade these two with each other. This is just showing you what the charts are telling us. We can invert the pair, and what we're going to see here is that this is going to be at all-time highs, right? As it's just the opposite of what we just looked at, and it's a good way, once again, to check our biases. We can see here that EHEX, if I wanted to swap my EHEX for my HEX over here, I should have done it already, and it's now left the sale area. So HEX was swapping EX for HEX was a good deal a little bit, and it seems like BHEX wants to outperform EHEX here a little bit more. So I hope that gives you guys a good idea of what the RH assets are doing against each other. Remember, they will continue to oscillate between each other. I don't think it's a good idea to get overly attached to one ratio and not to think that it would underperform or outperform. All of them will have times of underperformance, and all of them will have days of outperformance, or weeks, or even months. So thanks for having me on. I hope you guys learned something. I'll see you guys again. Cheers for now.
I'm going to run a 2.5-minute ad, and then we'll have our next panel on.
Hello, everybody. I'm C3 Works, and I'm a co-founder of Actuator.finance. With me is RJ, the co-founder and lead developer of Actuator.finance. We're here to show you a very exciting protocol that we think you're going to like. It's called Actuator. Let me share that screen here with you. And what you'll see, if you go out to Actuator.finance, you'll find the documents down here, and you'll find an access to the launch pad up there. And it's designed, as it says here, to activate the full value of your HEX stakes. So what we wanted to do is to provide you a protocol that enables you to take tokenized HEX stakes, not native HEX stakes, but HSIs, whether they're existing ones from auctions or new ones you create, and be able to draw liquidity out of them according to what's been earned up to date and your principal. And that's a very exciting thing. As you can look through the documents, you'll find that we have very efficient liquidity in that it's providing you a fungible HEX time token, which is really just discounted HEX, 1-for-1 backed by HEX at the redemption day. Really exciting. And it's a very simple process. As you look it through, you'll stake your HSI, whether you created it or brought it in from an auction, and you're going to delegate it. You're going to mint those HEX time tokens, which you'll get back. You can sell them on the open market in some nice liquidity pools. And then at the end of the redemption period, on the redemption day, you can exchange them 1-for-1 with HEX.
And this is all live on Pulse Chain mainnet, where it's immutable contracts, and it's chugging along. And you can access the contract through our DApp, which is at app.actuator.finance, which you can see here. And as my co-founder mentioned, the tool allows you to extract liquidity flexibly, reversibly, maximally from your HEX stakes. And you can see the state of the protocol here in our DApp. And as you scroll down, you'll be able to see just the various tokens that you'll be able to from your stake, and you can see the prices as they relate to HEX. You can see the growth of liquidity of our protocol through time, the yield benchmarks. We have HEX staking, and that's benchmarked against the yields that you can earn through our protocol. So you'll be able to explore all these charts and hopefully deploy new investment strategies. So you can reach that at app.actuator.finance, and you can also find us on Telegram at Actuator.finance.
Now here's 30 seconds of Hex related music, and then our next panel will be on screen.
I feel the word of Richard Hart. It's a lot of fun that I could pick apart. Hex dominated on a weekly chart. Please don't get me started. Hey, that hex so sexy, yo, yo, yo. We're upward trending, yo, yo, yo. This pulse is sending, yo, yo.
Hey, what's
yo,
up?
Yo, yo.
Hey.
We're back.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
I'm excited for your guys' panel. You can go ahead and take it away for the next hour, and really looking forward to what you guys discuss when it comes to anything Hex related. Thanks.
Thanks, Maddie. So I think this is called the Looking Ahead panel, if I read that right. How are we looking ahead on Hex? There's so much to talk about. The whole thing is based about the future.
Yeah, very true.
Indeed.
I'm stoked.
Your future
I
self, I think Maddie likes to say.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like I had a come to Jesus, Hex Jesus moment not long ago, and just really felt like I felt reconvicted that Hex really is the GOAT. And, you know, like, it's fun to learn about new projects, and we can't have a ghost chain, right? But I know that for me, a big reason I'm in Hex is because I was so attracted to the thought of it just being something that I can do. I can interact with the contract, stake my Hex, and then not have to look at the price every day, right? And coming into the community and being a part of the community, it's a little different, right? Because my friends and family that I've onboarded, they don't look at the price every day. I end up either seeing it because I'm on X, or, you know, like I'm looking at something else and it pops up, right? So it's an interesting journey, but at the end of the day, I'm glad that Hex exists, because it just makes so much sense. And it's the one thing that to me has proven itself and should really be looked at by more people in general as the replacement to the 401k. You know, like I really truly believe that it can do that.
Yeah. It's kind of funny how Hex, it's like designed to be locked up over long-term periods to, you know, and that has the benefit of making you not have to look at the price chart, but we always look at the price chart. It's
Well,
like
it's so volatile. It's like
and,
you can keep your eye off it.
Yeah.
I
And I think now kind of almost like a new frame that I have started to kind of look at Hex stakes in now is, and I think it'll continue to come into play even more, is tracking the liquid value of your current Hex stakes. So that is the amount of Hex that you get. If, like, say you were to emergency and stake all of your Hex, how much could you get? Because every day that goes by, more and more of your Hex principal and yield is unlocked. And now that we're 5 years into it, the 10-year Hex stakes are starting to get to that close to that midway point where it's a little past midway point due to how big payday factors into that, but we're well on our way to that kind of first point in time where the first 10-year maxed out T-share stakes can potentially end early and get their principal back. So that's kind of a new way that I've started to understand and look at the yield on Hex stakes is, how much Hex is unlocked, today. And I think that, more and more people that early end stake, like we see it kind of when prices are running or when prices are dumping. But I think that's probably we're going to see a ton of early end staking at the point in the time where the principal from the first wave of 10-year stakes ends, and basically every day after that, every day new 10 to 15-year stakes were starting, and it's reaching that midpoint threshold. So probably a lot of higher payouts per T share are going to happen. A lot of the supply that was going to be scheduled to become liquid in 10 years is going to come out this year, and the penalties are going to kind of factor in as well.
That's interesting you say that. We were just kind of, I don't know what your numbers are, Dip Catcher, but I think some of the numbers floating around is like 12 to 14 billion liquid and short rollers. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I should have pulled up the Golkey had produced some pretty interesting numbers on the basically like of all the hex that is staked, like what is that staked hex doing? And a majority of this, like any stakes that happened in 2024 were less than, I think, 90 days or something.
Yeah, that's all. People are trying to play the market volatility, and that I think it's going to lead to a very interesting situation. But
yeah, well, I think it's a sign that and I got kind of berated for suggesting this, but in general, I do believe that the hex rates are too high, because that's what enables those large players to basically like farm. It comes out to about 0.6% per month. If you were to do a 30-day rolling stake, you're capturing 0.6%. And so over 12 months, that adds up to like, about 8%.
Yep, it's about 8%.
And so it's about twice the, what you could get in like a high yield savings account, on a percent APY basis. But like that, it becomes attractive because it's just that rate is, and the daily payout per T-share is quite high. And I think that's partially to blame for the just kind of like the severity of the Hexagon bear market we've been in for about 3 years now, is that there is just so like there's the max inflation of 3.69% per year, but since the OA and sacrifice addresses hold about 85% of total supply, but they hold it liquid, all that inflation is being allocated to the 15% of user held supply. And so even though it's less than 3.69% per year because of the amount that's actually realized and minted into existence, it comes out to about 12% annual inflation from the perspective of the users and the circulating supply. And so I think that like early on, the really high quotable APY was useful as price was going up, because if you're earning a high rate and price is going up, it's like double whammy bonus. But it kind of has the opposite effect during a bear market when, year on year, the total amount of user owned supply is growing at a really high rate. And then if you like even further boil down to the user owned liquid supply, because most users, about 80% of user owned hex is staked. And so if like 20%
I hear where you're going with that, but I just don't think it's like, I think it's a non-factor at a penny or even at 2 cents. Cause like, if you just do simple math on that, like, let's just say it's like 14 billion hex and they're making 3.69% per year. It's 516 million hex. At 2 cents, that's $10 million. Like, it's nothing. So
I mean, that's about how much liquidity is in all of the hex.
Yeah, but we did $500 million of volume on Hex Pulse on the May and B1 pair in the last 121 days as of yesterday. $500 million of volume.
But that is like, especially now that all the activities on Pulse Chain, there's about a little less than $100 million of bridged in funds that are like not Hex. And not other tokens, so ETH, Wrap BTC. And
but they're all basically one asset. So you could say that, there's $100 million backing. And all I'm saying is that there's only $10 million of inflation coming off per year at 2 cents. So it's totally sustainable right now. That's why the charts went range bound since Pulse Chain launched. It's like literally just a game. Our problem is we don't have any visibility. So
the top of funnel, that's like the big driving thing. But
I think the
that
issue isn't
problem,
just the
the problem that gets worse every day. It's not so much those short-term rollers. It's every single day there's pre-big payday stakes that are ending, and those users got in at a much lower cost basis, and they got in at 3 times lower share rate, and so they're earning at a higher rate than a new one. And so that inflation that has not been realized yet, like every day, because the longer pays better, there's higher and higher inflation from the early accounts that, and so that's more of this. Like I think the short term stake cycles like that that's
yeah,
there.
but you'd have to take that $10 million number and you'd have to divide it by 12 to get the monthly dollar inflation at 2 cents. So it'd be like less than $1 million every month. It's totally sustainable right now. The issue becomes once you're at like 10 cent, 20 cent hex, is it sustainable? And the only way it will be is if we can shove enough guys through the washing machine and there's enough incoming bid on the market to absorb a lot of the old players. And that's the big question mark, is like, who's gonna be the guy that steps up and basically gets rid of all this old. And by the way, it's super bullish because Crispy and I talk about this all the time, how the third cycle is really the cycle where everything goes down, because this is going to be the cycle where everybody that has been in hex for 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, there's going to be a lot of stakes that hit halfway, 3/4. They'll liquidate their principal, and they'll get higher and higher prices. So many guys are going to exit this cycle, which sets up nicely for a full system reset going into that third cycle. And the question of whether or not we hit like multi-dollar price targets for hex within the next few years really comes down to how high Ethereum goes. Because if Ethereum goes high enough, I mean, some of the possibilities of Ethereum over the next 10 years is like, you're talking like $25, $35, $60,000 in ETH if they get their act together. That really bodes well for this system as being like a twin turbo engine. And I'm talking about Pulse Chain as a whole. And I mean, I just think like the hex inflation is not the problem right now. It could become a problem if we don't have enough new demand to meet the supply in nominal dollar terms at higher prices. But as of it stands right now, I just don't agree. I don't think that there's enough dollar inflation coming off per month that's holding us back. It's like the random shark that jeets 100 million in a one clip, or it's like we saw 2 or 3 guys offload completely on this most recent Interpol flood. And look at how we handled it. It's actually held up quite well. Hex is we're in a bull market now. Like, it's handling these sell-offs quite well. And there's not that many guys that has that much hex. And so the more those guys that exits below 10 cents, the more upside we get as, real demand comes in and utility comes back, regulation clears up, and so on and so forth. So I'm actually quite bullish on hex because it's tied to Pulse X, which is making the whole system more scarce and mechanically dragging us up by the volume. And like I said, just on the hex Pulse pair, we did $500 million of volume in 121 days. That's pretty sick. That's 5 times what's on the bridge we did in volume. And the money's not leaving because people know this is an opportunity zone over here. It's a gold rush, man. Like, you don't want to lose your chips down here is what I'm saying. What do you guys think?
I think we have a completely different perspective on, like, I think the hex inflation is like maybe the top problem because hex, I think, is kind of like the entryway to everything else in the ecosystem. And I think that on top of kind of the diluted demand across Pulse, PulseX, Inc., and now 2 versions of hex, that even, like, in a way, that is kind of like, because all this kind of stems from hex, and like the sacrifice kind of stems from hex, it's kind of all in a way hex inflation. And so I think that, like, the main the main driver is the user-owned hex inflation and the impact of the pre-big payday stakes. Like, to me, that's the thing that keeps me up at night. That at this point, I just think that it's something that only time can heal, because, like, every day that goes by, there's these pre-big payday stakes that are ending, and I think there needs to be major recirculation of supply, and that's kind of what forms a bottom for, like, kind of a new era, a new wave of buyers to step in. I think that's like what keeps me up at night, honestly.
What if more things were built on top of Hex to deal with those issues?
I don't think like anything would just be peanuts relative to the amount of inflation that is allocated towards the 85% of the supply that's OA that is not absorbed by the OA's own stakes. And so like there things can, I think things that drive demand, that solves it. But I like there's even if all user owned hex was entered into some protocol that was just like burning hex, you know, that it like can't meet the amount that is impacted by the OA. And so
then the focus should be on demand if that was the case, because demand could actually solve the problem then, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Great, we solved the problem.
Or OA staking all their hex in a way that can't be ended or good accounted. That's another big solution. Imagine like, you know, in Bitcoin they have halvenings every 4 years. What if suddenly the OA just staked like not even all of its hex, but like I think it would need to only stake like 20% of its hex to effectively cut inflation in half. Like imagine that. Like it's bullish in Bitcoin, you know. And so I think that's a source of opportunity. Is there's the potential for the OA to go mega hawkish on rates and you know, slash inflation and cause like a big like stepwise catalyst, you know, like an unexpected happening. Like in Bitcoin, everyone knows the happening's coming.
Yeah.
And so the futures traders start pricing that in the cycle before. And, you know, imagine like just a sudden happening in the hex inflation.
It would shock
like
the entire system.
There's two sides to that psychology though, because one side is people would be getting like less for staking, so they might feel less incentivized to do so, right? So like, yeah, you have to look at the human perspective. I know you like to look at the dev perspective. That you know, people might be less interested if there was not as much inflation.
Yeah, I mean, they're a piece of the pie relative to all their stakers. That nothing changes about that.
Who do you
like,
think deserves who deserves to win harder? The guy that's committed for the long term, or the guy that comes in and buys it and gets rich in 6 months?
I
Through
think
price
that
appreciation.
I don't even know if there is like a someone deserves to win. It's more like the person who has better timing based
Well,
on
no, I didn't mean it like that. Like think about how the Federal Reserve uses the treasuries and stuff. Like when the yield curve inverts and short term bonds are paying more than long term, that's a problem. Would you agree?
I mean, not even a problem. It's more like a measurement of how the general outlook is. Like if you think that today will be worth more than tomorrow, it changes kind of how you approach investment.
Yeah, I think that's like a philosophical discussion to be had though. Like, you know, does the world look better when people are thinking long term or when they're thinking short term?
Probably somewhere in the middle is probably where that lines up.
That's partly why I think that you should use a dual hybrid strategy with Hex, where you have short-term roller to capture the market volatility, and then you have some portion that's super long to hedge.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see a lot more of like, I think one of the benefits of reduced rates in Hex would be that all those users who are trying to capture 0.6% per month guaranteed gain, if you suddenly can't capture that anymore, it would actually force those users to try swing trading during that time frame. And the effect of that for everyone else is that it either gives, like, say it causes price to go down, it gives new buyers a better opportunity to get in at a lower rate. And if it causes price to go up in the short term, it gives sellers a better price. And so like the more volatility and the more volume and liquidity that forcing those users who are basically just printing free 0.6% per month, forcing them to take on more risk and trade to achieve that, I think would be a lot more beneficial for the day-to-day Hex economy. Because right now it's like, if you can,
there's
like,
lots
why
of
would
other
you
ways
try
to
to trade?
incentivize liquidity, right? Like we don't have to reduce the inflation in order to incentivize liquidity. Like we have plenty of protocols on the Pulse chain where, not plenty, but some where you can incentivize people to provide liquidity. and that could be expanded upon. So if there was a high enough reward not to stake your hex,
Well, it's
and
not so much
not necessarily trade.
the liquidity provided like in a V2 pool or a V3 pool. It's more like the person market buying and market selling is like that as a form of liquidity is like the one that is good because that increases the volume and it increases the amount of funds that are in the liquidity pool in either direction.
Yeah.
And so like, you know, that I think could spark new life and drive new cycles is just like forcing those people who have a bunch of hex from very low prices from 4 years ago, forcing them to take more risk in order to capture that 0.6% monthly gain. I think that
Well, don't you
You
think
don't
that's
have to
what like the
force them
pulse
though. You could just bribe them instead. Is what I'm saying. Like, what if Inc went to $2,000 each? Like, what would people do?
You said ink.
Yeah.
You said
Inc,
ink.
Inc's
Yeah, I was just about
$2,000
to bring up.
apiece.
I was just
What are
about to
people
bring
gonna
up
do
this
with their
point
hex?
about pulse X. Like it basically is forcing hexagons to have to make a decision because the 8% on short-term rollers is the lowest yield that you can get in the entire chain. As a matter of fact, the second lowest yield is pulse X pool on the farm at 8.66%. So your baseline inflation rate of the chain right now in terms of APR is 8.66% on pulse X pulse farm, and then the hex short-term yield, and on a good month, right, 8.5%, 8.4% or something like that. So hex is the baseline, and everything builds off that. But the point is that there's a decision that one has to make, and it's like, well, if I go to the hex pulse farm, I can get double the 8%. I can go hex pulse in the farms and get 16.8%, or I can sell my hex and take even more risk and go into ink pulse or ink pulse X and get higher, like 20-25%, so that I don't have to stake long, but you're taking more risk because ink is literally the monetization of the risk you're taking of an impermanent loss. And then take this one step further, which is the backing value of the entire blockchain, which gives us somewhere to even make this thing valuable at all anyways, which is through the stablecoin backed farms that are paying that 30 or 40% APR. And it's funny, the irony there is like the risk then is that you're going to lose your coins and get stable coins, and you're going to lose your profit margin by a large margin to get that high APR. So that risk is different. It's inverted because you're losing your pulse tokens for stable coins as the price goes up and up and up. So I don't know. I think the system's set up in a way that's designed to pump, and we're just waiting for the right moment to set the trigger fire. I don't think the hex inflation is the problem. I don't. There's already enough options to make people have to think twice about where they're going to go with their hex, which is why you saw the dilution event, is because you took one coin and you turned it into 5, and then you turn it into dozens of other coins at the same time through sacrifices and so on and so forth. So this has been a full system reset, right? We literally bootstrapped the blockchain from one token, and it's been an amazing experiment to see play out. I'm excited for hex, man. I think that's where the value will land, because it is so hard to actually capture any meaningful value in hex on a short-term basis. Like it may be risk-free in terms of like unit loss, but it's not risk-free in terms of dollar loss.
Yeah.
Or gain for that matter.
Mm-hmm.
I want to address something before we move on.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's commented on SJ's hex themed earrings. It's pretty cool.
Very nice.
Just saying.
They're beautiful.
There's a community member that goes by Hexicasso on X. He's not very active online, but if anybody is actually really interested in these, I got a direct line in contact. He has also done, if you see me without my background, or I know RG3 has them too, the Pulse Hex and Pulse X. They're like wooden logos that are on the back of. Hold on. Wait, they're so cool. So he does
cool.
these too.
That is pretty cool.
So yeah, shameless little plug. He just sent me these, and I have Pulse ones too. So yeah, Hexicasso.
Yeah.
I actually linked it
Well,
earlier.
that's branding. That's good branding. You know, and that which turns it into marketing, which turns it into a tax write-off for somebody. Good.
Yeah, I'm sure. But yeah, it's if this logo wasn't that cool, I don't know that I'd wear all this stuff. So works out really well. Good job. Go team.
Nice.
So then the next, I think,
Okay, continue.
The things that we have to look at really is just like adoption and what that looks like, what's going to be the event that's going to bring that in. I think, okay, so this would be interesting since we're talking. It's good. These are good conversations to have among smart people. Like I have a very wealthy cousin that his family is very active in the stock market. They've been in the business for 40 plus years, done very well for themselves. You know, they're traders and out of the Chicago area. And, you know, at Thanksgiving this year, I brought it up, you know, like you can get 30 to 40% APR over here on these farms, or you can, you know, they've known about HEX for years, but they're disinterested by it on the notion that there's one large player that centrally controls a large portion of the supply. And that's why they don't want to participate. They don't care how much it can pay because there's always going to be that perceived threat level.
Mm-hmm.
And what I think that is, though, really is it's an opportunity for everyday men and women to get into something early that's harder to get into than just regular Dogecoin on Robinhood. That there's an opportunity zone there, like a gold rush happening over here, where you can capture more and more real estate of this really valuable layer 1 blockchain. Got to get over that hurdle of a centralized figure. Like, look, the greatest things on earth are centrally controlled, or have some huge figurehead behind them. You know, look at Steve Jobs, look at Elon, look at Trump. Like these movements that are big and have any kind of meaning or weight behind them at all have a central figure. If he goes down, he or she goes down, I mean, it impacts in some way, right? I think it just gets more violently cult, like it turns into more violent of a cult, right? And when that happens, but yeah, that's like one of the big sticking points right now is like we're gate kept. We have no visibility. One man stands between everyday man and a DeFi revolution and total succumbing totally to centrally controlled forces globally. So I think that's kind of like where there's an interesting kind of dynamic going down. And
what do you think resolves that?
There's been conversation about, you know, how long it would take. We did talk a little bit about this in the green room, like how long would it take for the OA to naturally through the inflation process of HEX to get them hit for that portion of that to be diminished down to less than 50%. Remember that at one point, Satoshi had more than 50% of all of the Bitcoins, but was quickly, you know, circumvented by the inflation of that network. We have a different kind of a setup over here, which is kind of interesting because it keeps the vulture capitalists at bay. So they can't come in here and just dominate the system. Like, for example, I'll take this another direction. There's no way for, and this is why I think the demand thing is easier to solve than I think most people believe. If every person on Earth was to capture one T-share, oh wait, they can't, because there's not enough HEX on Earth for every single person to capture one T-share. It would be in the order of magnitude of hundreds of trillions of HEX would be needed. And we only have like a 600 billion supply of HEX, which means the only way for, let's just take it bring it in a little bit. Let's just say there's 1,000 millionaires that want to get in to HEX and stake some T-shares. Like, that's going to drive price up massively. So it's not going to take a lot. It's just going to take a few guys. And I have an example of one of my members in my group onboarded one of the most successful surgeons in her area, a dental surgeon, into HEX down at the bottom before we started to rip past like the 0.005 level, half a penny. And it literally caused a breakout. And then we ran to 3 cents after that. One new guy bridging in like 800 grand. So if that's the kind of effect that you can have at a certain point in the chart at a right moment, what happens when there's a dozen of those guys or 10 dozen of those guys coming in? There's just, it's like a pent up ball of energy. And there's just so many factors at play that's going to make this thing. I mean, dude, HEX is the most soundest money on Earth. Like, I don't think people understand. Yeah, there's a centralization factor, but on the other hand, it's better than Bitcoin from the perspective of there's already rumors swirling around that BlackRock's gonna take, you know, a majority stake in Bitcoin, and they're gonna try and fork it and try to change the parameters and try to make their Bitcoin the real Bitcoin. I mean, look, even the fact that that's a possibility is a problem. Whereas like HEX, the code's immutable. Immutable, meaning it can't be changed, and it's the first coin that it's long-term minded, that's got a cult behind it, that has its own chart of future market supply. So there is some sort of predictability for financial analysts, hedge fund guys, vulture capitalists to actually analyze, strategically attack this asset, because you know that the code is good. And guess what? Yeah, Ethereum and Pulse Chain can be modified by the admins and changed to some degree. You could switch one from proof of work to proof of stake and backwards and over again. And that might not be as comfortable to Bitcoiners as it is on Bitcoin, because they have this belief that 21 million is all there ever be and the code isn't going to change anymore. But that's just a fallacy that they tell themselves. But Hex is where the energy should end up, because it is immutable and it's got a big already mass following of users behind it. It's the first time in history we've ever had a setup like this to redo Bitcoin. And I've been saying it for years, and it all revolves around that. It's a sound money tool that's going to be an attempt. It's the first thing that actually gives us a shot at attacking currency debasement and inflation at the code level. And we have to accept that there is this one central actor that's literally the one pivot point that both protects and serves, but also is a threat. And like that, is that just not an artifact of the times that we're in, right? How you have these figureheads like Elon Musk and Donald Trump and Richard Hart out here, the bastions of hope for humanity to go in the right direction in this world. And so you can either be part of the financial revolution, or you can succumb to the same rules that the game has always been played by and just perpetuate the same loop. And I'm not for that. And I want to be in sound money. And I have to believe in the guy that invented it. That's just that I had to come to terms with the fact that Richard could be the first crypto trillionaire. Once I did, I didn't look back.
Like, I think that how there's that perceived risk of the high centralization of supply, whereas like the people who've kind of been around know that it's mainly been a neutral thing. And so like that perception of risk is being really high right now, and then potentially decreasing. Like that's like a big source of opportunity. Like that's kind of one of the downsides of like, if the OA was to take major action to cut rates, that would effectively burn supply permanently. But then that kind of looming potential for the OA to not have a dominant amount of the supply, like that as a source of potential bullishness, goes away. So it's kind of good that it like, it's one of those things where like where buy the news or buy the rumors, sell the news is such a powerful concept. And so like never actually seeing the news happen, like it like always gives you a rumor to buy. So I think that, you know, that some people just, it's like a non-starter. I'd say probably the PR aspect is probably worse than like the perception of the centralized ownership. Like that's what's hard to really.
It's just another lever you can pull in the future, though, right? Like the OA account has the control to change that situation when the timing is right. Which is great that they have that option. It could be bullish in the future for the OA to burn a portion of the account, and they have that option, right? Right now, it might be keeping out some centralized investors because they're scared of the OA. But when there's green candles, everything's pumping, the OA could announce that half of that was gone, and the whole situation could change. But the fact that they can pick the time, the moment, the perfect time to do it, it makes for some interesting game theory.
Mm-hmm.
You have to look into the past actions of the OA to really get into the mind of whoever's controlling those keys. And I bring your attention to like Big Payday. It helped mitigate a lot of that inflation that you talk about in one shot. Like people saw their payouts on that day decline by like, what was it, like 60 or 70%. They got less units, but then the following 300 days, the price of Hex went from a half a cent to 56 cents. So he's already shown that he's willing, or whoever controls the keys has shown that they're willing to be benevolent in that regard.
There was a big move to cut rate. That would be like the third time that it had happened, because there's a big payday staking. But also, I mean, OA does have like 20% of all T shares.
The speculation just of the possibility of the OA doing that is better than it being taking away that binary option. The fact that there is an option is super bullish, because if you take that ability away, then the system doesn't have maybe certain defense mechanisms in the future that it may be required to mitigate a bad actor in the system. So like, yeah, I just see that you got to come to terms with that fact. Like, I'm talking to the world at large. Like, you got to see what the past actions have been and see what this is all about. And it's about reinventing sound money and giving an actual store of value to Ethereum, somewhere where like Ethereum and Pulse Chain can put their economic energy, and like the rules are permanent and somewhat predictable. I think that's really helpful and not unsustainable either. Like, think about, your dollar loses 7% of its purchasing power every year. That's pretty bad. Like, that's the opposite of what Hex is doing for you currently. So
Agreed. Biggest Ponzi there is. That being the dollar, to be clear.
USDTs.
Yeah.
I think we lost Dipcatcher. I think he lagged out.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are.
Oh.
Oh, no. Now
We
he's
could
gone.
hear you, and then
there was
you
me.
left. Whatever. Shit.
So, like,
I'm sure he'll
SJ,
be
I don't
back.
know. Do you have any perspective into the mind of big players in Hex, or like, you've been around a long time, and
That's true.
and what do you like? You're coming from a different angle. You're not sitting at the computer every day like me and Crispy and Fast, crunching numbers. So you're getting more like the community, public facing element of Hex. Like, is there things that you love about it, or maybe areas you could see room for improvement, or are you excited about any events coming up? What do you think?
Yeah. So, to be honest, one of the things that seems to be kind of catching fire, that I've just heard a couple different people talk about or mention within the last few days, to be honest with you. One of them was Maddie, talking about just the opportunity to go represent ourselves in our community at political events, right? Like, I really admire that about Maddie and many other there's Gary. There's a lot of community members, that tend to spend their time and energy going to these different in-person events to rub elbows with and kind of start talking to people that are outside of our community but within crypto, or outside of crypto but needing to understand it, or to kind of like wrap their minds around what's going on with these people who could be, for example, constituents, right? So the Pulse 369 conference we have, and I this is one of the coolest, I think, speakers we've had on the entire Pulse Chain tour is Zach Conine. He's the treasurer of Nevada, and he'll be there, speaking. There's people that helped out with his campaign a few years back before I was even in the space. And basically that's the thing that I've started to see more people talking about and wanting to get into. And that's exciting for me. That's what I'm excited about, is getting to the point now where we're sitting across the table from people who are in a position to create these laws or rules or guidelines or whatever it's going to end up looking like, right? And to come in front of them and to say, hey, I am someone within your district or your area, or, you may or may not have my vote. And my vote is largely dependent on this issue, right? And tell them why it is that crypto is so important to you and how you're not a criminal or a terrorist. And you would really like to utilize, this financial tool that has made you financially free. I mean, just think about the power of that story for people, especially people within government, because that's such a machine, right? Like the whole political system and a lot of people in it are in it for that money at the end of the day, like we talk about corruption and stuff, like that's what's going on at the end of the day. So imagine presenting them with this economic vehicle, not only because you're concerned about it, but it's something that they're going to want to know about too. I mean, this new administration coming in, and everyone talking about how this is the most crypto friendly, Senate, and like all these other leaders in power. It's a whole shift. So that's what I'm really excited about, is seeing people get really serious about DeFi, because it's not just crypto. That's the thing with us, especially. It's not just this, like, let's teach them about crypto. Let's teach them about DeFi and what DeFi is and what that means to us, because it's CBDC is not Hex. You know what I mean? And like these people that are getting into these positions need to know what, what that means, and like how that works, and what DeFi truly can do for people, how it can free people.
Yeah,
Just gotta
this
find right ears to talk into about it,
I love it. I think we need to be more, we need to be more present at bigger Bitcoin events, Ethereum events, political rallies. Maddie surprised me and started showing up to these things. Got a girlfriend in that world, well connected. Like, you guys don't have any idea how hard some of these guys and girls out here work, and are just they're evolving too. Like a lot of us came from,
Are you gonna say you can't imagine how hard it is to be a guy in crypto and have a girlfriend?
Well, the Hexicans don't have that.
Try having a
problem.
wife.
Yeah. You derailed me. Just generally, like, thinking about how hard some of these people are working, like, and they're, like, I was going to say, like, they're evolving too. Like, how many of us have changed and grown from the lessons that Richard was teaching 6, 7, 8 years ago? Like, dude, I was working in a retail store. Now I run like a group of people online and connect with people all over the globe about cryptocurrency. Completely different, than my life before. My life has actually been changed by Hex. I was just a Bitcoin miner in a small town in the Midwest who built out a facility. People looked at me like I was a weirdo, loading a bunch of ASICs up in a shed somewhere. And now a few months later, I saw the state of Wisconsin, or it was a couple of years later, I saw the state of Wisconsin buying billions of dollars of Bitcoin. It's like, yeah, we were early. I was early, right? Now I'm early again to Hex. I've been early to stuff my whole life. I know what early looks like. That's what I am. I'm usually about 6 to 10 years too early on stuff. I was playing Halo when it was uncool. Like, I know the feeling. That's because it's who I am. It's in my blood, and it's what drives me. It's what fuels me. And guess what? The Hex community is quite peculiar because it surrounds me with other people like me, and we're all different. We're all different. We all have different skills. We look different. We act different, but we all have that same vision we all want to get rich, dude. But we want to also help the world in the process.
Yep.
And there's a clear route here. This is a gold rush happening on Pulse Chain, and Hex really does solve the currency debasement and inflation problem of fiat currencies. It does do that, and it's going to continue to do that whether you like it or not. So you can either participate now or later. It doesn't matter. I mean, you can just. So what we're going to do is we're going to go out and we're going to connect with new people out there in the wild, and we're going to learn how to build natural law trusts, and we're going to, look at the inner workings of the political system, and we're going to tap into the hedge funds, and we're going to tap into all the different layers of the financial sector across the world, and we're going to. That's our destiny, guys. Like that's what it is. It's like it's not an easy road. There's challenges all the time, but Hex is a movement, man. And hopefully when the money starts to pour in, like, people get it. And yeah, I'm here for the long term.
Yeah.
I'm here for the tech.
That's right. It's good tech. It's immutable tech. You should start saying you're here for the immutable tech.
I do like the immutable tech. I do like some of the not immutable tech as well.
Hey, I didn't say you don't have to mention. I didn't say you don't have to talk about the non-immutable tech, but it sounds better.
It does. It does. It's true. I'm here for the immutable tech. For this show, we'll try that one. Speaking of that, though, like, you guys think we could have more things built on top of Hex? So we have obviously Maximus DAO, Actuator that sponsored the conference. So those are two Hex staking oriented protocols. What else could there be? What holes could be filled?
I think options on future Hex price and future Hex yield. That's a space that I'm interested in. New ways to quickly allocate gains and losses. I think that with the meme coin space has really shown that people don't want to wait around months or years for high performance. They want to know if they're getting high performance within hours. So I think catering to that type of demand of really fast allocation of big gains and big losses. So kind of, basically leverage, like leverage, not like small
Leverage
leverage, but like
staking.
big leverage on hex, I think is an area to build in. More lending. I think like there are the like kind of hex lending that's kind of like liquidity based, but other models for lending, maybe with where you're borrowing against your future yield. And Actuator may be a good example of that, where you can kind of roll today's yield into a liquid token. So maybe there's ways to kind of implement that model in a lending protocol where you can use your yield that you're accruing to pay off your loan or something, or just different
with
formats.
HSIs, you have that liquidation option. So you could, in theory, if you had an HSI that could be liquidated, you could have like a instant lending on hex stakes, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially in like, like what's hard about borrowing Hedron against your HSI is that the value of the Hedron could go up a lot from when you borrowed it, and so that kind of introduces a problem where like you may borrow, and then because the only reason you really borrow something is to like do something else with the borrowed funds. So say you borrowed Hedron to like invest in something else. If it didn't outperform the Hedron, then you're kind of screwed there. And so like
That's the risk.
dollar backed lending on the hex stakes, I think could be very, very useful. Also things like alternatives to staking, like yeah, I mean those fit right in, and they kind of have a built-in oracle with the redemption rate, where that gives you a snapshot of because of how the price, every time there's a redemption period, it's both mintable and redeemable at the new redemption rate. And so that like double-sided arbitrage basically just squeezes the price to whatever the redemption rate is. So a lending protocol, even if like, I think over time the oracles on Pulse Chain will get better, but you could build a lending protocol around the annual base redemption rate, which is a measure of what a 1 year hex stake yielded. So I think those base, I think base really could be like a good proxy for hex in that sense, where you can have something that's earning a annual yield. It has the lowest like redemption and premium range because it's redeemable in a year. The max it's always less than a year away when you can redeem it, so it doesn't really get too low or too high, and it exceed it kind of matches the annual hex inflation. So I think that using those as like a primitive for other protocols is a really good idea.
Yeah. For anybody watching that doesn't know what we're talking about, we're still talking about Hex Maximus DAO tokens, of which there are a bunch of different kinds, are liquid Hex staking tokens. Is that accurate?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're coins backed by
it's
pre-stake Hex.
There we go.
Solved the gas problem on Ethereum before we even had Pulse Chain.
Yeah, and I think they'll be a big contributor to solving the gas problem that will exist on Pulse Chain as a result of the long-term stakes in Hex, and potentially other like gas consuming contracts that arrive. Like I don't think we've seen a big breakout high gas consumer. Sometimes it's seasonal, like but there's things like Zen, which kind of you burn gas to mint, and like NFTs, there's like sometimes minting events on NFTs are just big gas consumers, and there's things that come here and there that are big pressures on the gas and compete for blocks. But especially with like more trading activity going on, especially cross-chain trading, the MEV bots and the arbitrage systems, they may have really high tolerance for fees, and they may be filling blocks up with their own transactions and blocking out other. So over time, I think that the stake pools, where right now it appears low priority to mitigate the end state gas cost on Pulse Chain, but that's like one of those looming things that every day gets like a little bit worse. And so I think those will be a big source of gas savings, even on pulse chain.
There's 2 points of view on that. Some people might want the gas to be more expensive so that the price of pulse goes up, which thus will pull up the price of hex and everything else, right? So it's not necessarily all negative if it costs a lot to end a stake, though obviously that, wasn't the founder's intent, I suspect.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, they knew about it in the audit. Like the first version that they actually had audited, a max length stake wouldn't have even processed. Actually, they after the audit they reduced the max length from 50 years to 15. The auditor suggested to reduce it to 10 years, and that was because the calculation for the yield, because of how it loops through every day and adds up the data from like the global state, there's a finite number of those operations that can happen in a block, and a 50-year stake, because that S load thing that drove the gas price up for hex stakes in 2021, that usually coincides with an increase in block space. So at the time when hex launched, the max length stake wouldn't have even fit on a block, which I don't think anyone knew about. Even at the shorter one that they had done. So as the block size grew like a few weeks after hex launched, and that made those long-term stakes able to end. But like only 2 max length stakes can fit on a block, and so if there's thousands, especially with like things like ICOSA, which created a lot of max length stakes, and just like other things that like all the people that on the hex birthday that did a max length stake solo, all those max length stakes all trying to end at the same time, those can fill up a lot of blocks. And block space kind of works like V2 liquidity pools, where like doubling the demand for it, like 4x is the price of the gas. And so there may be certain times of the year where a bunch of max length stakes are ending. Usually at the end of the calendar year is when all that happens. And pulse chain blocks could be filled, which is bullish for pulse. So it's like it's bullish for hex, because the more
it could
hex
change
stakes
behavior too, right? And people could change their staking behavior because of that.
Mm-hmm. That's like 93,000 blocks, right, per 2 weeks?
Yeah. What is that? How many per minute? 5,
like
6 a minute.
4.6, I think, per minute at 13-second blocks. So then I think it ends up being like just shy of 100,000 blocks per 2 weeks. So I think we're good. I don't think you're going to have 100,000 15-year stakes coming off every 2 weeks perpetually forever. I think, especially right now, we don't have that problem.
They kind of add up too, because not only are there 15-year stakes ending, there's also 14-year stakes ending.
Yeah, but you can end them early too. Like if you saw there was a gap.
That's what a lot of it will have. I think that around the 7-year mark, I bet we see.
You guys, long-term hex stakes were designed to be ended early.
Yeah.
Because the profit margin is going to be so huge, FYI. So I think there's a lot of imaginary horribles around hex inflation and long-term hex staking commitments and stuff. And the strategies go so deep and they're so multi-layered, and I love hex. It's amazing. And if to look at it in a unipolar sort of way is to like really discount the quality of the potential there. Could we have done more gas optimization stuff with hex before it launched? Yeah, but it was first of its kind, so
yeah.
That's probably also what's going to make it valuable and bullish, right? Is that some of these maybe don't end. Maybe these people pass away or keys get lost, or and that all bleeds back to you guys that are still here. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean that would be the most bullish thing ever would be if suddenly a lot of stakes that were scheduled to end just couldn't be ended because like too much gas competition. Because who knows what other applications may be competing for pulse blocks in the future. Mm-hmm. Like right now, it's basically hex and some trading of related tokens. That's like the majority of the gas consumption. But you never know like what type of use cases may be in demand in the future. And the more things that make hex stakes unable to end, the more bullish it is for hex, because that's inflation that prior to that occurring, the market was pricing in that like, okay, this amount of hex is ending in this month. And so the market kind of prepares for that. It kind of predicts that. But then suddenly all that hex that the market was pricing in as coming into circulation, in whatever month, now that's all just gone, or it doesn't come into fruition, or it gets punted out into the future through penalties, either early end stake penalties or late end stake penalties. That I think can be a big catalyst, is just like if the resulting inflation is actually lower than what the market was pricing in ahead of time.
Eddie.
Amazing game theory. People were saying game theory gang is bad. Or
This is
Quank
an
Gang,
awesome
sorry,
discussion.
Quank Gang. Yeah.
Get Catcher and I get on
excellent.
camera and it gets tasty for sure.
I know we got to do this more.
Dude, we see, I think we see the same, we see a lot of things the same way. It's just interesting because I'm an optimist and you're a pessimist in some ways about this stuff. And it's so funny. I love it.
Yeah,
Dude.
I mean, I definitely try to be like,
or maybe realist, not pessimist.
I try to be right in the middle. Like whatever I'm feeling inside, whether that's like on like the far end of euphoric or on the far, like the opposite side, I try to like recenter, because like I've been caught off sides on like being too bullish or being too bearish.
You were too bearish on the Axis token.
Yeah, much too bearish.
You were one of the first guys, by the way. That's why I brought that up.
Well,
you were one of the first.
I was, I think I was actually bearish enough. I think.
Yeah, you made it. You did all right.
Yeah.
I learned everything from Richard Hart, by the way. So.
Exercise tips.
That's right.
Deadlifting.
Deadlifting and
trampoline running.
Yeah. Yep. How to run a sacrifice. I learned how to not do that.
I dig it. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for the deep game theory. I hope that that you guys get together again before the next Hex conference. And all of you have been amazing on here. So thank you for being on. Up next, we have a 9-person panel to close out the conference. So we'll do a 50-second music interlude in the meantime. But again, thanks for being on.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Peace.
Ready? Good to see you guys.
Told me I did a hex on her. If she don't got hex, then it's next on her. Too many bullies I had, I gotta flex on them. If they wanna see the proof, I got a dex on them. Young Hexican trying to shift the paradigm. I was in the trenches trying to get closer to paradise. Worry about your own bag, I'm fully aware of mine. Certified and verified, I'm yachting on the ocean and my phone is using maritime. No filet mignon, but I stake money. Liquidity provided, I feel like I'm Poseidon. Loudest when you're losing, when you're winning, they be quiet. These are just the thoughts that I be thinking when I'm driving. Dreams of flying private, I've been high vibing. High school parties, why wasn't I invited? Now I got 2 biddies asking me when I'm arriving. E-hex, P-hex, money multiplying. Haters fabricate, but dog, the numbers isn't lying. I must have ate a Mario shroom, I'm feeling giant. Shoulda never gave me no rules, I feel defiant. I feel the...
What's up?
What's up?
Hey,
team?
what's up, Hexaco?
Ooh, party over here.
So I'm going to do something a little bit bold here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say, I'm going to DM Richard the link to this. Okay. Cause I noticed on Twitter, his DMs are open now. I don't know if they're supposed to be or what, but like, all right, I'm going to do it. And I'm going to say, join us at the top of the hour. And like, if he wants to, he can. I don't know. His probably his lawyers will advise against it. But if he doesn't join us, we'll get Sticker Guy instead at the top of the hour. Okay.
Nice.
So we did this last time. So, yeah. But like let's go around the room, and I'm not sure, like, people can bring up their own topics or attach on to what the last person said. But yeah, like all of you are very strong speakers, and I'm really glad to have you on screen for the last hour here. Axis, what do you want to discuss here today?
Put me on the spot. I'm always good until you do that. Let's see.
Well, here, like,
I got an idea. Who went out to a new a venue or an event or onboarded somebody new in the Hex in the past 365 days, or brought the attention to it to somebody new on this panel? You're looking at the all-star squad here, guys and girls. These are the people that actually believe. And, you know, we don't always agree with how everything plays out with the community or with the founder or whatever. But at the end of the day, I think we all really believe in the principles that have been said here, and we have bags. So we got to protect this house. You know what I'm saying? We got to usher in the bull market. Like, it's not just going to happen. Like, we got to get out there and show people the quality that's there in the Hex.
Yeah, I'd like to. I want to add on to that a little bit. That's a great comment. I've heard for as long as I've been in this community that green candles are the best marketing. Green candles, that's the best marketing. But I don't think that that's the steal in the value of anything. I think it's the consistency. It's the congruent. Basically, if you got involved with Hex because you liked the protocol, you liked its inflation model, you liked its decentralization, you like its open participation. If you like any of those things, then yes, the green candles can bring more eyes, and it can change the price very rapidly, obviously during bull markets and such. But like, why speak differently when the candle is red versus the candle is green? Your principles, what you stand on, why you're here, what you're doing. Like, you can do this for price, just like you can do it for any other meme coin, anything that may be second cycle, third cycle. Like, I really do like Sami's content about, like, first is like, is everyone's curious. There's the speculations of where's this going to go? How many people are going to know? How early am I? Those are all the things about a first cycle, anything, a gold rush of any sort. But like, why do you value the land, that is hundreds of years later still trading in a marketplace? Like, I'm in real estate a lot. So it wasn't a free claim. You weren't a frontiersman. You didn't build the roads, but you still bought a house in a neighborhood. Like, there's a reason you gave it a value more than just a price point. So yeah, that's a good point about, like, have you been onboarding, and what are your talking points when you are onboarding, if you are, right? Are you just saying, this is a bull market, let's buy this token, someone's going to pump my bags, pump yours too? Like, is that your narrative? And has that been consistent for over the past 5-6 years? You've been saying the same identical words over and over, that someone else is going to do the work, or are you doing the work? That's really the question.
Right, and I would say it's disingenuous if you're onboarding only green candles. In fact, red candles is where we're screaming the absolute loudest to our community, and we're screaming and going to real estate events, getting on stage, onboarding guys during the bottom of this bear market, during this cycle. Once we're up a 5x, 10x, that is the wrong time to be onboarding, in my opinion. I don't want to sit down at the family dinner table and tell my brother across the table, yeah, come on in now, we're up a 10x, here's the green candle. He's going to look at it and FOMO in, and that's very disingenuous. You got to convince these folks when we're down in the bloody bottom of the market. That is the time to get these folks in and get them buying if you want to get them life-changing gains. Otherwise, you're just being disingenuous. And I see this in other communities all the time when there's a lot of green candles, people screaming on Twitter, oh, it's time to get in, and they're FOMOing people in. It's just the wrong time. I like right now. Now's the time to be going out and beating the drum, screaming at the top of our lungs about this community.
Yeah, I really appreciate that people are on this panel, every single one. Everyone that's on this panel, people that have been speaking over the past 4 days, people that decided to step up and be in the 5th annual Hex conference. That's awesome. The hundreds or maybe thousands of hours just in organizing these events that Maddie has put in, Sticker Guy, Rachel, all these different people that organize this stuff, all the DMs, all of the, and I want to be candid about it, the DMs that go unanswered and ignored, right? So these people that organize this event solicit for anybody to participate. And some decide that they're going to sponsor and they're going to support financially. Some decide that they're going to put their time or whatever it may be as far as like their brand. I appreciate every single person, because if you're here and you've been here for this past event or in past events before this, 4th and 3rd and so forth, and back in history, the product meant something to you. and there was a narrative behind why you did it, like why are you doing it, right? And I just like I want to stay away from the drama points. I've been frustrated. I know many people have been frustrated with different players inside this community, different, even the founder in different ways. But at the end of the day, you either believe in the protocol and what it can do and how it's designed, and for the purpose of a ticker that is not in the stock market. It's not in real estate or bonds or gold or other things that can change their value based on supply. Metrics like I listened to Axe's points about this is predictable future supply. That's not true in just about anything else. So all I'm getting at is I appreciate everyone that organizes and participates. And if you had a principled position in the past and you had an issue with an organizer or a founder or someone that's part of a different faction inside of this ecosystem, why would that change your participation in a conference like this? It shouldn't, right? This is a reason to be here because you care about the principles built into the protocol.
I would say on the onboarding, on the issue of onboarding, I prefer to do it from the DeFi angle, right? I want to tell people, okay, like you said, instead of the green and the red candle, like it's a meme coin, like, hey, this is harder than some of the tokens you could just buy on, Robinhood or Venmo or Coinbase. And if you are willing to take the extra steps and the security steps to go beyond the centralized exchanges and go DeFi, then there's a perfect, basically certificate of deposit based token that you can get into. But at this point, I don't rush it. And I want to make sure that people know how to stake, know how to unstake, know how to not click any scams or anything. I want to make sure they know how to use MetaMask, make sure how, what a hardware wallet is, make sure they can use the DeFi. And it is a little bit slower of an onboarding process, but if you're willing to put the time and effort into teaching people the DeFi, they seem to be more open to getting into Hex, because otherwise it's like, well, why is this good? And then somebody else tells them, well, I heard this token's good, this ERC20 token's good. And it's like, don't look at the price as much as maybe look at the liquidity, by the way, there's some interesting stuff happening there with Hex, but look at, read a white paper and look at the function of something and hold it, right? I think people should hold a little bit longer, but that doesn't mean they shouldn't do their research, right? And Hex is just the perfect holding token, especially if you want to be DeFi, because it promotes self-custody, right? You stake it yourself. You don't stake it on a centralized exchange. Centralized exchanges don't even want to have, Hex on there. Hopefully they'll have Pulse, in my opinion, but Hex, that's a self-custody token. It's just DeFi to the core. So I try to onboard people in the, hey, there's something you don't know. If you don't know how farms work, if you don't know how decentralized exchanges work, here's another level if you're open to learning it, because you do have to pick people that are willing to know how to use it. And there are a lot of them. Look how many Hexicans there are. I don't think I'm failing in that bar that I want people to be able to reach. And it's been pretty good so far, right? Of the people that are at least open-minded enough to look into it and look beyond centralized exchanges. And market it as DeFi.
And I think that's the beauty of the marketing as well as the onboarding is the tech will never change. It's immutable, but our marketing and how we onboard is going to change because that type of technology is going to be in that realm, which is awesome. And so, the UI might look different for how we are experiencing the technology, but really the backbone of it all doesn't change. And that's a huge thing in itself. But then we can see how we want to market it. And also onboarding is different for every person, right? That, someone might be super into DeFi or someone like that I know might be super into tech. And so how you onboard and market to them is so powerful. And that's why I love this group of people specifically, is we have all onboarded people in different ways and through different strategies. And I think that's one of the beauties of our community, is we take what we're good at, and that's how we market and use our skills.
I think that's very powerful that you said that, how you onboard is unique to every single person, because learning to speak the language of your audience is key. We onboard real estate investors. That's our main niche, because we come from the real estate space. So we go to these events and we onboard them into our community, and we onboard them into Hex, and we speak the language of passive income to them, because real estate investors, that's what they care about. They give a shit about passive income, and they care about making money in the long game. And Hex is a perfect tool for that. So we speak that language to them. And then once they're kind of like the carrot, they take the carrot, then we start giving the ethos of DeFi and holding your own keys and self-sovereignty and all the stuff that we appreciate and love. But we have to get the carrot in front of them first, get them in, and then educate them. So that's kind of how we do it.
I find this whole overlapping theme around this is all around empowerment. And so, yes, feeling like people can really navigate the DeFi world. Personally, I love the no coiners to be like, hey, this is the way. And like, hey, you're going to get set up with your wallet, and that's just the way. And if you tell them that's just the way, then they can really just be like, oh, okay, this is how we do things in this world. We take care of our stuff. And then I find one other thing that I really want to sprinkle in, like for our community in general, is around maximalism and diversification. And I found that for investors, especially no coiners who are coming in, I have heavily preached diversification, knowing that this is a really great tool. And we have a really great product that we can share with everyone and bring them in. But I've also found with newer investors, the best way to actually curb some of their emotions is to help balance out some of their risks, so that they don't have to feel as emotional about waiting for price to blast off. And I know that our community is very passionate. And also just introducing in some more of these, like, yes, maximalism can be helpful to certain people, but also it's really helpful if we can have more voices that can be bridges in our community to welcome more people into our space as well.
Yeah, there's a bit of, it's interesting. Anybody that's a parent or isn't a parent, actually just a responsible adult, I guess, would probably agree that feeding a child, the newborn into the world, only Halloween candy and ice cream exclusively is not that good of an idea. So like when people talk about their balance of their portfolio, it's kind of like their dietary decisions, I guess. And DeFi isn't for everyone, but it may be a staple. It may be something that carries you through. It has some kind of like Corey was saying, some kind of inflation model or yield model or something along those lines, staking models, basically influencing your psychology, not just your bank account or something. And then, everyone can get a sugar high. Everyone can get an adrenaline rush, a dopamine hit, that sort of thing on different things, including especially the casino, if you want to call it, of crypto. But like, I do appreciate what Whitney just said about like some level of diversity, because, I like Halloween, I like Christmas. There's a lot of sweets then, Thanksgiving and things like that. Those are, and that analogy, very similar. And then you go back to what basically carries you through for your lifetime.
Like we're going for sustainability, and I think even in the space, like for all of us to be able to take care of ourselves, and also to be able to feel nourishing to take other people in as well. This is the diversification or the balance. I really like that diet analogy in general, but we use it in all avenues of our life. So anyways, we're here for longevity. We all know this.
Yeah, I want to give another shout out to all of the educators. People, if they put together a curriculum, if they put together any kind of program, if they say, hey, this is you're a client, you're a customer, I'm going to work for you to basically educate you. Shout out to people that actually do that really do that. I appreciate everyone in this community that does something along those lines. And even in this conference, there's been 16 to 20 hours of great snippets, right? People can find, if they review this, if they want to forward it, maybe not forward the whole thing. There's going to be certain parts in your friend circle. If you're going to talk to anybody and try to refer out content, you take the time or ask someone inside the community to dice it up and splice it up. And I would say, give credit to that speaker. So if Corey said something, or Axis said something, or Maddie said something and organized this event, anybody that said something you feel might ring true with your own sphere of influence, snip it up and use it. And then be appreciative, because you didn't communicate those words. You didn't organize the event. You didn't put together that curriculum or that thought process. You may not have been through the trenches the way that a lot of the speakers on these panels have been. So appreciate that and give recognition to that. Doesn't mean that they're going to always speak everything that you love about your particular bag or your particular philosophy. It doesn't mean that. It just means that in that moment they were speaking something that rang true to you and you thought would ring true to your sphere of influence. So that's something I really want to acknowledge in 2025 is, yeah, this may be a bull cycle. We'll see how Ethereum performs and if those liquidity bonds bring, basically the market up in general of altcoins, or if something else rises. If you look at the market cap listings, basically since crypto has existed, Litecoin was at the top, Ripple is at the top, all these other things in the history. Namecoin, a lot of people don't know that I think it was the second crypto that was public was Namecoin, and nobody hears from that anymore.
I
right?
had some Namecoin.
So all I'm getting at is, things rise and they fall, but, communities being consistent about, and speakers within those communities about what principles drive them. Why do they care about what they care about? I don't know the speaking points of Namecoin. I don't know the topic of Namecoin, but if that community was still around talking about it, it might be popular. It may be still listed in some ways. So just a narrative to keep in your mind.
Do you imagine shilling Namecoin on Twitter?
You can find something positive about anybody that's rocked a logo inside this community at any time in the past 7 years, 6 years, 7 years. You can find something positive that they've said about your bag or your way of thinking. You can find a lot of things that you don't agree with and you want to fight with and you want to combat with. Which one do you think serves your interests best, right? More speakers on your behalf or less? So just want to acknowledge that in 2025 more.
I've got a great little segue with that, Gary. Thank you for that. And something I noticed on this panel, speaking of positivity, is that many of us are the ones that do decide to focus on the positive and look at, the upside of things and focus on that. And I actually had this section of SciVive picked out to do if I needed it on my last talk when it was just me and Maddie hanging out. And if you all don't mind, I got 2 to 3 paragraphs I want to read real quick. So this is Richard Hart, SciVive, led by Wild SJ. Look at that. Lens of Scivivalism. Focus on the positive. Don't focus on the negativity. What you look at affects how you feel. If you grew up around people who are negative and what you learn is negative behaviors, then you have a higher likelihood of being negative with yourself. If you only focus on the negative aspects of the world, that will rub off on you to some degree, and you will feel it constantly and disperse it further. At any given moment, there's an infinite amount of good and bad things going on, and the feelings you will feel and your perception of the world will be what you focus on. A good shortcut to understanding this is by imagining yourself as a crystal, either a cool looking shard of crystal or a crystal figurine where your eyes would accept the light of what you looked at. If you turned and looked at a pretty light that was beautiful, say a white or a gold light, that's what you would radiate. That's what you would feel when other people look at you. They would see the light that you are focusing on. They would see the light that you are focusing on. If there was some other negative idea in the world with your focus on it, then that is what you would feel. And you wouldn't just feel it, you would also retransmit it, radiate it, and become that color. Therefore, you become what you focus on, and you become good at what you do. SciVive, Richard Hart. Let's get positive, friends. Let's go. 2025, all smiles.
There's all kinds of lenses to look through. I mean, camera, people that use actual photography with light, not digital. They deal with all the focal lengths and different types of filters and things like that are built into the lens itself. So that's true, very true about the image that you see is based on the lens you're looking through.
and we're 100% a product of our environment. And so it's up to us to choose the environment we want to live and thrive in, because we're ultimately the creator of our own destiny. And so I can always tell by somebody's net worth by the 5 closest people who hang around them. And it's because they're a product of their environment. It's the same here. And so like I have programmed Twitter now in a way where I don't see much of the toxicity. And so a lot of the guys who get toxic and fight, I've got them pretty much kind of muted. And you can have a section of Twitter where you can only see the people that you follow. And that's usually where I hang out at. In fact, Twitter now, the algorithm just shows me all this health stuff. So I'm learning like new, peptide stuff to take and supplements, because it's all the toxicity has been removed because I've programmed it that way. And we just a product of our environment, and we want to make sure we surround ourselves with positive people, because I have no intentions of being negative.
It's a down day in crypto when your Twitter feed completely changes overnight, and it's like all health stuff, or it's all gym stuff, or it's political stuff.
It's interesting. Just in the past month, I'm experimenting right now. So I was following close to 2,000 people. I'm following 3 now. So
I know I was a little bit offended. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I didn't make a declaration because I didn't want to use my data points, my A/B testing. But actually, so I don't know if everybody knows, but when you do Twitter and you add people and you're subscribed to people, whatever it is, they're the most recent. And that's the one that the algorithm assumes that you were most interested in engaging at that moment. And then if you engage because it's new, right? It's a new shiny thing, a new viewpoint or new content creator or whatever it is, it's going to see that and reinforce it, and you're going to see more of it. So what I'm getting at is, as I stripped out and went through and just unfollowed everybody, I found 1,000 people that I had wanted to follow their content, wanted to see their content, but in the 10, 15, 20 minutes, or even if you're like all day on Twitter, you'd never see it. You just never do. The algorithm constantly is feeding what's at the top, almost like the cream that rises to the top of anything or anything that floats on the surface. And then all of those other people you think that you're following and that you're getting their content, you are not. You're definitely not. So as I stripped down, I was like, oh yeah, that person. And I was like, man, they've been making a lot of content I'd never seen in years of content. And so I stripped down, and I think I only follow one guy that gives almost all of his life and his time to rescuing dogs and stuff. That's the only person I follow. And then the person that passed away that I can't unfollow, I don't want to unfollow. And Somi, that's the only person from this community. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't value everyone, because before I did that, I built lists. And I don't know if you know this, but Richard made comments before basically removing everyone and unfollowing everyone. He made comments in different streams about building out lists on Twitter, and he would categorize and say, okay, well, does this person seeing a different note? Are they pretty much the same note all the time? Or can they be kind of like put into a pigeonhole? Can they be identified? Are they one thought process? And I think he built lists that were based on those categories. So there's different groups that basically are only going to talk one thing or one style. And I have listed out everybody in this community that I was following before. I still have lists. And if I decide in my day-to-day, hey, I'm curious about like the kind of content that Access and Crispy go through, kind of the data point stuff, then I want to see that, right? I want to engage that. But if it's just basically, volleyball game between like who gets the most likes in the moment, and it does, that kind of stuff, then I have a different category, a different list for it. I'm not saying that everybody should do it. I'm just experimenting. And it's been really helpful for my own psychology. Like I was very, very frustrated a year ago or so with this whole community, with not the product. I love the product, but there's certain things that were like tearing me psychologically apart from like participating. And that's helped me a lot. And I wonder, Richard has different designs in my mind about like why he does things. Some may be game theory, so that everybody gets frustrated and upset that they're no longer followed by Richard, because there's so much identity politics inside this community or any community about who's following who. And one way to do that, to solve that, was to not following anyone. In part maybe legal and all these other kinds of things too. But I really truly feel that building out lists helped me and may have helped him to deal with some of the stresses of not just community management, but protocol focus.
I always wonder with the X, right? Because there are 2 different ways to handle being, I guess, a hexagon. This is the Hex conference. you follow a lot of people in the community. You want to see how they're doing, right? You want to see, you're going to get fighting. You're going to get fighting and, people watching certain wallets, certain bots, whatever. But there's also, if it's too much, there's also a whole other world to advertise to. If you're sick of hexagons, like I did something stupid. I don't even know if anyone onboarded it, but I'm like, I'm just gonna make a bunch of ads for all these fast food or these places like Denny's and stuff, and like buy hex. And
I remember that. Those were brilliant.
Yeah.
That was
I mean,
awesome.
so I don't know if anyone, but it's just like, okay, if you're sick of people and the infighting, people are being disrespectful and stuff, why don't you go to Cinnabon and be like, hey, just troll, kind of like the Jerky Boys, but also marketing. But you don't just put, or you could if you want, but just put pulse chain everywhere and no one clicks it. I mean, really engage like with stuff that maybe it's a little too off topic, but I don't know, UFC fighters, like somehow tie it into what they're talking about, or joke around with someone, have some bants, and then just tag pulse chain on the bottom or hex, and maybe they'll look at it, just make it more visible if people are just absolutely getting too, and I'm not talking about any specific situation, but I've heard a lot of people when they're on X, they just can't stand it, or people are fighting and they're upset and there's negativity. It's like, well, then just go hassle the Denny's page, like mess with Wendy's, like get out of it, go to Nerf Ball and be like, hey, do you use hexagonal balls? Like just something stupid, and just have other people be able to look at, the content and make them laugh, right? Because we're here for, if you're 5555, which I hope so, some of you are, do whatever you want. But I mean, we're here for 15.2 years. Like, then you could be a little bit of a goofball. You can spread it around to, like Elon Musk probably isn't going to have any hex, but it doesn't mean you can't chill it to him. It's kind of funny, right? Like, just see what happens. Throw the dice when it comes to marketing, and sometimes just have fun with it. Don't have an expectation. If you don't have an expectation of profit from others, you can also not have an expectation of just messing around with it and having fun with the community, right? And I don't know, if you see a lot of negativity, I feel like you could also make it positive by just being dumb and doing whatever you want. But I mean, being a good representative of what you believe in, of Richard Hart products. But there's a lot you could do on social media and otherwise.
It's very interesting also about this phrase. The first time I heard it was actually was from Richard, and it was, you don't, I don't like what you like. I think that was the phrase, was I don't like what you like. And so you can spend your days, I don't like what you like you said, trolling Denny's or ice cream shops and things like that. Like everyone should eat a healthy diet.
It's not the best onboarding.
And setting up a picket line outside of Vegas and saying you like casinos and I don't, whatever it is. So you could choose anything in this world. There's 8 billion people to pick a fight with, and different businesses, millions and millions or billions of businesses. So like, I don't like what you like. I don't think is a very satisfying life to live. Spending your time doing that. I do believe that offering competition is useful. And, there were a lot of different things, as I commented, that early days of Bitcoin wanted to offer competition to Bitcoin. Namecoin, we just talked about, or other things after that. And they had their own narratives and they had protocols and they built their own communities and they did their own marketing to compete and, maybe deliver a better product, or at least make that endeavor in some of their pitches that they would do that. And, offering competition breaks monopolies. And when you do that, you offer better product or service to the public wins. The public wins, right? Older people may remember that there was only AT&T and you could not get a phone without having service with AT&T. And you had to actually rent the telephone to have in your house. You paid a fee to have their device in your house. And, you know, that's a monopoly, and that was broken up back in the day and such, so that there was fair market competition or reasonable competition in the marketplace. And I think that offering competition, and that doesn't mean Twitter battles. That means I respect the people that are making the hex postcards. That's one way to get word out about competing for mind share and advertising and getting the social validation for doing that. Hardly anybody is going to complain that holds a bag of anything in this ecosystem that the postcard guys are doing that. All right. If they're not financially being supported, you're not throwing your money into their hat, then, you know, what are you going to complain that someone else learns about your product or your bag? And it's just like outcompete someone is one thing. Now, I had a Twitter space, Hexologist, at the end of Hexologist Twitter space a few days ago. And at the end of that 2-hour space, I think the last 20 minutes or something, I was in that space. And what I want to highlight is that Richard, in my opinion, and it may not be shared by many people, threaded the needle through this. It's a miracle that any of this stuff works, which is paraphrasing what he's said in the past. It's a miracle that any of this stuff works, right? It's a miracle that your government that you live under in jurisdiction permits you to engage with the website and basically share math and code, right? So like, it's a miracle that any of this stuff works is my point. And he has threaded the needle on multiple products. And that's great. But like, a landmine in code or in design or community could have disrupted it completely. And there's appreciation for when founders do something that's awesome and amazing. And there's, you know, penalty, if you want to call it, social penalty or whatever, for when they don't. Same with communities. So like, I want to appreciate more the doers and the builders versus the people that just want to look good by rage baiting, you know.
The solid Luddite supplies of marketing are pretty amazing, right? Like whether it's, you know, flyers, mail. Richard used to talk a lot about things that are mailed, just little things to hand out, like paper, things off of stickers, right? You got sticker guy making stuff that's off of Twitter, stuff that's off of things. Funny thing is, it's kind of hard to get the gradient on the Hex logo right, because there's not really a CMYK equivalent. Any of you guys tried to print out that logo, and there's a little bit of a little hard.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So it'd be kind of nice to have a CMYK standard for both the Hex and the Pulse logo, because, you know, printing those out can be a little bit, you have to go and readjust.
I think I don't know if it's still there, but
anyway.
There was a room that was called Hex Design.
Yeah.
And I think the files were in there if you do actually do a search, because I remember Richard was so specific when the logo was being, you know, the community basically came up with the logo. Like Shill Gates recently was posting like his version that Richard had acknowledged on Twitter, but there was this whole Telegram, which was everyone, you know, that was back in the day coming up with all kinds of design ideas, and some of them were very interesting and some were very salacious. Anyways, but yeah, so I think that those files are in that Telegram if you look for them.
Oh, cool. Really? Yeah. The CMYK or whatever. It'd be cool if it was on the website, just because there's the RGB when there's the big like press kit. There's also on if anyone wants to make, you know, supplies. I mean, a lot of like Pulse. I know this is the Hex conference, but the little press kits and the logos and everything are there, and most of them are RGB. So, I mean, I guess this is the first time I'm bringing it up on a conference, but yeah, I mean, technically you could go print your own stickers even with the RGB. It looks fine, really. You know what I mean? And
the first
that's the
sticker
thing
ever
about DeFi. Yeah.
So
no one's marketing for you. You got to do it.
Right. Since there's such a push around onboarding here, even one thing I found just in the world, a pattern that people this year, the past few years, have really just craved is a level of intimacy, like just people getting to chat with someone in a one-to-one environment, or even in a small group, and having like a person, especially with crypto being so digital. And so I even a few hours back earlier on this call in the conference, I saw Briz was in the chat. There was a few of us. We were all just going around chatting about like the different in-person experiences that we've hosted. And I know many of you in this room, we've all hosted different things in that sense too. But one really great trust fabric, and one thing that can like reduce the trust time to get people into the space too, is having that like physical in-person thing. So whether you want to go out and speak about it, I know it can feel a little bit more of an edge to some people to be like, hey, this is what it is. But at the end of the day, like, we just get to lead with curiosity to be like, this is something that has really changed my life. And it's also added excitement to my future, and it's aligned to my values. Hey, I'm welcome to talk about questions and answer things and see if this is a fit for you. And just being that like open soundboard for people too. So just realizing that like people do crave that one-to-one experience too, and that touch point.
That's a good point about like marketing, the free and public content that's on YouTube, and people getting upset and frustrated and saying, oh, this thing, they went to a conference, or there's a one-on-one engagement, like a client kind of engagement kind of thing. I've been doing that for a long time. You guys have been doing that. Many have been doing that for a long time. Consultations and all this other kind of stuff. That's all fine. And you are offering the marketplace competition, right? Because saying go to YouTube, follow Twitter, follow these handles doesn't give that every client. It depends on the sophistication or interest or curiosity or time space. Even Richard I remember he had made a tweet it was back in the day when he was with Kim.com and so forth. And I think Elon was frequently like, in the Twitter spaces, in different Twitter spaces. And he had said, in follow-up, maybe in that space even, I can give you direct high frequency or high compression like data feed on crypto. Like I can educate you on crypto. So he was offering one-on-one consultations, special case of course, but like there's a reason, right? There's certain people that would say, I'm not going to sit through hundreds of hours worth of stuff to digest from diverse personalities and content creation. I need the details right now. And there's a trust factor that goes on that one-on-one relationship on it, when a video conference or in person, or all the stuff that Maddie's been doing and others have been doing. Like I see Whitney at ETH events and conventions. Maddie obviously has gone to many of them and so forth. Bobby Lieb coming on. These are all because of direct interactions with people. So a lot of people actually, especially well-off or time-scarce people, do not have time to participate in a lot of things, and one-on-one is more direct value for them.
I had a recent experience with being in person with people. I was able to do a continuing education class through the school district that I live in. And it was awesome because, the cryptocurrency class that I taught, it was advertised to the entire county that I live in. And so, this magazine for these different classes was anywhere from like crocheting to cooking to how to garden or how to do karate. It was like all the things, right? And so I was able to teach this class, and it was cool that it wasn't something that I was just putting on. It was within the framework of a really well-oiled machine of there were already all of these classes that were being taught through this particular like school district. And so I just got to add my cryptocurrency 101 class to it. And I taught that for several weeks and got to have those, personal experiences with all these different people. I still get calls from my students still today, which is awesome. But it was really cool to be able to take a framework that was already set up, that people trusted, and it was really easy to get students to come into that and to be taught through that because they wanted to take a class. And seeing Crypto 101 was a super interesting thing for a lot of people. So if I can encourage anyone, look and see what's around you as well, because you don't even know, like there could be some sort of continuing education class that you could teach, and it was a really good experience for me.
Using a platform that's already been, utilized by multiple different industries or niches to get your word out. I mean, we're advocates of guerrilla FaceTime marketing, Facebook marketing. We Facebook marketing, we Instagram marketing, we pay for the marketing to help bring eyeballs to our content, and then bring the, like entrepreneurs, real estate investors into our ecosystem. And then, we educate them from there. But it's, I don't recommend that for everybody. But if you're running, like, for the guys who are doing like paid groups, or the guys who are doing the education side of things, and you're catering to a specific audience, paid marketing through social media has gotten us the highest ROI. So, and it's also onboarded just a crap ton of new Hexicans and Pulsicans that bring in a lot of money. We have almost 300 members in our community now, and they're all entrepreneurs, real estate investors, and they bring in, pretty good, decent chunks of cash. So it's worked really well.
Shout out to Somi for being an AI. He's pretty
right. I thought he was AI for the first year. Oh my God, I still love this content as AI.
Tommy, you made your first video appearance this year on St. Wolf stream twice, actually. So
yeah, I got to hop on with them for a few minutes.
Welcome to the party, brother. Actually, if you want, there's a spot here that Richard isn't filling right now in case you're bored.
Yeah, the bucket list, man. Come on.
Where's Sticker Guy, Maddie? You promised us.
Top of the hour. Yeah, either Richard or Sticker Guy can come on. We have space for one of them.
Very cool. Yeah, the Somi thing. And again, we have all these little like mile markers of history if you've been here for any amount of time. And the AI is Somi does so much. It has to be AI. There's got to be a team feeding him before he ever had a face reveal or camera reveal, and that whole battle and conspiracy thoughts. And then he's coming on screen with his hat that has dongles or whatever, dingleberries. That was funny. Yeah. So there's, again, he's been consistently, again, he may not be right. I'm not saying he's right. His data points are right. But I'm saying he's been consistently, and he's been upbeat in personality and engaging. There's a reason he has, 4,500 or something videos, and he's a machine, man. I actually think he may be Cybertronic. I do not know that he's actually human. Maybe AI is part of his integration. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you, Sami and Randy Hilarski were the two influencers that kept my resolve all through the SEC FUD. After that, whole thing came out, and when we saw that massive red candle, like those two influencers is what kept my resolve and kept me grounded. I watched them every day religiously.
Yeah, Randy's interesting. I remember when he was throwing in the towel, angry at everybody that was in Discourse Syndicate. Fuck all these people. He was very upset. And, he's been one of the most consistent as far as like support for the community over.
And he's got a lot of positivity about him.
Yeah. Took a while to bring him around,
Hey, that was a treacherous time to be involved, eh? There he is.
No way.
Hello, fam.
The AI is real.
Bucket list. Check mark.
That's awesome. There's been 2 times on St. Wolf stream that I've missed Somi being there. Like I engaged right afterwards, so it was pretty cool.
Somi stole the center spot, Gary. What are you going to do about that?
Worth it. It's worth it, man. It's a moment in history.
Brady Bunch.
As long as he's not streaming from a Toyota, then I'll say.
You can all hear me. Do you want me to do a slot? I don't know what to do, Maddie. I've never done any of these shows. I'm always in the trenches with everybody. I'm always like working hard. I don't like doing the interviews. If you watch my channel, I always think about interviews and conferences are like you don't interview Messi 15 minutes in a game. Hey, how do you think it's going to go? So we can discuss a lot of things if everyone's curious. Do we have enough time? I've got a lot of stuff coming out as well.
Let's go, man.
Let's do it.
Wow, yeah, awesome. Yeah. Let's be topical. So like, I've noticed, right? I'm seeing some feedback on Twitter. There's always controversy, friends, and even when I first came into crypto, you don't get it because the news is so intense. Yeah, the news is so intense, so you can't really judge everything based off what you see out there. And what I've noticed is the news is always so curated to make you really nervous every single time. And I actually watched many people, stock market, investing world, and it was funny. It didn't matter how rich the person was. They said, yep, every time it looked like it was over, I was really, really scared. They thought they were going to lose their family. Their funds were going to go down. Ray Dalio's got stories. Every single person's got stories of these times. And you read them and you're like, it's okay. That's old people times. That was 40 years ago. We're fine. And now here the crypto industry comes and like you just get kicked over and over again. But it's actually the same thing as well. You know, one of my videos as well, I've got coming out as well. I want everyone to know. If you go back, I want to use a perfect example here. If you go back to Bitcoin in 2014, Mount Gox, right? Mount Gox goes under. If you're looking at it, see, we look at it, we're like, it's buying opportunity, duh. And Bitcoin was like, $500, crashes down to $180. But you got to understand the severity of this situation. Back then, no one understood these frameworks. We didn't understand what a store of value properly was. And no one knew what a use case for a currency was. No one knew it. Only like a few freaks. Richard was in. Trace Meyer was in, Andreas Antonopoulos, Da Vinci J15. Okay, yeah, 4 dudes. But literally, there's 4 billion people out there that have no idea what the hell's going on. So you got to understand, imagine you're holding this imaginary Ponzi currency. Maybe you've made like 10 times your money. You have no idea the industries are going to be born. And then Silk Road happens. Like, they arrest the guy. And remember, back then, Bitcoin, remember, friends, what's store of value? Let's think about store of value, okay? Store of value is buy this thing and then do nothing. You understand how stupid that sounds? So if you're talking to the average person and they go, store of value, buy this thing and do nothing. I mean, that's why when Richard Hart, he made Hex. Maybe you guys are familiar with it, okay? He's literally, the biggest FUD of Hex was the low volume and the low trading. And he kept saying, dude, do you understand how the game works? You're not meant to trade it. It's like a house. Your velocity is like 2 payments, a buy and a sell every 30 years, right? So all these concepts, you start to understand what's happening. However, no one really understood it right back then. So when it comes to Bitcoin, you had Silk Road, the government raids Silk Road. And you got to think about this, how extreme it was. We had no use case. It was literally being used to buy drugs. It was literally people ordering drugs online and people thought, this is currency of the internet. I have a use case. This is very high value, okay? So that's what they were thinking, right? And what ends up happening is, so after the raid happens, and even Mount Gox going down, these 2 separate events, what are people going to do at that point? Okay, you have no idea because you're thinking, wait a minute, the only use case that we had is now gone. It's all over. And you've just been raided, right? So it's been raided and you're like, okay, what do I do with this Ponzi currency now? It's literally game over. So everyone's scratching their heads and you don't blame people for dumping. They just sell and they leave. They have no idea what's going on, right? And then you have like, you have people literally look like full-on freaks and coming out. Like Andreas Antonopoulos, he just comes out, is giving presentations, literally like 3 dudes. One of them's always got the Jesus hair. And there's some other guy with like a laptop. He's not even paying attention. There's always some guy there at the conferences. They're literally on a laptop, not even listen to the guy. And he's saying, this thing's going to change the world. It's free currency. It looks so obvious right now, but only because the price went up.
Max Kaiser back then too, right? Max Kaiser was it?
Yeah, as well. Yeah, Max. Yeah, as well. So of course, Max Kaiser's a big one, right? He was like the first guy. Went on TV, man. If you understand, he was on TV saying this stuff. Is a very, very good point as well. So, we're having a moment like that now, but I don't like to dwell on it because it sounds like cope, but that's actually the truth. Okay, government comes in. You're seeing like arrest, MP5s, assault rifles. That's the images in your head, but it's not. It really isn't that at all. It's literally they've got a lot of debt. They're trying to get money. They're trying to look like they have to just they've got to pay the money somewhere, friends. Like they don't want to print the currency. Okay, they don't want to print the currency. If you were a government agent and you're like, okay, if you print the currency, things get really, really bad. Let's try grab taxes from everyone else out here. So we're probably seeing a byproduct of these out here, but even if you're looking at that original Bitcoin case, when I go back, you look at the chart, you look at it, you don't feel what they felt. You just see like, buying opportunity. You don't know. Like imagine you had $1,000. It's $20,000 now. Like that was huge money back then. Internet Ponzi money. And And imagine someone sitting there tapping you on the shoulder going, hey, you're going to laugh at this in 5 years. This is the biggest buying opportunity of all time. You literally think you're getting scammed, man. You don't understand what a use case of a currency is. You don't know how much of it works. Now we can look back with the benefit of hindsight. Now we know about growth rates, Metcalfe's law, currencies. We also have Amazon, Facebook, Google. So one of the things I've also done, I've made videos showing you friends, kind of like the biggest thing no one ever talks about in the world, which they should, is why is gold losing market share to like internet stuff? Right? That shouldn't make any sense. And the answer is they're all network effects. Gold is an analog network from the past. It survived thousands and thousands of years. But over time, people slowly but surely trust other networks on the internet. Facebook, Amazon, Google, Tesla, all of them. You know, we always have fun with them. And now crypto. So slowly, we're migrating into the digital realm. And that's exactly where crypto comes in. So we're looking at all these. I know it's kind of funny. People think about stores of value and layer one chains. You throw all these sectors and stuff out here. But really, it's about this trust thing. And you all know by now, right? The community is really the asset. It has nothing to do with cash flow. Okay. How much cash flow does gold produce? Nothing. Okay. Why does it grow at 8% per year for literally the past 100 years plus? So it's because obviously the money printer. All right. So, but this is actually where it gets more wild. How come internet Ponzi stocks, which don't have any bricks and mortar or anything, why are they growing faster than gold? That shouldn't happen. Okay. But it really does happen. It's because the world is becoming more globalized, more digital. And crypto is literally, that's all crypto is. Crypto is, we're all a digital nation. Okay, that's what we are. So that's why, I mean, Corey, he's big in real estate. I've noticed real estate guys, they always get crypto really fast, straight away. They go, oh yeah, it's property I own. It's just kind of like on the internet, right? They always get it fast. But the stock market guys, they never get it. The stock market guys, they're like, where's the cash flow? I don't understand. But when you're looking at somebody who's in real estate, they're looking at crypto and they're like, oh yeah, it's like my patch of grass here. I could make it into a house, or I could put a food truck on here and collect rent. I could do it, but I'm not. Anyway, and they go on with their life. Another example, right? So why is a patch of grass in the middle of Africa, why is that worth like, you know, $10,000, whereas that patch of grass in New York City is worth maybe $10 million? Why is that? It's because the people around the network. It's the same patch of grass. So that's the same analogy we always use in crypto. So when people say, hey, how come Hex is a certain valuation here, but it just like, because people always try to fudge you. They go, well, it just hands out yield, or it's been done before. You say, okay, man, where's your tattoo? You understand? You don't. Where's the tattoo of this new thing out here? Where's your 250,000 people? There's 170 content creators, 70 streamers. We got 2 conferences, like you're watching one right now. Where is all of that? That's what the real proof of work is, friends. So, you know, because everyone out here, proof of work. Well, the real proof of work is, how do you get humans, which is us, okay, not AI, humans, how do we get these branding and this marketing infused in our heads so much that we think about it all the time? I mean, like, one common example is, for a lot of people, I know they've been coming for the new coins, you know, Pulse Chain and PulseX and Ink, maybe some controversial PRC20s as well. But Richard, for Hex, he deviated away from like this stock standard type of approach for crypto. When he made the Hex staking, okay, he gives you a penalty if you don't claim your Hex after 2 weeks, right? End the stake. And it's so controversial. It looks like some sort of like gimmicky game thing, but he understood it from day one. I remember one of his streams, okay, because I came in late, but I'm pretty much I'm not day one OG. When I'm listening and understanding his streams, he goes, I don't want someone to wake up in 10 years and see they have a lot of money and they didn't work for it. Okay, and I thought about it. I'm like, oh my gosh, that makes so much sense. But that's what he wants. He doesn't want people to free ride off the mind share to basically wake up and just dump the price in the future, which is kind of interesting to think about. Even he understood the benefits of making people basically make sure that when they've got a stake coming out, they're thinking about it. So all you have to, it's literally, it's not forcing you to do anything. It's just forcing you almost like to just think about this at the back of your mind. And that's keeping mind share alive. It's kind of like your baseline of attention, which is pretty much what we're all trading out here in crypto, you know? So we're going to all these, you go through all these like network effects. And I always talk about Metcalfe's law and Reed's law. The city keeps building. But I understand, friends, as well, like no one thought with all this technology, we're still slaves to this Bitcoin cycle. Okay, so if you're sitting at home, like, yeah, we never knew this was going to happen, man. Bitcoin adds no technology, and you're onboarding a lot of people. You just would have thought maybe the cycle would have changed by then, but actually, it hasn't, friends. It hasn't changed at all. However, maybe one day it will. Maybe things happen in the future. The market's starting to learn stuff. Okay, we're getting a lot of people new coming into crypto. Things will change. Institutions come. They call it maybe a modulation of the cycle. A lot of things can appear in the future, you know. But everyone here is definitely optimistic for Pulse Chain. And don't be concerned about these other stuff out here, because people will try to trick you. No, they trick themselves. They think, well, they might have the newest bleeding edge technology, okay? But that doesn't necessarily mean it's the best. Like, oh yeah, I can make you a phone that is holographic, costs you $60,000. You know, it's not economical. Who cares about that, okay? However, all you're thinking about is like a Big Mac burger. Think about the technology of a Big Mac burger just because you know about it, okay? So these principles, I know I'm summarizing a lot, but yeah, I just basically want to just tell everybody that everyone is still here. There's marketing things, a lot of things, friends, like a lot of the FUD. I know I'm looking at this FUD and I'm like, it's gone too far now. People are fighting back now. We're fighting back. But there's a sea change that'll appear, almost probably shock us in the next 12 months, where we'll probably say, hey, 15,000 bad things happen in a row, and now the good stuff is starting to happen. But it only happens if people are present. That's exactly what you're watching. Like, you know, still today, I just want to let you know, other coins, they have conferences, but they get paid for with tokens from the teams. Okay, I'm not even going to name them, but like, we have this for free, man. It's literally for free. It's literally just Donald Trump 2016 grassroots. Okay, he's not paying all the media and he's doing all these. So it has been done before, and it's very effective. You want to know why? Because when you pay someone, they start to like think about it in terms of units. Like, oh, you've paid me $1,000. I'm working at $200 a day. That's it. I'm only working for 5 days, and after that day, I'm done. Okay, but when you try to onboard someone, the power of friendship. Basically, this is everybody who's like a believer. If there's no money on the line directly, they almost work infinitely because they're very, very passionate. That's actually what we're doing right now. So that's why these things are more effective. I mean, if you guys are familiar as well, Morad had a meme coin super cycle thesis. He obviously subscribes, watches my channel. So that's one of the most effective things at all. So when people are paid, as soon as the next cycle thing appears, as soon as like we move on to something else, they're taking a payment from another person. Oh, you paid me $5,000. That guy paid me $20,000. Hey, guess what? I don't like Chinese meme coins anymore. I actually like South American meme coins. You know what I mean? That's pretty much how it moves. It's very, very crude like that. But when you have Hex and Pulse Chain and this community, and it's done grassroots, it's a totally different playing field. It's literally Bitcoin. It's people who believe in something. Okay, so that's what it is. And that's obviously people come and they look at you. They look at, they see, friends, I'm not joking. They see a bunch of people. We look like sometimes, because the price is down, they think you're a bunch of people in a trailer park just hitting each other with a stick. But that's why I always tell you, dude, if I just make the price go up 10x, we don't look like trailer park people anymore. You think we have suits and we're shiny and there's Porsches and stuff out here. That's exactly what it looks like. So all I changed was this price. Even if you weren't intending to sell. This is actually the most amazing part, you know? Last thing, friends. Crypto Kobe, in one of his up-only interviews in 2021, he talked about becoming a billionaire and getting really, really rich. And he said when he became a billionaire, he realized most of life was a scam because his parents had been working their whole lives. And he says when he just showed them how much money he had, like they were no longer stressed. And he's like, oh, I didn't even have to give you money. I just had to give you the impression that you had made it. So that's what I think about every day. I think about what would our Hex conference, what would they sound like? What would they feel like if the price was just up 20x, but no one clicked sell? Because you think, oh, we've made it. But really, have you made it? Just the price went up, but the work hadn't been done. Like, what does it even matter at that point? That's why I always joke we are digital monkeys, and everyone's dealing with themselves. Dopamine goes in, dopamine goes out. You know, some people, unfortunately, when the dopamine goes out, they say, you know what? It's all over. It's all a scam. And then the rest of us, we understand that, you know, this is part of the game, friends. This is part of the game. I know we didn't sign up for this level intensity, but I mean, like, think about early Bitcoin as well. You know, someone's buying Bitcoin and then the government's raiding them and people are saying, you're going to get arrested, man. You know, friends, you know, the early Bitcoin meetups, they had code words to get in, literally code words. I laughed when I seen it. Just a bunch of nerds. They had code words. Why? Because they thought what they were doing was going to get tracked by the government agencies back in like 2010 or 11, you know, and you look at it, you're like laughing. Why are you laughing? Why? Because the price is 10 cents. You know what I mean? Because, that worked out for you. Okay, maybe we're on this now. maybe we're literally on this. Maybe in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, I get interviewed somewhere and I say, you know what? We were all thinking, should we do this conference? We might end up in jail one day together, and everyone will be laughing. Why? Because crypto grew. It didn't have 500 million people in crypto anymore. Maybe it has like 2 billion in the future. And like, oh, what were you worried about? Now you're rich. And then you're like, you remember these days, man. You remember these days where you like literally felt it was over. But that's because the price is cheap. The price is discounted up. That's all I want to say, friends. If you want to start a discussion or make any questions up, please let me know.
Hey, I was going to ask you, Sami, what is it that keeps you going so many hours every day? Like, what's your secret?
Question, sir. And I don't know. I honestly don't know. Yeah. You know how many times I make one video? Do you know how many times I've said just one more video? Just one more video. Yeah, it was funny. I was watching Squid Games. There's an episode. It's titled One More Game. And I watched it. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's weird. That's what I said. One more video, friends. I'll make a video. I'll go get these little little salt and vinegar beans, these little peanuts, and I'll watch other I'll watch you guys. I watch Malian. I watch the Game Theory Gang. I watch Corey. I watch Crypto 7. I watch everybody. And that's me relaxing. And then after 7 minutes, I'm like, you know what? You gave me an idea. I'm listening to Corey. Corey says one word. I'm like, you know what? I've got an idea. I'm gonna go check something. And then I'll go, I don't know what. I don't know where it's coming from. Yes, it is amazing, but it won't last forever, friends. It doesn't last forever. This is because we know where we are in this cycle. We know there's opportunities here. I've been in markets where there's a lot of edge at the start, and trust me, friends, it only goes down. Okay, your growth rate only goes down. It does not get bigger. It only goes down. Why? Over time, more people see it's safe. So maybe we make the first 5x. And people are like, wait a minute, you've been in that hex thing for years now. You have 5 times your money. More of those people come in. But what you find is maybe 10 of them join. Maybe 7 aren't really committed, but 3 stay. And what you'll find is as each cycle progresses, out of those 10 people joining, it'll become, instead of 3 staying, it becomes 5 and then 7 and then 9. And then what we'll have is we won't have these amazing explosive growth and big community. It'll just be everyone on there. It'll be okay, when you go to Facebook, everyone's already on there. Okay. Are you excited by anybody new joining Facebook? I remember when Facebook first came out. Facebook, friends, just to let you know, because it's a network. You can look, Facebook, crypto, we're all networks, right? When Facebook first out, college kids were going on it. It was like the de facto early Tinder. Guys were going on there in America to go meet up with girls across states. Hey, do you do surfing? That's what it started off like. So guys were on there whoa, what if girls from this other state that I want to go fly to, what if they are on Facebook? It was kind of funny. It had nothing to do with money.
MySpace and Facebook was West Coast versus East Coast for a while. I don't know if you guys kind of remember that, if you're a part of that. So a lot of the East Coast college kids or whatever would be Facebook, and MySpace were the West Coast musicians. And so there was a little bit of a standoff. There was Friendster back then too, but I remember, it was kind of people use LinkedIn as a dating site now. It's absolutely crazy. Hey,
I was a MySpace maxi.
Nothing to do with money.
Facebook late.
Nothing to do with money. All of this, guys trying to meet girls out here dating. So that's why crypto, this financial incentive part, the world hasn't priced it in yet. Now we're almost we're ruining the game. It's kind of once we now have tokens and attention and communities, friends, I'm turning it out. It's literally changing the game because we're all part of a community out here and we live on the internet and it's cross-border. How does that change every business out there who's not part of the community? You're outside of the club now. We don't care about you. I'm flipping out, friends. We all saw Takashi69 DMing me. I'm bro, you're the one who got famous. And because I'm noticing, more music people, friends, more people from music and culture, Iggy Azalea, they're coming into crypto because they know they can see this trend. They're like, why are these people going crazy? They used to go crazy for me and my art and my music. Now they're going crazy in this weird cyber digital world that they don't understand and grasp it. So the money part, it's important, but it's not everything. You get to see. That's why community is the asset. That's why actually, what's funny part, one of the biggest revelations I've ever figured out was You know when we're in a bear market and you're just arguing with someone on Twitter, but you're still holding the coin, you're actually holding the line. You're actually providing the base floor because you're using the coin value to talk someone. So to talk to somebody. That was like, I couldn't believe it. So these two people arguing in a bear market, prices down, they're trying to blame each other, and maybe they're being nasty to each other on the internet. The fact that they're holding the coins, now there's a use case. A coin, like for example, let's say they're in Hex. They're arguing about, oh, did Richard launch too early or too late? Or I didn't sign up for this. So yeah, they're holding the line. And they would never think about it. So they're getting something else besides financial incentives from the coin. Okay, and by the way, this is not even controversial, right? Look at people in Bitcoin. Go look at a Bitcoin maxi. They think like, you know what? They believe they're on like this crusade. Now the world's virus of fiat is like, it's slowly like fading away. They really have like this grand vision. Like when we think about it, I'm like, bro, you're holding like an internet Ponzi coin on your wallet. Like, what do you? It's kind of funny when you think about it, but it doesn't matter what we think. It's kind of like Coca-Cola. Like you are drinking 40 grams of sugar, literally in this little tin. But when you drink it, you're like, I'm gonna feel thirsty and refreshed, and I'm programmed to do it. And there's many things we do. What about like a Ferrari car? You're driving a piece of metal, steel on a tar road. You know what I mean? When you break it all down, everything sounds stupid, which means person who did the messaging behind it is obviously very powerful. That's why when we're looking at this Hex conference, you're seeing everybody still come out and support, and you see everybody survive this FUD. You know it's something bigger. You know there's something else bigger. You don't have the right answer, but you can see these bubbling undertones, and that's how you compare, say, us to someone else. Remember, I told you always the biggest sin of crypto. It's not bad news or anything. It's to abandon. Okay, so the biggest sin of crypto would be no more conferences. Or I'm walking away, I'm done. And I always joke, if Dr. Hexologist, he stops giving prostate exams to the community, he goes and gives it to the XRP community. That would be, that's actually what we've seen in crypto, right? So also, even in Bitcoin, they always have like this grandiose confidence. They go, once you get in, you never leave. That's how it started, but now it's actually on crypto Twitter. And even in crypto Twitter, people who are in multiple coins, multiple chains, they always say the same thing. They go, you've got to, it's kind of funny. It's like every single of these Hunger Games, Squid Games. They're like, you have a dream that you get really rich and you'll leave. Look at everyone around here. They never left. It's kind of like funny, like this weird, like imagine like this old witch doctor in the corner telling you, you'll never leave this. But it's kind of funny. They have like a myopic view, but it's because we have so much value here. Because what's happening is like real and it's new. No one's ever seen anything like it. So yeah, I'm very, very optimistic for the future, fans. Hope you've been all enjoying it.
I was going to say, like, to your point about this network, the network effect is so powerful early on when there's nobody involved. Because when you take one person and you add another one, you just doubled the user base, and 2 to 4 and 4 to 8 and so on and so forth. And I actually had this vision one time driving home from the first Vegas meetup ever that Maddie put on. And I was with my two buddies, and I was thinking about how crypto, and this goes back to the example that you made, Sami, about when the guy showed the $1 billion balance to his parents and how it psychologically affected them. When you're in this world, we are all stuck on the hamster wheel. And when you start to hit escape velocity financially, it literally alters your physiology and your psychology in a way that hard to explain. But I saw Hexicans go through this firsthand in the first cycle when they experienced that exponential curve up in price. Everyone remembers Gerardo's rainbow chart. That was where the beginning hyper growth wave of the first big wave happened for Hex, and it happened for this community. And people are still to this day latching onto that dream that was the seed that was planted in the beginning when Godwill sent the candle up and started that secondary wave, right? And so my point here is that if you can make it through this, and you can see like the people that are left here, it's like nuclear war popping off all over the place, and all that's left is like there's ash falling from the sky and dust settling on the ground. And I look to my left and I see SJ. I look to my right, I see Sami, and there's us on the panel. And it's like, okay, we're the last man standing. Like we're the survivors that made it to the end of the war of attrition. And then we just get that double up in user base. It starts the exponential curve, and that is where things really change and start to evolve. And that's life, guys. And we're at the beginning of a large shift in what it means to have sound money on the blockchain. And this is a financial revolution, whether you understand that or not. And kudos to you guys that just gets rich and walks. But a lot of us are here for completely other reasons. And, you know, this Richard guy, I mean, I think his intentions are really pure. And so him and this community, like we're all aligned in that we all share time like on this earth together. And there's a much bigger plan at play that almost none of us can see. And so I'm just very excited to be a part of this movement. And I'm very grateful how many talented people are here spreading the good message. So thank you guys. And it's going to be a wild ride, and we are going to go to levels that you can't even dream. Like I'll probably see Sami on a Mars base one day using teleportation technology and ushering in lifespans beyond 200 and 300 years and bringing in new energy technologies that you can't even dream of. And it's all going to have built on the resources that we accumulated here at the bottom in Hex. Like the dream is that big.
Preach. Keep going.
Yeah, the dream is that big.
On Axis's message, we spoke about the user base stuff. Just, I want to say, everyone listening at home, I know there's sometimes a lot of numbers to compute. I know, but these are really important just to show you how small we are. So Pulse Chain, we have about 250,000 users, which is tiny because in January 2021, a dog coin called Shiba Inu had only 1,000. And then in 12 months, by the end of 2021, Shiba Inu went from 1,000 holders to 1.3 million. Okay, so it did 1,000x, and then it was a million x in the price growth. Okay, so Shiba Inu still to today is about 1.3 million. Doge is like over 5 million. Cardano, okay, similar spiritually to Pulse Chain, they have about, in the 2021 peak, they had like 100,000 daily active users. Okay, they are all well within reach. Remember, Pulse Chain and Hex and PulseX we had 250,000 holders. We've got about 10,000 daily users. So, man, I know it's kind of funny, friends. It's funny. There's this recent like a sparring with Charles and stuff. It's the irony. I just couldn't believe it. I thought Charles was joking when he's like, "You're in a cult, dude." I'm like, dude, you understand? Like, Bankless, every single Ethereum community has been black sheeping them for all these years. But now this is what's happened. They are now part of the furniture because now they're in their third cycle. They're like, oh, we're not a cult now. We're part of the furniture. You guys are the cult. It's kind of funny, but no, that's where the opportunity is, man. They're buying the cult that they call a cult, which, friends, remember, it's not satanic Pentagon cult. It's just, it's culture. That's what the funny part is. So the irony in all these is lost, but the growth rate, everything is there. Why? Look, think about Richard, how fast he onboarded people in 2020 and 2021. You're telling me he can't at least continue some sort of growth rate like that with people just holding a meme coin out there that haven't done anything in a while, or they're in a chain that maybe isn't innovative, that they think were innovative. Where's your conferences, man? I don't see your conferences out here. It is easy. But what we've just shown is there's these timed patterns where, look, man, I feel it. I'm like, man, how come we are slaves to this cycle? Why? And then I'll use all these analogies. It's this night and day sleep stuff. It's like, yeah, try call up your friends at 2:30 in the morning to go for a sandwich. They're just like, man, I'm tired. Okay, that's what we are right now. So all of the engines we've been trying to crank on for the past few years, none of them will make any sense until this year. This year, it starts to make sense. People come in, they're looking for a home. And by the way, it's not a coincidence that when you have a good communicator at the top, it's easy to share with everyone, you know, because they're like, oh, I don't want to listen to 15 people. I want to listen to like one guy who's got a lot of answers. That's why when Richard's all his streams, all his clips, okay, it's just literally ammunition ready to go. And that's why, but you need the community there, which is exactly what we're doing right now. So remember, friends, all those numbers I shared with you, they are all well within reach. Okay, yeah, there's product market fits. It's kind of fun, man. Like it's funny, man. When Hex first started, it's like the coin doesn't do anything. What does it do? That's what everyone says. And now it's like, hey, you're launching a coin, it better not do anything. Now they're actually saying, I don't want any utility in this. You understand? It's just a picture of whatever it is, a lizard or a frog or a cat. Okay, no, now they make the cat blue. Okay, it's funny how these things in people's minds have changed. But, okay, what we've actually found is what's consistent is the people in this coin network community. That's what's actually most consistent. It's convincing people we're actually having fun here. Which that's actually what it is, friends. It's kind of like when you go to a country, okay, when you look at them, you don't think about like these 15,000 details about their families and like all these little nitty-pickies. You're like, hey, do they look happy or not? Yeah, they look pretty happy. That's all you remember. That's literally all you remember. So in crypto, when people are going and peeking around, okay, now the prices, they change things a lot, the price chart. But when you see people in this, and we don't just look at the happiness, we look at the energy. Are they making a lot of noise? Okay, because in crypto, right, everyone feels happy and sad together. So you can't really tell. You know, some people might be really, really happy over just like a picture of a JPEG. You can't really tell. But if there's a lot of noise, that's exactly what we're doing right now. You look at this panel, all these people coming in here. It has to translate to something. This ball of energy does not just dissipate, friends. It doesn't dissipate. I mean, like every single time this has happened before, something big occurs. Something big, okay? Because no one's going anywhere. Like, where are they going? Every single test has been thrown out, okay? The founder FUD again, okay? Thousands of things, like different narratives, you know, different technology. Oh, it's AI now. It's a bunch of hocus pocus, man. Like the whole reason why crypto was invented, and everyone tells Richard this, it's literally the most inefficient database in the world. It's just a book club entry for people, okay? So people trying to slap on this like amazing new tech stuff, one of them's got to figure it out. 999 people aren't, okay? So you're just left with the people. You're just left with people who can do all they know how to do, friends, is build friendships and make connections. That's it, you know? So crypto started with everyone coming in for the tech, making tech. Yes, you're the first settlers of a city. You can build sheds, you can build bridges, you can build roads. Okay, now that we've done all that and we can kind of streamline that, that's like when you have the layer one chain, the DEX, when you have privacy solutions, when you have the basic stuff done, right? What's left next? You just have a bunch of people. But now what we found is, what do the people do, okay? The people build friendships. They make connections more. That's actually what's growing everything. What has Bitcoin added in 5-10 years? Nothing. It's added some little underscore OP cat that lets Eric Wall make some JPEGs of cats. That's it. Where's the AI in there? It doesn't need that. It doesn't need that. But it's got people in it who are basically taking charge, saying this is the way, the truth, the life. That's literally all it was. You know, once people start to see it, and in fact, I almost bet in the next bear market, there'll be a community that bursts up. They're using Hex as their like prototype. Okay, here's the blueprint. What do we need to do to get out of the bear market? I bet they'll be using Hex. They'll be using Hex and Pulse Chain community. And they'll say, oh, they had conferences. Okay, Matty Allen had a cowboy hat. Let's get a pirate. There's a doctor on here. Okay, there's constant streams out here. Trust me, it doesn't make sense now, friends, but that's the game, right? No one studied Bitcoin when it was like $2. Okay, you know when they started studying it? $1,000. By the way, do they still study Bitcoin at the start? No, they don't. Okay, they don't do that. Everybody is going after the Ethereum route. Okay, only Richard, funny enough, was the only guy who tried to emulate the magic of Bitcoin at the start. The only guy, because everyone else says, oh, Bitcoin does nothing. Let's go make a hammer or a bigger hammer or a shinier hammer. And what we found is that is not enough to keep people believing. So imagine you're in a country, imagine like you're in America, and then let's say Canada, say, guess what? America, your tax rate's at 20%. We're going to make ours 15%. Okay. Oh, you get this type of social welfare, $500 a week. Okay, we're going to make it $600 a week. And imagine they went back to their boardrooms and go, oh, sweet. Everyone in America should now migrate to Canada now. We've given a better tax rate. We give them more money. Do you think it would work out? No. Because everybody in America, they're like, but the flag means something to me. But like, my family's here. It represents the land of opportunity. What about a constitution? You see all these things that have nothing to do with money. It's because you've just been there and network effects. That is what we're all trying to establish right here. That's why everyone in crypto, everyone focuses on this super, super tech stuff, because it's like, it's easy to get retail attention out here, but they don't last. Okay. But everyone here, man, like there's 15 years staking. Hello. You know what I mean? So we're a different breed. And remember, no one's trying to copy Hex right now. In fact, they see Hex as like the kryptonite to stuff. They're like, oh, I'm going to avoid it. But one day they will. One day they will. But when will they do it? When will they do it? Because the price went up. That's it. So that's what I'm telling you. All we need is the price goes up and then they start copying. Yes, that's it. because they know, they think, friends, they literally think we're mentally deranged. I get messages to this day. Hey, you still in that scam thing? Every single day. I'm like, bro, do you watch any video? There's 250,000 people plus. It used to be 5,000. That's how Hex started, friends. 5,000 people. Now it's 250,000 people. So I'm like, I'm looking at this growth rate. I'm like, wait a minute. Is that line sloping up or sloping down? I can't figure it out. Okay, it's sloping up. Well, why don't they see it? That's it. You understand humans and psychology, right? They think, okay, well, it's sucked in the past 12 months. It's going to keep sucking. That's literally welcome to market cycles, friends. But that
They don't see
ultimately
it
why.
because we're on page 300.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
exactly.
really bullshit, and it's funny because Hex really scratches that itch. That's both, in the early days of Bitcoin, it was about peer-to-peer cash, and Hex kind of scratches that itch, but is also a store of value at the same time. So it's kind of like a miracle coin in a lot of ways, and it gets missed by a lot of people. And I think part of the lack of clarity on some of this, why utility doesn't reign supreme, is because of the stifling aspects of regulators and the legal part of this whole thing. And fingers crossed, we're going to get through this, and actually we'll see a switch back the other way. Not that meme coins are going away, but just that a lot of that economic energy has to get stored somewhere. And so maybe some of the meme coins cults are strong enough, or they start building utility on top. But eventually this will turn into a utility type era that will come. And maybe that's all that it's been, really, is the regulation that's really caused that hang up, like Tornado Cash and MakerDAO founder gets killed. And it's been a treacherous 5 years. And so DeFi, it's scary. You want to go try to make a stable coin, you risk getting shot. That's a scary place to be. So, cause you're going up against the big dogs, man. And, we see this over and over with Trump, with Elon, with Richard Hart, with, Justin Sun is a little bit edgy. The BitMEX founder in the early days. You could CZ in jail. Come on, there's just dozens of these examples of people trying to change the status quo and how dangerous that is. And so, once the danger has subsided a bit, I think you're going to see a rush to utility. And guess what? We're the oldest, for one of the very first DeFi products that even was worth a damn, that popularized Uniswap and got its own layer 1. So how amazing is that? And we started with the community. So it's just exciting, man.
Yeah, wonderful notes as well, friends. A lot of this serious stuff, just to everyone know, CZ, the corrupt SEC, okay, CZ, they had Binance US dollar. They had $18 billion there. It was a profitable business, making $1 billion a year. They went and forced it to shut down. They were doing nothing. They literally just copied Tether's playbook. Why were they forced to shut down? Because they couldn't control them. That was it. So these big guys, they get targeted. And sometimes, because we come in and we think, oh, it's happening to everyone else. It never happened to us. But the bigger the idea you have, the more aggressive they will try to come. Silk Road raids, Mt. Gox goes down, all these other things. So it's almost like, yes, you want to reach utopia, you have to go through tough battles, which is exactly what we're going through right now. But are they really tough when you have a conference, honestly? Is it really that tough? Price sucks, yes, but you're like, oh, look at all these people still showing up. You know what I mean? There you go. There's literally your food, your ammo. So you can't see that in a chart. Little RSI indicator or people out here laughing, they can't see that in a chart, but you can. Okay, but how's this going to resolve itself? Wait another 12 to 24 months. Maybe it does resolve itself to the upside. And then you point back to something like this. You listen to Access, you listen to Corey, listen to everyone out here, and then you go, oh, I don't know, I just held. Everybody said they were cool with it. It's literally that simple. And you know what, friends, as well? Crypto's only got 500 million people in the world now in it. This is kind of funny, only 500 million. There's 7 billion people. We don't even really need to worry about what do we do with all these people until we get to 4 or 5 billion. If you 10x the user base of crypto, you go from 3 trillion price growth up to 300 trillion. I don't want to say the numbers, but you're up hundreds of X's in everything. Hundreds of X's. Now the whole world is finally onboarded into the whole industry. Okay, so I'm just showing you we're not the earliest. Okay, you're not Andreas Antonopoulos giving a presentation to that guy with the Jesus hair. You're not that early, but also you are so early where people will read a news event and they're like, oh, this looks bad. This guy's in a Louis Vuitton tracksuit. I'm going to ignore every other piece of information he released after that. It's a dude twerking on stage. I'm going to click sell. You're that early, you know? So like, you know, Apple stock, when Steve Jobs passed away, it had like the tiniest little blip and then it rallied because it was priced in. Okay. In crypto, we're not gifted with this type of like rationality. We don't have these billion-dollar funds who are like, wait a minute, let's research more. You don't have that, but that's opportunity. That is opportunity, friends. It gives you the prices so cheap. And also, because these people don't know how to react, when you see us defeating the SEC, when you see Donald Trump, Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, and all these news, just like people don't know how to value things properly on the downside, they won't know how to value it properly on the upside. But hey, hopefully you take some profit so you can come defend our bags in the next bear market, because you're going to have a larger crowd of people saying the same thing all over again.
Yep.
And holding hex during the bear market's actually pretty nice because of the functionality of the T-share, right? And how payouts do work. Like FUD isn't as depressing holding this token, assuming you're staked, right? If you're
Hot Pro, you mined Bitcoin, right, back in the day?
I did.
Yeah, I love that example of Hex is just a Bitcoin miner that doesn't get old. Like, it doesn't lose efficiency. It actually gets more efficient. Your T-shares.
Yeah,
like,
it does.
It resonates with people because they have a hard
proof
time.
of work gets less efficient. Sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
well, yeah, it's just like you're with proof of work, you're always competing against the hash rate. But in Hex, the T-share rate's working in your favor. So like, but I think it's just it's an easier discussion point. So like when it comes to like talking to people that don't really know or wanna, or you lose them after the word T-share, you say the word T-share and you lose somebody right away. This is what Sami's so good at, is he just like cuts right to the chase and talks, and Corey's so good at, and Gary's so good at talking to people on his level in his realm. It's like you have to be able to talk to people at their level with the language that they're good for. And Bitcoin miners at this point are pretty easy for people to understand. It's like, imagine getting a Bitcoin miner that never gets old, and you're just capturing as many of them now to hold forever. And it's like, because one day, like in the Bitcoin world, those Bitcoin miners, like they expire, but in Hex, your Hex doesn't expire. It can always produce more Hex. It's amazing. Anyway, sorry to
Right.
Yeah.
No, that is what it is. It's kind of like each T-share is a miniature miner, and it mines more Hex, and it's amazing. And now we have them on both chains, right? So not only do we have them on Ethereum, but we have them on Pulse chain, which it's cheaper to transact. So not only is it it progressively gets easier technically if you look at how they work. With the fork of Pulse chain, that transaction itself has gotten cheaper as well. So it's just, even if the price itself goes down on the token, it's awesome when you have the ability to see what's going on behind the scenes. And against also with the liquidity being a little bit lower and whatnot, and it has
Can we just quickly say something about the Hex T-shares, friends? So conceptually, you're watching at home, T-shares is just a Hex yield, right? Okay, Hex, you can stake it. But conceptually, you got to just understand this, okay? Bitcoin, it's like it got too competitive and too popular. Now, the Bitcoin miners, a lot of them, they're different to like what you would see as a Bitcoin maxi, okay? They're different entities, yeah? It's inaccessible. So if you want to come into Bitcoin, you can't do any mining. But because Hex, okay, was built on Ethereum, smart contract, okay, because it's like what they say, encapsulated or whatever, the smarty contracty thingamajig, because you can actually stake it yourself, you're now the same entity, okay? So this is like a little advantage. Philosophically, you can think in the back of your mind. Because now the person who buys it and stakes it, it's the same. The person earning the yield, it's also the people you're like looking at right now. It's the same people, okay? You don't see Bitcoin miners coming out. They don't have the biggest Twitter accounts. Hey, we love Bitcoin. Bitcoin's going to $1 million. Yeah. They're two different types of people. Now, I'm sure there are out there, but you get to see how there's big rift out here. But with Hex, it's the same people, So this is an element you almost think about. That's your advantage as well. So as this thing goes up, it's the same people, because it's mind share of a community, So the Hex yield handout you're handing out inflation to people in a community, and they're still incentivized to hang around. It never gets too hard to mine, if you know what I mean. Okay, so these people who were doing it for a long time, they're probably going to continue to do it. So this is just something, this is like when you're looking out forward into the future and you have a community out here, because remember what you're trying to do is there's no cash flow in crypto. That's the difficult part. So there's no cash flow. So you have to like look at, okay, there's a group of people here. I have to try assess, purely guessing, how they behave in the next 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, which I know is really hard. But if you get it right once, you change your life forever. Okay, that's what you're looking at right now. You see a conference, you see, oh, Hextech, what do? I just go to a website. You know what I mean? Like 2 seconds, man. Literally 2 seconds. Like, what do you do with a Bitcoin miner? I got no idea. I don't know where. I got a website. I've heard that like the factory mines it for 6 weeks before they mine Bitcoin first. Like, you see what I mean? Like, it doesn't let you do anything or participate out here, right? So you start stacking these out here, and you start to see, you know what? I'll be honest, like Hex and Bitcoin's 2 trillion market cap. Can Hex be 5% of that non-origin address? Can it be? That's 100 billion market cap. Can it be 5%? It's like an 80 to 100x from now. Just think about this. So yeah, once you start to compare these together, okay, here's the thing. Of course, you're trying to aim for glory. That's why the funniest thing, maybe literally I laughed out of my chair. So everyone was like bagging out Hex, making fun of it. And then Richard comes out and he starts quoting gold's market cap and like, we're going to flip it. And I laugh so much. I go, yeah, you know what? I'm going to start doing that. Too. But like, that's, friends, we're just networks. Okay. So like your life doesn't change per se when you hold something else out here. Okay. So, but you're trying to predict, okay, where is the value in a community where you see there's something more than just that money part? Where is it? You know, you're looking at it right now. People, they like the inflation. They like the T-shares. They like that the T-shares get scarce over time. See that? They like that over time. Yeah, this is something different to add, I guess, to your basket when you're looking at something like that's so cheap and down on the floor. You know, friends, the biggest, most successful investors, when things are down, they look for a reason to get long. That's what they're doing right now. Not financial advice. I'm just telling you, they're looking for any reason. Like, we've given you thousands of reasons. You're looking at a group of people who said, we are literally not going away from here. And it was way worse here 2 years ago, a year ago as well. You know what I mean? So you're looking at all of these out here. So I hope people, you start to stack all of these together and it starts to make sense. But you already know. You're like, hey, give me the price up. It'll all make sense. You know that. That's literally the last missing piece. Also, friends, yeah, I think a few of us have to wrap it up. So I appreciate every single one of you. I just saw in the chats as well. So God bless you. Yeah, we can know.
I think shout out while you're on camera. Shout out while you're on camera is really great that you do these streams sometimes. That's awesome. It was proving that you weren't AI back in the day, and you're some of the highest value content for sure on the internet. So appreciate you joining.
Although I don't believe it until you come on my show, Sami. When you come on my show, we can both put on our glasses and we can mog the audience together. That's when I'll believe that you're not AI.
There you go. There you go.
I went on a scavenger hunt to your country. I just didn't know what city you were in, looking for you. So maybe in the future.
There's a tradition that we have at the end of these things where everybody points up and to the right, but you might like have to give it a couple of tries to figure out like which way to point.
That way, I guess, to the logo.
All right.
We get that screenshot.
Yeah. So thanks everybody for participating. Let's go around the room real quick because I know everybody who's on here has a different method of onboarding people and maybe like a different medium where you do so. So let's run around the room real quick and just have everybody say like, where's the best place to find your content? Whitney.
Hey, I'm Whitney. I mostly play on Instagram, whitney.magic.crypto. My website is Queen of Millions, and I have a community where I teach women about crypto.
Love it. Corey?
Yeah, over Corey Geary, the DeFi Crypto Alliance show. Our show is all about how we're using cryptocurrency as a wealth creation tool, and we use real estate and other real world assets as a wealth preservation tool. So come check us out. We got a definitely different perspective on how we onboard and what the mission we're on. So
Awesome. Axis?
Check me out at x.com/axisalive for all the hot takes, spicy takes. And then accessalive.com if you want to take your journey a little bit deeper and learn some of the cutting edge meta game that we're cutting out using V3 and some other cool liquidity tricks. And it's a deep well, and there's a lot of stuff going under the hood on Pulse Chain. So lot to learn. So anyways, I appreciate Maddie for hosting these things every year. And you're a gem, and keep getting out there and lead this political charge forward. All right. Thanks.
Thanks. Sami?
If you don't know where to find me and you're in Hex, all right, you're drinking a lot of soy right now. Your friend saw me on YouTube. Your friend saw me on Twitter. God bless his friends.
Awesome. Gary?
Miss pretty much only on Twitter as far as like social media engagement. So you can DM me if I know you already, or send a tweet or something. And I usually go to the bigger events. I like to go to events outside of this ecosystem just to engage things like Token 49. I'm going to go to Dubai at the end of March. I am going to the inauguration. I got invited by a Hexagon that has connection to Congress. So I'll be at the presidential election in DC, our inauguration. And things like that. I like the bigger scale events where there's new audience and kind of one-on-one conversations are possible in real life. So anybody that's not going to go to something like that, but know someone that is, refer me, and I'll try to engage.
Awesome. Hot Pro?
I'm a Hod Pro mostly on Twitter. I'm on Telegram too, but don't get scammed. You mostly just find me on Twitter. And yeah, Hex rocks. And spread the word.
Yeah. Rachel?
I'm Rachel Lobb on everything, and I have a website where I onboard newbies into crypto, and it's cryptobestie.io. So I want to be your crypto bestie.
Yeah. A Wild SJ.
Hello, I am a Wild SJ on all the social medias, and you can find me on the internet there, and in the real world on the Pulse Chain Tour, March 6th through the 9th in Las Vegas. Let's go.
Awesome. I'll be there at that event, cheering you guys on for hosting it. And
we're sponsoring.
I love it. Yeah. Thanks to the sponsors of this, fiat.io, texitcoin.org, Actuator.finance. Thanks to all the speakers, everybody watching, liking, subscribing, sharing. And this has been an incredible conference. The 5th annual Hex conference has now come to a close. Thank you all for being on. And until next time, stake wisely, my friends, and peace out. See you guys.
Insane staking on East and Post. We on 2 chains. Other coins didn't fit. What was I supposed to do? Not stake and stay broke with you? Shit. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got post chain, post X. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game. Which is why the hell you see me DCA and in the post chain. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got post chain, post X. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same. Ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got post chain, post X. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCA and in the post chain. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got post chain, post X. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same. Ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. You other Sammy Chicas need to get your crypto coffee to wake up and out of ditches so you go from rags to riches.
Also, a huge thank you to Rachel, who helped me run the backstage. I'm not going to put her on the spot here, but yeah, big thank you to you. All right, peace.